and Commissioner Jacobson will not be able to join us, although Commissioner Jacobson keeps assuring me she will try to join us as she can. She has some personal family things to tend to. Okay, the time is 8:30. Everyone, please give me a thumbs up that you can hear me and see me. Okay, here we go for our November LCDC meeting. Okay, good morning. Let me just make sure my screen is up. Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. My name is Esther Johnson, and I am the commission assistant. This is the November 12-13, 2020 LCDC meeting, Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. This meeting is being recorded and is available for live streaming through Granicus. The link is available on our meeting page. If you intend to provide public comment or testimony, please make sure to rename yourself with some sort of identifying title related to your organization. If you intend to testify, please sign up using the public sign up form on our meeting materials website so that we have your name in the queue. Participants will be in listen-only mode until they are called on to testify. There is a slight pause when you are switched over to address the commission. Just a note, if you are on the phone and would like to testify and didn't sign up in advance, you can press *9 and that will notify me and add you to the queue. With that, I would like to introduce Chair Robin MacArthur.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, and thank you to all the folks at DLCD that make these meetings happen. Just because we've been doing them virtually for 9 months or so doesn't mean it's easy. So you make it look easy and seamless. So thanks to everyone's work behind the scenes. I'm Robin MacArthur. I'm gaveling in the November 2020 meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. Today is Thursday, November 12th. And I'm really pleased to be here. I want to welcome my fellow commissioners as well as all the folks who are listening in through Zoom. I think at this point, to make sure that folks that are listening in know who is here, why don't we ask Ms. Johnson to call the roll?
Commissioner Halova?
Here.
Commissioner Sandoval?
Here.
Commissioner Warren?
Here.
Commissioner Lilac?
Here.
Chair MacArthur?
Here. And just a recognition, oh, you might have been wanting to say that, sorry, that Vice Chair Permine and Commissioner Jacobson have excused absences for today and tomorrow. Okay, so I think we'll go into the land acknowledgement, if you don't mind putting that on the screen.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, I'll just mention that Ms. Taylor, Casaria Taylor, will be timekeeping today, and we have a new system which I'm hoping will help the people that testify. I think you're going to put a clock or something on the screen to indicate that folks have a certain amount of time to testify, and that way that might give you the visual cue, to be able to figure out how long you have relative to the time allotted. So thanks for your patience of that. Land acknowledgement, do any of my fellow commissioners want to read that? It's important to have it on the screen, but those folks that don't have a screen, it'd be nice if we could go ahead and actually verbalize it.
I can read it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'd like to acknowledge the many tribes and bands who call Oregon their ancestral territory and honor the ongoing relationship between land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. We recognize the continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for continuing to teach us how we might all be here together.
Thank you. Very much appreciate that. Housekeeping matters. Just a reminder to folks, and a reminder to me as well, that please fill out your scorecard that evaluates, gives some feedback anyway to staff on both their presentations and staff work, and send that in on tomorrow on Friday after we are finished. So let's focus now on the approving the agenda. I think that requires another vote. And if, as commissioners look over the agenda, we'd like to take a vote on whether or not you agree with the agenda for today and tomorrow. Esther?
Commissioner.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that's right. Chair MacArthur, forgive me, this is Kirsten, but were you asking for a motion?
Yes, I was meaning to ask for a motion, but didn't know it. Thank you. I have a motion to approve the agenda. Thank you, Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. That's what I was gonna move to approve the agenda. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Warren, I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren. Esther?
Commissioner Sandoval,
Yes.
Commissioner Warren,
Yes.
Commissioner Halova,
Yes.
Commissioner Lilac,
Yes.
Chair MacArthur.
Yes, approved.
And Commissioner Vice Chair Permine and Commissioner Jacobson have an excused absence.
Thank you very much. Well, we have a really full day. It's an exciting day. It's all about housing, which is very exciting that we've gotten to this point. And we've been well briefed on these issues over the past several months. And we're excited to be at this position today to, in the final stretch anyway, for deliberations on the large city part of House Bill 2001. Before we get to that, we have a director's report and public comments. So I will just turn it over to Director Rue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Thank you to all of you. You have in front of you the director's report. It's long, it's detailed. I'm not going to go through it point by point. What I'd like to do with your permission, and certainly you can redirect me if I don't hit on the things that you would like to talk about, but I have three things that I want to spend a little bit of time going over. The first is wildfire. The second is our budget process for the 21-23 biennium. And the third is just some general reflections on COVID. We're hitting new highs on a daily basis. And we think we have adapted, but it's enormous pressure on staff. And so I'm inviting you into a conversation about how we can perhaps do better on that. But I'll get to that in a moment. There's one person on this call who doesn't need to be reminded in any way about the effects of wildfire, and that, of course, is Commissioner Warren. He has been working heroically to help get his community back into recovery. Some of our staff have been doing the same thing. I especially want to call out our regional representatives in especially Western Oregon. Jennifer Donnelly in our Metro office has been working on the fires in Clackamas County, the recovery efforts. Lisa on the coast has been working with Lincoln City. Patrick, we haven't had, so as you probably know, we've had a transition in our central Willamette Valley position, and we haven't had anybody there for a while. But Patrick Wingard has taken over covering both the McKinsey watershed and Santiam Canyon, and really doing some great work. And I think you all know that Josh LaBombard because of his background working with Jackson County and his close relationships with local government in Jackson County, is actually coordinating the housing recovery effort for the county, as well as continuing his own work for the department. And I think that the opportunity that is in front of us, and that our regional reps in particular are working so hard at, is kind of twofold. The first, to meet the immediate needs of people who have been displaced or whose lives have been changed so dramatically as a result of these fires. And secondly, is to help people think about how they rebuild, and to do it in a way that frankly leaves communities better than they were before the fires. And I don't mean that the fires have been in any way anything other than traumatic. But if there is a possibility to learn some lessons and apply them as communities rebuild, then we should take advantage of that, obviously. And I think our regional reps are just doing an extraordinary job. Patrick Wingard working in Santiam Canyon with infrastructure, sewer, water. These were disparate, sort of separated communities who are beginning to think about how they can work together as they rebuild. And then I need to call out specifically Deputy Director Green. Kirsten has taken up a cause that may be a stretch, but a stretch goal is a good thing. And that is to think about, and she's been working with Commissioner Holova and others to think about how cross-laminated timber, mass plywood, which has the dual advantage of being able to take advantage of a lot of the downed timber and a lot of the burnt and salvaged timber, and transform it into affordable housing. To do it in a way, so if you remember, this is engineering. This is taking timber and adhesives and heat and CNC computer generated cuts. This is to essentially build prefab, or at least I'm blanking on the term right now.
Modular.
Thank you, modular homes, so that you're building them in a factory and then putting them on the site, or at least assembling pieces on the site. And so it has this wonderful advantage of perhaps three potential outcomes: using timber to help the communities that have been burned, to get housing that replaces a lot of the substandard housing that existed in many of the communities. The vast majority of the people displaced are people who've been on the margins, people of color, marginalized communities across the state of Oregon. They need better housing at a reasonable price, and they need it soon. And so it's timing, it's using a resource, and it's meeting the needs of an underserved population in a way that really is kind of magical when you think about it, and yet is a real stretch. And so thank you, Kirsten, and others on the team. Kirsten has met with Matt Garrett, the former director of ODOT, who has come back into state service to serve as kind of fire czar in the recovery effort. Matt is with Leah Horner from Regional Solutions, co-leading the staff effort to get recovery going. There is a recovery board comprised primarily of electeds, local elected cities and counties, plus people from the Chamber of Commerce and housing advocates and BIPOC community advocates. And we are meeting on a weekly basis every Monday afternoon from 1 until 3. Several of us as agency directors are staff to them. We're making progress. It is slow, but progress is happening. So thanks to everybody, but particularly local governments for pitching in to get this work done. And we're finding that across the political divide, when it comes to rebuilding, there aren't so many divides. And I point to Commissioner Kevin Cameron, especially from Marion County. The commissioner is a conservative Republican, and we've had our issues over the years. But he was advocating now a week and a half ago, I missed Monday's meeting, but a week and a half ago, he was advocating for rebuilding in a way that is more energy conserving, more implementation of better housing types, and to do it in a way that leaves communities better off. And so it was words that would come out of somebody from the governor's office or somebody from this agency. And he's advocating for the same kinds of things. So it's an enormous opportunity in time of great loss and grief. And so generally, I think a really positive development. And again, I invite all of you, because each of you has your own lived experience and perspective on these things. And I'm just inviting you into that conversation to help us do it better. Unless there's some comment or other thoughts, I'm going to move on to budget. We've never seen a budget season quite like this one, I think. 10 years ago when Richard, actually 11 years ago, when Richard was director and I was deputy, in 2010, we were building the 11-13 budget. And it was, of course, in the depths of the recession. And I thought that was pretty tough, but this one is harder because of the budget cuts that we have taken for the current biennium, and then continuing with a cut budget approach going into 21-23. So you all know, we've talked about this before, but just to set a base, because of the downturn in revenues to state government during COVID, and then amplified by wildfire, we took a 34% budget cut for the remainder of, we hope not for the full remainder, but for the time being, we're operating at a dramatically reduced budget. That means that people have lost their jobs. People have taken rotations. I think it's a total of 6 people have either lost their jobs or are taking rotations with other agencies. 6 people on a denominator of 63 or 64, math isn't hard. We're down 10%, excuse me, in terms of people, and far more than that in terms of money. So we're operating on a very tight budget. There may be some relief to the budget in December, but almost certainly not before. And specifically that relief, we hope, comes in the form of a so-called salary pot. So It's hard to think back now nearly 2 years ago to 2019 when we were swimming in money. At that time, the two unions, the two critical unions in state enterprise, SEIU and AFSCME, negotiated some increases to salary in two forms. The first was a so-called step increase. So the way state government works is that you get a position number and you get a salary bracket. And within that bracket, there are 9 steps. But because so many people in state government started out at, let's say, step 5, and they get a step increase each year. If you've been with state government for more than 4 or 5 years, you've topped out and there are no more increases. So one of the things that the unions negotiated was a new top step for everybody. So everybody got a boost. And depending upon salary, that could be anywhere from a couple of thousand to $5,000 or $6,000 or $7,000 increase for the year. There was a second part to that, and that was a 2.75, I think, % COLA, cost of living adjustment, that kicked in the 1st of October. Both of those had huge fiscal impacts to every agency in state government. In a normal session, the legislature during the short session would have approved the so-called salary pot. That is, they would make agencies whole to compensate for the increases in compensation to people in the agency. But there was nothing normal about the short session that we had back in March. There have been, I think, 3 special sessions and or emergency boards since then. And each time that we thought that the salary pot was going to be approved, something happened. So COVID obviously happened. And then the legislature was going to be meeting in September for legislative days. And we all know what happened over Labor Day weekend. Hundreds of millions of dollars of loss. And so the long and the short of it is the salary pot vote has been put off. And again, we hope that it happens in December. Right now, we are on a projection to be $100,000 to $130,000 short on the 30th of June without the salary pot. The salary pot will get us back to whole and a little bit more, but it's still going to be very tight through the remainder of this biennium. So I'll pause to see if there are any questions. It's arcane. It is difficult to track if you're not used to it, but we are in that position. We expect to be made whole, but just, and therefore we hope to bring a couple of people back, but it's going to be tight through the end of June of 21. Okay, so I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you for that. And I was going to ask if you covered your 3 categories. I was wondering if commissioners have any questions for you at this point.
Yeah, I was going to talk a little bit about the 21-23 budget, but this is a good time to pause. Okay, I'm not seeing anything, but I can't see everybody. Okay, so 21-23 is again, we've talked about this a little bit before. Revenues are surprisingly good given the effect on the economy of COVID, but wildfire is continuing to be a real drag on the available money to support general fund activities for agencies going forward into the 21-23 biennium. We were asked, as you all know, to submit a 20% budget. We appealed that. We had our conversation with the governor's office and the chief financial office about 3 weeks ago. And we countered with a 5% cut instead of a 20% cut. And we weren't laughed out of the room. We also proposed reductions to each of our policy option packages. Most notably, we had about a $2.5 million ask to implement the transportation planning rule, but we got a commitment from ODOT to fund that work for 5 years with $6 million. And so we reduced our ask to $1 million instead of 2.5. And that would give us one person, but because we're contemplating some rather dramatic changes to the way we do business in the transportation planning rule, working with local communities, having a conversation, socializing, and getting buy-in from local governments, particularly from MPOs in Salem and Eugene, is going to be a long and complex process. And so we need some of that money for the public outreach, the public engagement. And so we've presented a scaled back list of asks. And if you remember, there are 4 of them. Continuing the housing work, the transportation planning rule, climate adaptation, and wildfire, working with local governments to help communities plan to be more resilient in the face of wildfires that we know that are going to continue to come for a good number of years into the future. So those are the 4. We also, and because I'm being a little vague about this because the governor's office and the CFO's office have asked us not to talk publicly about the details of the budget because that's up to the governor. We made a pitch. We don't know exactly what she's going to do with it. Her budget will be released publicly in about 2 weeks, the 1st of December. And we'll know then. But she's asked that we not discuss in detail some of the proposals. I do want to let you know that there are a couple of things that are possibilities, and I'm going to speak in very high level here. One of them is a conversation about how to update the 19 planning goals. And we've talked about this a little bit, but there's a very promising development. There is advocacy from historically marginalized communities to update the goals to very specifically include people, and particularly people who have been on the margins and are disadvantaged. So just a very short digression. If you think about the 19 planning goals that were written and passed in May of 1973, it was, I think, 1 or 2 years after the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA. People needed to do environmental impact statements, environmental assessments on a project by project basis for the federal government. States were beginning to copy it and coming up with their own SEPAs. Oregon decided to do things a little differently and essentially do an environmental impact analysis that included jobs and housing for every community in the state, continuously updated. Well, we know that there are lots of yes buts to that. But the point is that if you look at the goals, never once, other than public participation, will you find any reference to people, people's health, people's economic well-being, people's educational opportunities. They were just not there because it was an environmental impact analysis. So advocates, well, again, some of you remember that we started a conversation about 2 years ago about how we could update the goals. Equity advocates have been urging us to redo the goals to account for, among other things, environmental justice and climate justice, and to center it on people, particularly people from marginalized communities. And that has gotten some traction in the governor's office. I would like to think that it's going to be a while to do all this work, but I would like to think that before 2023, which would be the 50th anniversary of the land use system, that we can roll out a dramatically improved set of 19 planning goals. And, we talk about lumpers and splitters. Do we have a 20th goal that's an equity goal? Do we have, that would of course be the splitters, split it out. Or do we incorporate equity into everything that we say, do, and promote? And that would be the splitter approach. We don't know, we'll see. But it looks to us as though we're going to have an opportunity to start that conversation. And then the other thing is there may be an opportunity for us to really beef up our analytics when it comes to GIS and how we get data. Government is a very blunt instrument, and we have in the past couple of years come to talking about centering equity. But that's also pretty blunt. We don't know things like exactly by pick a demographic unit, whether it's a census unit or whether it's a zip code. We don't know what we need to know about people's educational opportunities, health opportunities, job opportunities, housing opportunities, until we can get down to a level where we know exactly what the needs of a particular census tract or zip code are, and then refine our response to meet the needs instead of just broad brush. And so we are fairly confident that there is going to be some help in that regard. And with that, I think I'll stop. COVID, we need to get better. COVID is really hard on employees, especially young mothers. Esther, I'm looking at Esther on the screen right now. Esther's in the office this morning. She's about 20 feet away from me. Esther's trying to educate 3 children while she does her job, all of the things that she does for you and for me as our assistant and our support. Frankly, she's my brain. And she cannot do what she needs to do for you all today while she's at home. So her husband is taking a couple of days off from work to help the kids with their schoolwork so that Esther can focus on this. The point being, we have young moms who are doing 2+ jobs all day, every day. And we've got to figure out better ways because the strain is building. And given the recent surge, I think we're going to be doing this for at least a year. And we've been now, as Robin said, maybe 9 months, but I don't think we're halfway yet. And we need to do better for our employees, but particularly for moms who are really, really, really stressed and working hard. So first of all, a huge, huge thanks to all of the women in this organization who are doing 2 jobs all the time. And we just simply have to figure out how to be better.
And some men.
And I'm sure there are some men, yes. So anyway, that's it. I'm done, unless there are thoughts or questions.
Thank you, Director Rue, and I really appreciate your shout out to staff because it is a really big lift. I mean, I really can't imagine how folks are doing everything they need to do at home in home offices, as well as performing as well. I mean, I really can't believe it. So thanks for that shout out to staff. I just had a quick question about the climate rulemaking. I know we're not talking about it, we're not really talking about today as an agenda item, but because we initiated that important rulemaking effort in September, we'll just take it just a few moments to indicate where we are with that, or perhaps as Vice Chair or Vice Deputy Director, Green. I think it's useful for the commissioners to know where we are with that.
Sure, I'll kick it off and then turn it over to Kirsten to fill in some details. So first of all, the first RAC meeting will be in a week and a half on the Monday, whatever it is, the Monday of Thanksgiving week. So if you remember, we were hoping to kick it off in October. The governor was out doing wildfire recovery visits and heard from local governments that could she ask us to please delay because of all of the things that local governments were dealing with in September and early October. So she asked, and we said we would. So it starts in 2 weeks. I'm gonna blatantly praise Kirsten for a moment because of some extraordinary work that she has done and continues to do with centering this work on marginalized, historically marginalized and currently marginalized communities. She's even changed the way we talk about it, I think appropriately so. I have a tendency to say we've invited new people to the table. Kirsten says, no, we've moved the table so it's closer to the people who have not had a chance to participate before. So we have a rack of 40-ish people. We used to think that 15 to 20 was about our limit. We found out that's probably not true. ODOT has helped us again financially to get a facilitator to work with this. But the most important thing I want to point out is that the process has caught the eye of the governor's office. Steve Lee is affirmative action head for the governor's office. He and Kirsten and I had a conversation. I know it wasn't earlier this week, but could have been last week, where Steve is looking to DLCD to be a model to other state agencies about how to do RACs in a way that truly centers the deliberations on equity. And so we're having a conversation with Steve about how we apply an equity toolkit, which is, in my opinion, project management around making sure that all voices are heard. As you'll hear later today, we are still bumping along a little bit because in our experience, hearing voices doesn't necessarily mean that we do what people are advocating for, but we may need to rethink that as well. But with that, I'm going to stop and let Kirsten fill in some details.
Sure. Just briefly, in the interest of time, thank you, Jim, and good morning, Chair MacArthur and Commissioners. Kirsten Green here, Deputy Director, and it is true. We're so excited about this effort, Jim. Thank you. But just absolutely, I have to say the names of those who have been so accommodating within the agency to help develop this RAC. So I want to thank Kevin Young for coming over from the Housing rulemaking effort to co-project manage this for housing and public process. We know that it's a housing and transportation issue for complete communities, as well as employment, as Jim was mentioning, health. So thank you, big thanks to Kevin. So basically now with the completion of these rules, we're doing very thick work on both rulemaking efforts, and also of course, Bill Holmstrom and Matt Kroll and Cody, who have been there, since 2018 and before, working to advance this public policy for the state. I want to thank Samuel Garcia for bringing expertise on engaging diverse communities through the housing rules, lending his expertise now over to the climate rulemaking effort, as well as Ingrid Caudell, Evan Manville, I mentioned Cody, Stacy Goldstein, Palmer Mason, Casaria Taylor. This is a sort of a giant team. As commissioners know, we did not receive additional funding for this initiative as we had for housing. So many staff are adjusting their workflows to prioritize this most important work. I want to thank ODOT for financial contribution to support many contracts, to support some voices to participate at our unusual and sort of arcane policymaking table, and also recognize state agency partners who have agreed to participate on a technical support team. So that includes the Oregon Department of Transportation, Oregon Energy Department, Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, as well as ourselves on the 4 core Every Mile Counts, but also Oregon Health Authority, Oregon Housing Community Services, Business Oregon, and the Governor's Office. So we're well flanked for success here. And of course, supremely thanking Commissioner Stuart Warren and Commissioner Lilac for being our commission liaisons. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll need your guidance every step of the way. Thanks.
Thank you very much, both of you. That is quite a testimonial to all those folks that have been involved, but also it's a reminder that it's, when we as a commission say, go and prioritize this, it's just transportation folks that are doing it. In fact, what the agency is doing is making sure that housing interests and equity issues and other kinds of things come into play, and we need the lobbyist Palmer. And so these rulemaking efforts aren't just a few people doing it. It takes a small village really within the department. So I thank you for highlighting that, because I think it's it's easy for me to forget that sometimes and just say, oh, why don't you just have that person work on that? And that's not, that person really isn't available to just work on that, and it takes more. So thank you for that reminder for me. Any other questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that I'd be really excited to work on updating the land use goals from an equity perspective. And as an academic, I don't just focus on Oregon, but I, focus on national, international issues as well. And I think that we would really be like an example, as a model around land use issues, and incorporating this, equity lens within that, because there's not a lot, at least in the literature that I'm aware of, and I've studied this, there's not a lot out there. And so Oregon could really be like a national example for moving forward. So anyways, I just want to say that I'm excited about that, and that I would be willing to work specifically on that issue in however capacity you think would be helpful.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. We're going to take you up on that, because you're quite right. In 1973, nobody had ever done statewide land use planning before. Let's just hope that before 2023, nobody else in the country will quite get it right until they follow the Oregon example.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Heleva.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Kristen and the whole team for the RAC effort, and really say that these things, it seemed like they come easily, at the end when you see the result. I know it's a lot of hard work, but I think the reason it feels easy in a way is because you really believe in this. And I think that the difference, it's a big difference between checking boxes, which I've seen that a lot, like, oh, we did outreach to them and we did that, to being like, no, actually, in order to make good solutions, this is the richness, the diversity is what is needed to make a solution that brings in all the points and creates a better space for everyone. And I think that's a very different stance than the checking the boxes. And that takes people who actually believe in this. And I think that's what we're seeing. That's the difference we're seeing. That's so refreshing, is that we actually have people in place that believe this. The other thing I wanted to say was I'm excited about the planning goal updates also, along with Commissioner Sandoval. And I would advocate early on that equity and climate get embedded in everything and don't get split out. Because then it's seen as a thing that, oh, we don't need that anymore, let's cancel that out, versus the way it should have been in 1973, right? And now that we have more voices at the table, we have the ability to kind of set that straight. And I think a lot of forward thinking was done at that time, and that was amazing for that time period. And now we need to be amazing in our own time period. So I'm really excited about Oregon being a leader in that area. And I guess my only question to the director is, I know we had a whole conversation about updating the goals for climate specific was going to be really intense and, you know, very complicated and all this kind of stuff. So do we feel like that is still the case? Because then now we're adding equity, right? Or do we feel we should try to make an attempt, even if it's not the best, you know, most comprehensive, we should just try it and do it to instead of holding ourselves back because we don't have all the resources and all the time, and we should just do it. So I was trying to get to that idea.
So thank you, Commissioner. I think that is probably the central question. I think we're all agreed. I'm sure there are some people who would disagree that we ought to take this on. However, within the context of this group, we're all agreed that we need to do it, that we want to do it, and that we want to be exceptional when we do it. So I think right now we're probably looking at it as kind of a two-step. To get some money in the current budget that would allow us to begin to answer these questions, essentially scope the project, and begin to think about, I mean, there are multiple ways. Do we do it legislatively? Do we do it by writing in specific language and actually changing the goals? Do we do it through administrative rule? So there are multiple paths forward. And during this scoping period, we would look at that so that we were ready to roll out something in 23, excuse me. And that's where, frankly, the money comes in. So because the current law is so prescriptive about how you make changes and the process that you go through, we estimated a year ago, 2 years ago, that if we were to change all 19 goals, we'd be looking $5 to $7 million. That's probably still a real number, but we don't know that until we scope it, until we figure out the path forward. And my inclination is to try to find ways to do it cheaper and faster.
Yeah, and I was going to add to that, since we're doing so much work on housing and so much work on climate, it's almost like we're doing a lot of pre-work versus like starting from a blank sheet of paper and saying, oh, now what do we do? We've done all this rack and outreach and comments, and I'm sure even in the housing, they can already see ways that we could change it based on all this work. So it's kind of good that we're doing these 2 racks unrelated to the goals, and that knowledge can just literally be translated into the goals.
You're absolutely correct. And we also have the Governor's Racial Justice Council in place, functioning, recognizing that they're not here just to do one round of budget work, but they are to be a new forum for a new conversation.
Great. All very, very exciting work on the horizon. So any other commissioners have questions for Director Commissioner Lilac?
Thank you. I just want to begin to connect the dots. It's hard not to already, and get very exciting. And I'm sure we could spend the entire morning on these really, really important issues. And I really hope that the department will, for lack of a better term, kind of take the show on the road, how you're moving the table. I think that's very exciting. How you're doing it with the RACs at the state level would be very, very informative to local governments across the state about how we can do a better job with our planning commissions, with our own technical advisory committees, with all the people that we work with and how we do our work. Really, I think we get all number one benefit from your learning experiences and your great examples. And then the second piece is that will then help us. And I think about local governments when I say us, local governments, and this is years down the way now, implementing the new goals or rules or whatever the outcome is, because we can't have the same people implementing the goals and rules as we've always done. We need to use the process through the RACs to have meaningful change in our local community. So it's hard for me not to get excited and to begin to connect the dots and to think how this all plays out from the RACs to the goals to local implementation. Very, very exciting. Thank you.
So, Director Ruh, given how much excitement there is for this topic in particular, would it be appropriate to think about a time sometime in 2020, early 2021, to bring this back to the commission outside of just the director report and actually have a conversation in it, or would that not be right? Give us some feedback on when we can actually do some kind of thinking through this.
Well, thank you for sharing our enthusiasm to move forward quickly. We have to be a little careful because I fully expect that this will be called out with a proposal for funding in the governor's recommended budget. However, sometimes the words give it away. Governor's recommended budget. The legislature is the group of people that make a decision. And as we've heard in the last couple of days, they're very clear about their role of setting policy and being clear about legislative intent. And so we have to be a little careful that we don't start charging down the road without bringing along our friends in the legislature. And so I think that is to be seen. I think it is worth us having a conversation with staff and commission once we see the governor's recommended budget about how we would proceed. But we do have to honor the process. And that may mean, I get a little tired of saying this sometimes, but go slow to go fast.
Makes total sense to me. Final questions for Director Ruh. Thank you. Great presentation. I don't see anyone's hand up. I think I can see everyone on the screen. So thank you very much, both you and Kirsten. We ran a little bit over on that, but they were very, very important topics. And I believe, I'm looking to Esther, I believe that we don't have anyone signed up for public comment. The person we originally had signed up switched to a later agenda item. So thank you for that. So I think we can just close this discussion and move on to housing, our first housing discussion. Item number 4, House Bill 2001, Middle Housing, Large and Metro Area Rulemaking. And as we call staff to kind of tee up to start that presentation, I'll kind of describe what I think the flow might look like. We'll have about an hour or so with the staff offering describing their draft recommendation to us. And then we'll have about an hour or so. We'll take a break somewhere in there. We'll have about an hour or so for public comment. And then we'll come back as a commission and make some thoughts about that, make some decisions about that. We have gotten a lot of, this has been a long process, and we're we're kind of in the final stages. I want to make sure we have sufficient time today and perhaps at a future meeting if we need to really make sure we understand the pros and cons of all the things we're doing on this. So we'll talk a little bit about that after we hear from the rest of the public during public comment. And I also think that we wanted to really highlight and give kudos to all the folks on the RAC and TAC and other folks that are in the audience today for all their work on this effort. So I'm going to turn it over to Ethan for a moment to see. I think he was going to put folks' names up there, and I think he's teed up. I think many of the RAC members perhaps are listening in, so we just want to take a few moments to honor them. Ethan?
Thanks, Chair MacArthur, and hello, commissioners. I'm excited today now at 9:30 to kind of deem the rest of this meeting as Housing Day at LCDC in November. So we've got 3 housing agenda items today, lots to talk about. And so I wanted to, before we get into those specific items and HB 2001 items first, I wanted to take a moment here to really acknowledge the excellent RAC and TAC that we've got assembled for these rulemaking items. So as I'm talking here, you'll see this kind of scroll through the slideshow, scroll through with all the names of the folks who are on the Technical Advisory Committee and the primary and alternate members of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. Many of them are here today to provide public comment, but also a special hello to those who are watching via the live stream. So as we sit here today on November 12th, 2020, we are 365 days since the first Rulemaking Advisory Committee meeting in 2019. And over the course of those 363 days, we've had 10 meetings of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, 9 meetings, maybe 9.5 meetings of the Model Code Technical Advisory Committee meetings. And what that amounts to is thousands of collective hours of these folks, these volunteers, to review documents, review the proposed rules, have conversations amongst themselves, participate in meetings. And oh, by the way, this happened in the middle of a pandemic. So they've done everything that we've asked of them to transition from the comfortable in-person meetings to a new public process over Zoom, entirely over Zoom. And these thousands of hours really amount or is a testament to the importance of these rules and this legislation. The dedication and professionalism, enthusiasm, and so on and so forth of the advisory committee has resulted in a proposed set of rules that I think the rest of the department and the housing team are very proud of. It's a set of rules that are informed by really tough conversations that we've had throughout the process and we will continue to have well into the future. But those are critically important conversations to get to where we are today. And I think the conversation and these rules are better off because of those conversations. So I just wanted to say kind of a thank you to all these folks for their attention to the details throughout this process. It really has been like an amazing group of advocates, practitioners, policymakers to get to know over the last almost 1 year. So much appreciation to all of those folks who are watching and participating.
Thank you, Ethan. I echo everything you've said. You said it so eloquently, and we really wouldn't be here today with this draft, with this really pretty all-encompassing draft, thinking really through how to make sure that the legislation that was passed flows through the administrative rules and gives clear direction to all folks at the local level, local jurisdictions and developers, others, to really make housing happen on the ground in a way that's in a richer way than it has in the past. So I want to give my special thanks to all the members whose names are on the screen, as well as lots of other folks that participated in webinars and the consultants, and especially the DLCD staff. So thank you for everything. And I would like to open it up to other commissioners. Commissioner Heleva, you've been involved in this more directly than some of us. I would like to turn it over to you if you have anything you want to say about that.
No, I just wanted to thank all the people that participated in this process. Because the group was so diverse in background, in expertise, in perspective, I feel like as a group, we all learned so much from each other. And I think we all needed that in order, obviously, to come to the conclusions we're at today, but we also needed that to come to better conclusions in the future. And so I always told everybody in the group, you know, maybe at the end of this day, we'll come up with this plan and we'll say, this is the best thing ever. And then, you know, get implemented. And how many years from now we'll be like, oh, why did we make that? You know, that was great. That wasn't so great. And to understand that there has to be a role for learning, and that, you know, planners are notorious through history for thinking things are the best thing ever, and the negative consequences that have come out of that. And so not to feel like the chapter's closed, but to say this is a beginning, this is an attempt, especially when it comes to the equitable part. We need to see how that actually plays out, and we need to be able to respond to that accordingly, to go for the intent. So be very clear about the intent and respond if this doesn't pan out the way the intent was thought of. What's great about this group, though, is now we're all on board and understand where we were trying to go, and in the future, we're all accountable, right, for the results of this, not just the department. And I think that group accountability is important to forwarding these housing goals in the state of Oregon. So I'm actually really excited about what members of the group might do with each other, you know, in their own respective areas to forward this collective goal. So I think it's great. And I want to thank the staff and everybody who put this group together, and also the people that participated.
Thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners want to say anything? I know we want to dive into the actual specifics, but I want to give a moment for others if they have anything they want to say. Seeing none, thank you very much to all of you. And I think we're going to be actually hearing from a couple of you during the next couple of hours. So thanks for continuing to participate in this really important effort. At this point, I'll turn it over to Ethan and the rest of the housing team to take us through your current draft.
Thank you. And so while I'm kind of queuing this up, I'm asking Robert to pull up the slideshow and the slides to have that conversation. But I'll give just a couple, you know, overview slides here to kind of intro the topic. None of this is going to be anything new. Of course, we're here today to talk about the Large Cities Middle Housing Model Code and associated Oregon administrative rules. These are amendments to OAR Chapter 660 and Division 46, which the Commission has already adopted in previous rulemaking efforts back in the summer, adopting the medium cities rules and, of course, the infrastructure-based time extension request rules. So, Robert, if you could advance the slide. Thank you. So today our desired outcome is for staff to provide an update on the changes that we've made since the September Commission meeting. There was an additional rulemaking advisory committee meeting and a technical advisory committee meeting since the Commission has last discussed the rules. That meeting was to discuss the suggestions that the Commission had made in the September meeting. The public testimony that you'll hear today is from any number of stakeholders, and they can provide comment until the hearing is closed. Next slide, please. So how to include or how to provide comment is either in written form, and you can submit, anybody who's watching can submit public testimony to the dedicated email address housing.dlcd@state.or.us. You can also provide verbal comment, and if you would like to do so, you can sign up on the DLCD website. Next slide. All right, so getting into the requirements, this is a refresher. This is, again, nothing new for the Commission, however, important to set the stage. So large cities are those cities outside of the Portland metro boundary with a population of 25,000 or greater, cities within the Portland metro boundary of 1,000 or greater. This also includes urbanized areas of metropolitan counties, so Clackamas, Multnomah, and Washington counties. The requirements for large cities as it relates to House Bill 2001 is that they allow for the development of a duplex on all lots and parcels that are zoned residentially, and also allow the development of a single family detached home. They also have the additional requirement to allow what we call higher level middle housing types, triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters in areas that are zoned residentially and allow for the development of single family detached homes. So two kind of different requirements, different language there. And of course, the Commission's familiar with how we are approaching defining in areas and differentiating that from every lot and parcel. Next slide, please, Robert. Thank you. So of course, we've got our Rulemaking Advisory Committee together to focus on a couple different aspects where rulemaking is necessary. So of course, the first of these is to establish a set of development code standards that are quote unquote reasonable siting and design standards, and providing definitional concepts and functionality within those rules. We're also compelled by the legislature to adopt a model middle housing model code ordinance that can be implemented without further interpretation or amendment by those large cities. And then we'll also be talking through what we're calling minimum compliance standards. These are the standards which would show or help DLCD review local development codes for compliance with the intent of House Bill 2001 as we were reviewing local codes through the post-acknowledgement plan amendment process. Next slide, please, Robert. Thank you. So I've already mentioned the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. Again, a great group of practitioners, elected officials, community organization, advocate groups, policymakers that have been advisory to staff over the past year. We've received hundreds of pages of comments, correspondence from the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, and you'll be able to hear from some of those folks today. Of course, all of those meetings are recorded and open to the public. And if you are interested in reading or learning about the history of those Rulemaking Advisory Committee and technical advisory meetings, they are online for your review. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of update on the schedule here. So we're sitting towards, of course, the latter portion of 2020. The rules need to be adopted as drafted in the legislation in House Bill 2001. Those rules that the Commission is setting forth in an Oregon Administrative Rules need to be adopted by December 31st of this year. So that is a hard and fast deadline that we need to be aware of. And of course, those large cities have a year and a half from the end of 2020 to adopt locally compliant development codes. So their deadline for compliance with OAR 660 Division 46 is June 30th of 2022. Next slide, please, Robert. All right, and so this is just a little bit of a reminder again for the Commission and viewers' sake, the difference between the model code and the minimum compliance. There's a framework here that exists for a reason, and they'll just touch on that a little bit. So again, reminder, the model code is a specific set of standards. It needs to be drafted as such in order for the implementation in the case of a city not being compliant with House Bill 2001, the minimum compliance standards, or not meeting the deadline to comply, June 30th of 2022. It's also drafted in kind of a modular, it can be implemented in this modular fashion. So a city could adopt, say, 95% of the model code and then plug in a specific section of the minimum compliance standards that they particularly like, and that can be adopted in that fashion. There's also the minimum compliance standards, and this is where the flexibility for cities really lives. The minimum compliance standards set the floor and the ceiling and the minimums and the maximums and the range of options for cities to adopt compliant development standards, compliant with the intent of House Bill 2001. So of course, both of these, the model code and the minimum compliance standards, have been vetted to be quote unquote reasonable siting and design standards. And the minimum compliance standards are what we will be measuring cities' adopted codes against to determine compliance. So with that, on the next slide, Robert will take over kind of the overview of the 7 major rulemaking highlights as we discussed in September, and then also go through all of the various changes that we've made since that meeting. Thanks,
all
Robert.
right. Thank you, Ethan. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, good morning. My name is Robert Manzolillo. I'm a housing planner here with DLCD, and I am going to go over some changes that were made since the September meeting. But I think I'll start off with this review of these seven major rulemaking highlights that we went over in detail in September. Some of these we'll talk about a little later with some changes, but for right now, I just want to go through this list. So we had first off with that definition of in areas, which Ethan talked about earlier. That was really a key priority for the rulemaking for large cities, is to clarify what in areas means and how it applies to the intent of fulfilling House Bill 2001. And really that definition of in areas touches on all of the other parts here. So we went into master plan communities. We have some changed language here, so we'll go into that a little later on. Minimum lot size, number and configuration of units allowed. That didn't really change a whole lot since September. Parking didn't either. We did receive some testimony on parking, but we didn't change anything with that. Design standards did change a little bit, so we'll go into that a little further down. And then the performance metric approach, we did some analysis there, so we'll talk about that a little later on also. So that is just a refresher on the 7 major rulemaking highlights from September. And here are the list of changes since September. So we received some guidance from Commission in September, and also some further testimony from the public and the RAC and the TAC. So we went and looked at these issues. So in Division 46, we're going to look at some changes made to master plan communities, goal protections. There were some additions there, infrastructure constrained lands, some added language in that one, as well as cottage cluster standards. And then the performance metric approach, we did an analysis, commissioners asked for an analysis of what this actually looks like in a city. So we did an analysis there, and we'll go over some of the results of that analysis. And then alternative siting and design standards, there's some different language in there. So for that portion, I'm going to turn it over to Sean Edging, our policy analyst, to go over that with you. And then for the model code, we didn't really have a whole lot of changes to the model code. One change that we did have was related to the definition of building footprint. We received some testimony from the Home Builders Association wanting to add a little bit of language there. So we'll go into some of the changes there that we made. Okay, so getting into the changes for Division 46, for master plan communities, we'll go with this one first. And these first few slides are just a little background of what we went over in September. So the draft rules allow for large cities to treat master plan communities a little differently than other residentially zoned areas. These plans usually include a mix of different housing types, among residential uses along with non-residential uses. And most are often designed and scaled based upon public facilities, so water, sewer, storm drainage, that the local government has sized to fit the density and intensity of this master plan community. So the section of the rule related to master plan communities is intended to solve an issue for cities as they plan for infrastructure and greenfield development areas. Without giving cities the ability to think critically about the infrastructure demands of these new areas, they will need to resort to providing infrastructure for the highest possible build out. And that could definitely be problematic for cities. Also, the rules are developed in a way that severely limits the potential for a development of a single family detached home only development. So we have this in the provisions in Division 46. So the top one is for already planned master plan communities. And the bolded here are really the parts we want to point out. So for already adopted master plans, the net residential density should be at least 8 units per acre. And then for plans adopted after January 1st, 2021, so new plans, we would like to see a net residential density of at least 15 units per acre. So that 15 units per acre number, that minimum density requirement is high enough that new master plan communities will have at least some level of middle housing development, due to the fact that meeting that 15 units per acre with only single family detached development would be extremely difficult. The lots would have to be very small to get to that number. So some comments received since September noted problems that the draft rule language does not distinguish between housing subject to House Bill 2001 and other housing types, such as multifamily development and manufactured homes in manufactured home parks. Another comment that we received questioned the definition of master plan as we had it defined. Questioning whether it would include a concept plan adopted by resolution, not ordinance, for an area not yet annexed into the city, or whether it would include a community plan that is adopted for areas that are already mostly or partially developed and have existing urban services. So the department proposed modifying the definition that clarifies a master plan is a plan that is adopted by resolution or ordinance as an amendment to the city's existing comprehensive plan or land use regulations, and that it's for areas that are not currently developed with urban intensity residential uses. So we added those clarifying points to the definition section in 0020 and in the development standards in 0205. Ethan, should we take questions per section, or do we want to just go through it and do questions at the very end?
If I may, I was thinking that we would ask commissioners if they have clarifying questions at this point about what the staff recommendation is or along those lines. And then we hear public comment on those areas, and then we come back and actually kind of deliberate. So I would like to open up after each of these to see if my fellow commissioners have any questions about the emerging draft from staff.
Thank you, Chair.
Heleva.
I just wanted to clarify something that I think, but I just wanted you to verify that the intent of changing the wording is to essentially only address master plan communities that are brand new and have no residential services on it, not land that already has like a part of it or you know, that's already served by infrastructure and now somebody's laying over it a master plan community definition. It's really for new.
Commissioner Heleva, yes, it would be for new master plan communities.
Okay.
Other questions? Commissioner Lilac?
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Just a question, will we address Speaker Kotek's letter later regarding the master plan communities and the department's response?
Yeah, I thought we would do, thank you, Commissioner. I thought we would do that along with all the other testimony we've received today. So we put a context around that, yes. And just to highlight for reference for the commissioners as well as other folks that that we did get testimony from a number of folks, written testimony, including the Speaker's office. And so that is on our website if you want to take a look at that. Seeing nothing else, why don't you continue on, Robert? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just had one more question, Chair. I just realized.
Go ahead.
You said it would make it impossible for only single family development. Not impossible, you said difficult. I was looking for the word impossible. You said it would cause you to have very small lots. What do you know the size of that very small lot that would be achieved a single family, exclusive only single family home designation?
Yeah, Commissioner Heleva, I believe it was around 3,000 square foot lot.
It's less than 3,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Why don't you continue on, Robert? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, section 2 is goal protections. Since the September commission meeting, we did some edits to the goal protection section, and this was with conversations with various goal experts. So some of the revisions include with goal 5, natural resources. The revisions are intended to prevent additional development pressure near sensitive natural resources. The section also includes a provision for jurisdictions that do not have goal 5 protections. So that is now included. Goal 6, this revision is intended to better reflect the responsibility local jurisdictions have to fulfill federal and state air, water, and land quality laws and regulations. Goal 9 was added. This came from a comment from the city of Portland. They raised a concern that the need to narrow exemption to limit middle housing development on lands that are zoned for single family detached residential use, but are designated for future industrial or employment uses. So a redevelopment with middle housing for those future designations would be in a conflict with the area's intended future use and comprehensive plan designation of either industrial or employment. And then goal 15, the Willamette Greenway. While the bill does not require addressing this conflict, this section leaves a pathway for jurisdictions to allow the development of middle housing in the Willamette Greenway, provided that applicable standards conform to both ORS 197.307 and Goal 15. So those were some revisions that were made to the goal protection section. And that is the only slide I have for this one, so Chair.
Thank you. I just have a quick question about the Greenway provisions. So there's a pretty wide swath of Greenway on, I think along the Willamette River is, and maybe a couple other rivers, I don't know, but there's also a path requirement. I don't know if it's in all communities, but it is in the city of Portland. So I'm assuming, correct me, I'm assuming that we're not advocating that a path not be built and that sort of thing, and there still be the setbacks for flood control and that sort of thing. So what provisions of the Greenway regulations would we be looking at relative to this rule?
Chair MacArthur, that's a very good question. And if I could, I'm going to ask Sean Edging to address that. He was very involved with the goal protection section here.
Yeah. Thank you, Robert. And good morning, commissioners. My name is Sean Edging. Thanks for the introduction, Robert. So in regards to Goal 15, this was kind of a conversation that we had with our kind of Goal 5 natural resource expert, Amanda Punton. And through conversations, we kind of realized that Goal 15, the Willamette Greenway area, is a great area to have middle housing options and types available to that meet the underlying Goal 15 standards. But kind of an inherent conflict that we saw there was, the prescriptions of Goal 15 set up a very discretionary process around development approval that's related to kind of access to the river, setbacks, that kind of thing, which can create apparent conflicts with our requirements for clear and objective statute. We did not want to prevent kind of pathways to developing middle housing in these areas, but we also recognize that in order to, apply development regulations to middle housing, they have to be clear and objective. So what this Goal 15 language provides is that pathway to do that, provided that standards that are applied are clear and objective and meet the underlying statutory requirement. Does that help answer your question?
Very helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
Your commissioners have questions about goal protections at this point? Seeing none, let's go on to number 3.
All right, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sean, for that clarification. So point number 3 is infrastructure constrained lands. So these are important part of the in areas discussion. While the legislation considered one infrastructure related exemption, the IBTR, infrastructure based time extension request. This provision is intended to recognize the inconsistent pattern of infrastructure development in Oregon cities. Unlike an IBTR where a city is required to formulate a plan to remedy the infrastructure deficiency, infrastructure constrained lands are areas where the city has no real plan to remedy an infrastructure issue. So staff amended language to the infrastructure constrained lands portion of OAR, and this is in 0205, to clarify that a city must provide findings in order to exclude areas from middle housing. It will not be sufficient for a local government to claim an infrastructure constrained area without providing findings demonstrating how the infrastructure limitation qualifies as a constraint that cannot be corrected. And the local government will have to demonstrate that the infrastructure constraint is a limitation that could not be addressed through an IBTR process. So here is, oh, I apologize. I thought I had the language up there. Apparently I don't. So that is the only slide on infrastructure constrained lands.
Robert, this is Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager. If I could just add to that, remember that this provision only applies to the middle housing types other than duplexes. The statute clearly states that duplexes must be allowed on every lot and parcel, regardless of infrastructure constraints. So I think there was some confusion about this in our discussions that this is for the triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters, not duplexes, which have to be allowed on every lot and parcel.
Thank you, Gordon. That's a great clarification. And I wonder, Robert, if you can give us an example or two of what might be considered infrastructure constrained lands.
Yes, Chair. Well, one example that we'll go into a little later on is the City of Albany. We used their data to do some of the performance metric analysis, and they have sections of their city that it's on well and septic, and there really is no plan to extend sewer and water lines there. So that is one area. That's an example of an area that would be considered infrastructure constrained.
And Robert,
yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Ethan.
I was just going to mention, I think you were getting to it, which is the City of Portland example with
Yes.
their network of unpaved roads. So there's miles and miles and miles of unpaved roads in the City of Portland, and paving those and bringing those up to standards would be in the billions of dollars potentially to remedy that. And the city has no plans to make that financial investment to improve those roads. So that would be some sort of infrastructure constraint.
So just to summarize, in both of those examples, duplexes would be allowed. There might be a situation where a community could justify not adding quadplexes and triplexes if it appeared that the infrastructure, I was thinking of the Albany example in particular, if there's no way to service that area but by septic without a great deal of expense. And often that requires the residents themselves to agree to some kind of special assessment, et cetera, et cetera. So there's often no way to really remedy that. But those areas would allow duplexes, just not the quads and the tris. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's important. I think at this point, it's important to note that this is not intended to be some sort of kind of permanent exemption from allowance of middle housing, higher level middle housing. In the language in this area, in this provision, we speak to these infrastructure constrained lands are such that the city has not applied for an infrastructure-based time extension request, and then it cannot be remedied by future development of middle housing on a particular site. So till such time there's this kind of incremental improvement of infrastructure up to the front door basically of that future potential middle housing type, that would be a point in time where that would no longer be an infrastructure constrained land. It would be just a developable piece of land, because the proportionality of the requirements to provide infrastructure for that one piece of land is proportional to the development on that site.
So thank you. And then in the case of Albany, since you mentioned that earlier, what percentage of lands in Albany, at first glance, I know you didn't do a detailed analysis, what percentage of lands might be included in the category of infrastructure constrained lands?
I think Robert actually has that number, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I did do that analysis, and I'm looking through my notes right now to find it. Infrastructure constrained, it looks like it was a total of about 760 lots, and it totaled just about 645 acres. And it was...
And what the percentage would be of all available housing areas?
I think it equated to just a couple of percentage points in the grand scheme of the total eligible lots.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Questions from, Commissioner Heleva.
So obviously I've been involved in this process. I was not on the TAC for this area, right? So I didn't get severely into the details. This area seems new to me for some reason, and either I just didn't realize it and I thought it was the IPTR, and I'm just trying to ground in like when this came up and did I just miss it or is it new? I'm just trying to ground myself in this topic.
Good question, Commissioner Lova. So this is one of the pieces of how we define in areas. And so you might remember hearing terms like the whittle away approach, which is where this comes from. So as we're thinking about how we define in areas, there's a couple pieces to that puzzle. The first is goal protected lands, which is the kind of one whittle tool. And then the second is infrastructure constrained lands. That's the other kind of whittle tool. Kind of creating
so just to clarify, the infrastructure constrained lands you're saying was a concept that was brought on early on, but now it's just defined, or?
No, this has been part of the process since we began the conversation about how we define in areas.
Okay.
I can just ask one other question. The statement, how the infrastructure limitation qualifies as a constraint that cannot be corrected. I think about those areas that are not served by sewer. And if a city cannot demonstrate how sewer is not going to extend to one of these areas for all kinds of reasons, and it's on a septic, and DEQ won't approve a really significant upgrade to the septic system from one unit to serve 3 or 4 or more, just remind me, how does that play out? Because it obviously has to comply with other regulations, other rules, even though it may comply with these rules and with land use.
Good question. I'm gonna summon Kevin Young here. Maybe he can tackle that question, or Gordon.
Sure. I'm happy to do so. So my understanding of how that would operate is those limitations that would occur in those areas. So if you're not able to get septic approval for additional dwelling units, or your well isn't of adequate capacity to serve more dwelling units, that will serve as a limiting factor in terms of development that can occur in those areas. And for that reason, that's why we're talking about single family or duplex allowed, because clearly the statute requires that. But the more intensive housing types under those circumstances really don't make sense.
Yeah, this is Gordon. There may be all sorts of, Commissioner Lilac, there may be all sorts of individualized reasons unique to a parcel or a series of parcels, such as the inability to perk a septic system that would prevent someone even putting a duplex on a piece of property, even if the zoning did allow it. And that's true of a lot of other things that are at least theoretically allowed by zoning, but not when it comes to practical limitations on a particular parcel or area.
But thank you. Other questions? I can't see everybody on my screen, so I don't think there are any, so I will ask staff to continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair MacArthur. So next up, we have cottage cluster standards. The minimum and maximum number of cottages in a cottage cluster development has been an ongoing point of discussion by advisory committee members. And staff has stated that the minimum compliance standard should not allow a large city to institute an unreasonably high minimum number of units for each cottage cluster development. And the minimum compliance standards should provide guidance to large cities on how many cottages should be allowed around a single common courtyard. So here on this slide, the language underlined has been added. So we can see a large city is not required to set a minimum number of dwelling units in a cottage cluster, but if it chooses to do so, it may require a minimum of 3, 4, or 5 dwelling units in a cottage cluster. So the city can choose 3, 4, or 5 dwelling units as their minimum. And then on the next slide, we have part B to this, which is a large city must allow up to 8 cottages per common courtyard, subject to the applicable siting and design standards provided in 0220 through 0235. So this is saying that a large city must apply up to 8 cottages per common courtyard. If they go beyond 8, they then have to provide for another. They have to provide another courtyard for more cottages to cluster around. And so those are the changes to the cottage cluster standards.
Thank you, Robert. Questions from commissioners about this standard? Seeing none and hearing none, why don't you continue to number 5?
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to get into the performance metric approach and the analysis we did here. So as a refresher, this is some of the language from the performance metric approach. Cities and counties can apply different minimum lot sizes or maximum density standards if they can show that 80% of lots allow for triplex, 70 quadplex, 60% townhomes, and 50% for cottage clusters. And then we also have this provision, 75% of lots in each census block group must allow at least one middle housing type other than duplexes. Those still must be allowed on every lot and parcel. That 75% is just to get at an equity, an equal distribution of lots of middle housing throughout the city. And here we have a comparison of the minimum compliance versus the performance metric approach. So the minimum compliance was more towards a square footage. So triplexes are allowed, and it says 5,000 square foot. It's a little more nuanced than that, but 5,000 square foot is the number. And then for quadplex and cottage clusters, it was 7,000 square foot. And then townhouses are a little different. The average may not be greater than 1,500 square feet. That takes into account end lots or corner lots, which may be a little bigger than the interior lots, but the average of the townhouse development should be 1,500 square feet. And then the performance metric approach, as I just mentioned, has these percentages associated with the middle housing type, the higher middle housing type. So when we presented this in September, Commission asked staff to conduct an analysis to determine if the performance metrics were workable and if the percentages needed to be modified. So the analysis, it gave staff an idea of how the approach could be used to determine where middle housing is allowed in the city based on the minimum standards and the performance metric approach. And what we did was we chose to analyze data from the cities of Albany and Beaverton. And I want to say thank you to Jeff Blaine from Albany and Brian Martin and Rob Zoller from the city of Beaverton for meeting with us and sharing some GIS data with us. So much of this analysis was actually done for the September meeting, and it's in attachment J. It was an analysis of most large cities in the state and how the tax lots broke down by size. So percentages of tax lots, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 square feet and larger. Those percentages are there, and I believe they're also in the staff report. However, this analysis that we did refined that a little more by taking out tax lots in the floodplain and some of these infrastructure constrained lands. And what we found out was that taking out floodplain and infrastructure constrained lands really only accounted for a few percentage points difference between the two data sets. So what you have in attachment J is a very good representation of the allowable units for the city. And some of the GIS data that we used here, we used zoning data, we used tax lots, Gulperton's 100-year floodplain. That was really the only one where middle housing would be restricted. So that's the one that we used. And then we have these infrastructure constrained lands. The city of Albany had that readily available. They had it in a zoning designation. The city of Beaverton didn't have any infrastructure constrained lands. So for Beaverton, we just went with the 100-year floodplain, which was the tax lots that we removed. So getting at some of the results here. So you can see for the city of Albany, for triplexes, the performance metric approach at 80%, lot sizes over 5,000 square foot that had the floodplain removed and the infrastructure constrained lands removed was at 88%. So that was a little higher. For quadplex with the 70% performance metrics, we can see that lots over 7,000 square foot were at 56%. So that was quite a bit lower. And then for cottage clusters, same 7,000 square foot level. So that's still 56%, but you can see that the performance metric approach has that at 50%. So that was almost even, but a little lower with the performance metric approach. And then looking at the city of Beaverton, we can see some differences here between Beaverton and Albany. A little bit lower for lot sizes over 5,000 square feet compared to Albany. They're at 83%. Albany was at 88%. For quadplexes, lots over 7,000 square feet were 66%. So that was quite a bit higher than what you saw in Albany. And same for cottage clusters, lot sizes over 7,000 square feet, 66%, but that's quite a bit higher from what the performance metric has at 50%. So in summary, looking at this analysis that we did, we can see that for triplexes, 23 of the 24 cities would allow triplexes on more lots under the minimum lot size approach. That one city that wouldn't is Portland, and that really shouldn't be a surprise because they have quite a few small lots. For quadplexes, it was split. We had 12 of the 24 cities would allow quadplexes on more lots under the minimum lot size approach, while the other 12 would allow more on the performance metric approach. And then for cottage clusters, this was very similar to what we saw in triplexes. 23 of the 24 cities would allow cottage clusters on more lots under the minimum lot size approach. Again, that one city would be Portland, where they have quite a few smaller lots. So this brings us to a few options that we discussed after looking at this analysis. Option one would be to leave the performance metric approach standards for middle housing as they are with the percentages, leave them all as they are. Option two would leave them as they are for triplex, quadplex, and townhouse. However, we would increase the percentage for cottage clusters from 50% to 70% to match the performance metric percentage for quadplexes. And The increase here is related to the correlation of the minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet for both quadplex and cottage clusters in the minimum compliance standards. The functional difference in terms of space and developable land needed for all required site features between a detached quadplex development and a cottage cluster development of 3 to 5 units seems to be marginal. And if a detached quadplex can be built on a 7,000 square foot lot, given the footprint limitations and design efficiencies in cottage cluster developments, it seems likely that there's a similar potential that a property owner could develop a cottage cluster on that same 7,000 square foot lot. So then our final option here, option number 3, it moves away from the existing tiered performance metric approach and would be more equitable in balancing the performance metric approach and the minimum lot size approaches for a city. So instead of allowable performance metric percentages that tier from 80, 70, 60, 50, option 3 would be based on existing percentages of eligible lots of 5,000 square feet and 7,000 square feet. So in this option, the city knows precisely the target percentage of lots that needs to accommodate triplex, quadplex, and cottage clusters. So using Albany and Beaverton analysis as an example, option 3 would change the acceptable performance metric percentage for triplex from 80% to 86% in Albany and 83% in Beaverton. The city specific percentages of eligible lots for 5,000 square foot and above. And for quadplex and cottage clusters, option 3 would change the acceptable performance metric percentage from 70% quadplex and 50% cottage cluster to 52% in Albany and 66% in Beaverton. So that 52% in Albany, that would account for quadplex and cottage cluster, tying it to that 7,000 square foot level, square foot lot size, and the 66% in Beaverton, again tying it to their percentage of 7,000 square foot lots and above. So the advantages of this option is first that it removes the issue where in some cases the minimum compliance standards would allow less middle housing compared to the performance metric approach. We saw some of those discrepancies in the 2 comparisons of cities. Secondly, it ensures that at a minimum, cities are required to achieve at least the same amount of middle housing allowances as is acceptable under the minimum compliance standard. So it's not about the performance metric getting more housing compared to the minimum compliance. They are equal at this point. But this is also the disadvantage of this approach, that it would significantly limit cities' flexibility in making the decisions as to where to allow various types of middle housing. And then here is this diagram that we had in September also. This shows the different paths to compliance for cities. And that is all I have for the performance metrics. So, Chair, we can take some questions or comments here.
Thank you, Robert. That was a great explanation, and I really appreciate the extra effort staff went to do the case studies, and thanks to those communities. It always helps me to see how things play out in communities, so that was useful information in our staff report. Commissioners, any clarifying questions, thoughts about metrics? Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Just one quick question, that was really fantastic, super helpful. Again, given all the materials we have about this topic in our packet, and I was going back and forth between listening and looking at the staff report. Can you just remind me one more time why it is, given all the pros and cons of each of these different scenarios, why staff recommends proceeding with option 2? Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Lilac, thank you for that question. Let me go back up to the slide here. So for option 2, we're recommending this one based on the fact that cottage clusters, increasing cottage cluster from 50% to 70%, we really decided that there's no functional difference between a detached quadplex and a cottage cluster development. And if a developer can develop a detached quadplex on a site of 7,000 square feet and 70% of lots, there's really there shouldn't be any limitations to developing a 3 to 5 unit cottage cluster on that same size. So we didn't really see, we couldn't see it as to why the percentage should be lower at the 50% level.
And Robert, if I could add to that. So the difference, there's that difference between option 1 and option 2. And I think that makes a lot of sense in favor of option 2. There's also the comparison between option 2 and option 3, which changes the tiered system from just 80, 70, 60 to a more real extrapolation of the existing lot sizes in the city. And so what we show in option 3 is that it ups the amount, generally it ups the amount or the allowance for triplexes, but brings down the allowance or suppresses the allowance for quadplexes and cottage clusters. And that suppression of cottage clusters and quadplexes is really why we leaned into option 2, and that's why we're recommending it. So is that a trade-off that the commission's willing to make to see a higher allowance of triplexes and a lower allowance of quadplexes? Or sorry, did I say that right? A higher allowance of triplexes and a lower allowance of quadplexes.
Thank you, Ethan. Commissioner Waring, did that answer your question, Commissioner Levack?
Yes, thank you. That was great.
Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, thanks for the great presentation. That's really helped to clarify a lot of questions I had already. So thanks for covering those. My question is really kind of more, I guess, philosophical at this point, and it really is based off of a comment you made, is that it's why do cities need to decide where middle housing goes? I mean, obviously we have these infrastructure restrictions, but other than that, I'm having a hard time imagining why it's advantageous for a city to be able to decide where middle housing would go. To me, that sounds almost like, kind of systematic gentrification, if you will. So I just want to hear your feedback on that question.
Yeah, Commissioner Warren, thank you. I'll add a statement and then Ethan can add more. But I think what we heard from cities is that they wanted the flexibility to kind of choose where middle housing would go. We heard that in the beginning we had our whittle away approach, and that encompassed a large part of available residential land. And we heard from some cities that it shouldn't include that much, because that's not what was that wasn't the intent of the bill. It didn't, as it did with duplex, where it says every lot and parcel, that didn't say that for the higher middle housing. So I think these approaches were formed to give cities flexibility to pick where middle housing would fit their city the best.
Yeah, and then
I wanted to, maybe you were going to point this out, Ethan, but there's the equitable distribution part. So you couldn't just say all of it goes here and there's all these neighborhoods where it's not going to go there. It had to be equitably distributed throughout the city. So that kind of negates or helps to mitigate the concern you had about, is it forcing it into one area? Well, I think of it, you were saying force it into one area. I think of it the opposite, where it says, oh, this area doesn't need to have it.
Yeah, and I think Commissioner Lova and Robert bring up the core issues, right? And so cities feel that, and I don't want to speak for cities, and I know that there's some city representatives that are scheduled to provide public comment, but our sense was that cities feel like they're entitled to that flexibility in the letter of House Bill 2001. And so going with this initial whittle away approach where you have goal protected lands, infrastructure constrained lands kind of off right at the gate, there is some additional flexibility that they feel they're entitled to determine the where, the how, and how much of higher level middle housing, because that language of in areas is undefined in the bill. And so paired with that, that raised some concerns on behalf of staff about, we don't want to be preserving these exclusive neighborhoods. And so to kind of remedy that, we've included, just as Commissioner Halova mentioned, is this equitable distribution provision, which would require 75% of lots to allow at least one higher level middle housing type across the city. And so, getting those to a point where this performance metric approach provides that flexibility, but also requires accountability on behalf of the cities, is why we've gone with the performance metric approach.
Yeah, Commissioner Warren, this is Gordon Howard again. I just also want to point out that the flexibility, when you look at it, is fairly limited. When a city has to allow triplexes on 80% of all the lots in the city and quadplexes on 70%, they're going to be, that flexibility is still going to result in these higher order middle housing types being allowed on frankly most lots in the city. And we tried to start thinking about other reasons that might be legitimate why a city might want to not allow a certain type of middle housing type on land. Like I said, we may get some testimony today, but the ideas or the thoughts or the possibilities are so numerous that it would be hard to enumerate them. One example we had, for instance, that was given to us by one city was that they might want to limit townhome development on certain areas because those tend to be more for sale units, and they might want to preserve that might lead to gentrification in that area if existing units were replaced by luxury townhomes that were not affordable to a lot of population. Now, whether that is, we can all judge whether that's a legitimate concern or not, but that's an example of the kind of thing that a city might be looking at in the future. And so that was the idea behind the flexibility in the performance metric standard.
Any follow-up question, Commissioner Warren?
No, thanks for answering that question. It's just, like I said, more philosophical. So just trying to wrap my head around really what is the complaint and the desire for these cities to have this ability to decide where it goes, just so I can help to decide which option I prefer.
Great. And along those lines, I was going to suggest, well, we have written testimony on this, but we also will hear from several folks. And when those folks are talking, if they have an opinion about the performance metric approach, it might be helpful for you to indicate if you're talking about option 1, 2, or 3, just to keep it straight in our minds so we know where you land on those issues. So we'd appreciate that kind of specific feedback. Any other commissioners have a question or comment about item number 5 here?
Go ahead.
I have a quick. Yeah,
yes.
I have a quick.
Okay. Sorry, did not see you.
So I'm just trying to understand this kind of, I guess, like kind of on the ground here. So I'm looking at the table you provided on page 4, right, of the analysis, and so if you look at Portland, it says for the triplex the performance metric is 80%, but then if you look at Medford, it's also 80%. But those cities are so different. Like, can you walk me through why they're the same, or how do I best understand the nuances, between cities?
Yes, Commissioner. So the 80% for Portland and Medford for triplexes, that would be as part of, let me scroll up in the slides here. So that would be the statewide percentage for cities. So 80% for triplex, 70 for quadplex, 60 and 50 on down the line there. So it would be applied statewide to large cities themselves. The chart that's in the staff report, which is I think the one you're referring to, that shows the difference between that set performance metric, and then the percentage of lots that actually meet the square foot level. So for 5,000 square foot for Portland, I believe it was pretty high.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that helps. Thanks.
Okay.
Great, thank you. I think we can go on to alternative siting and design standards.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Let me scroll down there. And for this one, I'm going to ask Sean Edging to come back to the presentation and go through these slides for you. And
Yeah, thank you so much, Robert. I really appreciate that. And good morning again, commissioners. So the reason I'm kind of stepping in for the sixth element is because I was very kind of steeped in a lot of the conversations that were happening around the alternative siting and design standards section. So what I'm hoping to kind of walk through you guys in just these next couple of slides is, what was this kind of original intent behind the draft that was available in September for this provision? What is some of the feedback that we've heard in terms of how this provision does and doesn't work? And then of the options that we provided for you folks today, what do each of these options kind of achieve in terms of their kind of intended outcome? So to start just kind of with the original intent, really this alternative siting or design provision, existing alternative siting or design provision, was intended to answer the question. We have a lot of jurisdictions who had taken on the work before there was any kind of legislative requirement to implement middle housing, to undergo a process, very intense public processes to develop siting and design standards around middle housing to allow them in areas, again, before there was any kind of requirement. And with the adoption of these rules, what happens to those standards if say, for example, they're not in compliance with the options that are provided in Division 46? Do they essentially have to go back to the drawing board and develop new sets of standards that are in compliance with Division 46, kind of nullifying the previous process that they had done on that? And the kind of intent behind the provision was to say, all right, if you are an early adopter and you've done this work beforehand, and you can reasonably demonstrate that there's some kind of you're getting results as a result of these kind of codes that you've adopted, then realistically, at a minimum, you should be able to kind of continue application of those standards in the areas where they currently apply. And then say for the new areas where you're going to allow middle housing, then those have to be in compliance with Division 46. In addition to that, we've also heard some feedback from planners at different cities. One prominent example is the city of Hillsborough, talking about design standards, in that, a lot of the public processes really focused on how middle housing types look and fit into the context of neighborhoods. And they have these design standards that, again, have kind of undergone this very intense public scrutiny. And, because our rules, understandably, limit the options that cities have to regulate design, is there any kind of way that early adopters could take these design standards and apply them to other zones where they're implementing middle housing ordinances? And so the kind of intent behind there was to provide a little bit of additional flexibility to say, okay, with design standards, with a few limitations, you can take those standards and apply them to other zones if you can demonstrate substantial production. So that's kind of the original intent of the bill. Now, of course, that makes a pretty clear distinction between what a siting standard is and what a design standard is. So it became pretty important to actually clarify what those terms mean. And so, Robert, if you could move to the next slide. So it became kind of necessary for us, and necessary just throughout the entire division, because we regulate siting and design standards differently in terms of what options you have to regulate each one. We felt that it was pretty necessary to actually have kind of a clarifying distinction between each of these two. So we developed these kind of definitions to really distinguish and clarify what a siting standard is and what a design standard is. And Robert, if you can move to that next slide. So for siting standards, these are standards that are related to kind of the position, bulk, scale, or form of a structure or any standard that makes land suitable for development. And for most of the standards that we've talked about during this process have been siting standards. If you can think about, say, minimum parking standards or setbacks or height or FAR or building coverage, all of those things that really relate to kind of the structure and position of, say, a dwelling unit or of buildings on a particular site, or say public facility standards that get land ready for development functionally. Those could be thought of as siting standards. Whereas design standards, on the other hand, are much more related to kind of the arrangement, orientation, materials, appearance, articulation, or aesthetic of features or elements on a dwelling unit or accessory elements on a site. So really it's not about, say, the position of where a unit is, how much space it takes up, but really much more about the kind of appearance of it. What does the facade look like? What are kind of pedestrian connections between areas on a site? What does, say, a common courtyard or open space look like on a particular site? Things like that. And design standards, as you can imagine, is a pretty expansive set of standards that includes a lot of things, many of which we might not necessarily have good categories for. I think an example of an emerging design standard is related to kind of accessibility of units and visitability standards that really get at, hey, can this unit be accessed by people, say, who might be living with a disability, for example. And so, and Robert, if you could kind of move to the next slide, that second piece to kind of think about design standards and giving cities options to regulate design really is born out of how we regulate designs in the model code. We need to have some kind of provisions around unreasonable cost or delay. And for siting standards, we do that very well. We have very discrete standards that say, you know, it's this many parking spaces, it's this much setback, it's this much coverage or this much height. But when it comes to design standards, we don't have as good of a framework for defining what exactly is unreasonable cost or delay, because there's a lot in the universe of design standards that exist, and it's really difficult to gauge where is that line that causes unreasonable cost or delay. And so what we've attempted to do is provide some options that can give cities certain abilities to regulate design, and they include anything that's in the model code, because these are kind of pre-vetted standards that really get at design, and of course anything that's less restrictive than standards in the model code. But then as you move down, your options become more limited. So you can apply standards, design standards to middle housing that apply to single family detached dwellings in the same zone. But there's a limit to that. If you, say, want to apply an open space standard, you can't scale that by the number of dwelling units on a site. You can scale it by form-based attributes, say facade or floor area, things that relate to kind of the form of the structure rather than the number of dwelling units. Because if you scale by dwelling units, that tends to create much larger burdens for middle housing, which have, of course, more dwelling units. So that's kind of the limitation there. And then once you move away from that, the only options that are really left available are this provision, the existing alternative siting or design standards for early adopters, and then other alternative standards, which is essentially an unreasonable cost or delay test, where you list out what is everything in terms of additional cost that this standard creates, and how does that compare to the intended outcome we're trying to achieve. And because, as you can imagine, there's a wide amount of diversity in what that could be, this standard is very discretionary and doesn't give a lot of certainty that if you, say, implement a particular design standard, that wouldn't be challenged, say, in a court of law or through appeal. So it doesn't provide a lot of certainty for local jurisdictions. And so, Robert, could you move on to the next slide? So functionally, we had this kind of provision that was intended to, provide a path for early adopters to kind of continue applying their siting standards, and for design standards to be able to use those for new middle housing types. Of course, we've kind of heard a variety of interests and commentary and feedback on this section. One of the most prominent is the actual use of the metric itself. It was based on kind of comparing the existing permits of middle housing to the permits of single family detached dwellings. And that seemed to create kind of an issue because, you could have, say, a small city that doesn't produce a lot of single family detached dwellings. And if they produce even, say, 1 or 2 triplexes, they would easily meet that threshold. And so it became clear we kind of needed to better adjust the metric to reflect 3% over 20 years. And in addition to that, there's question too as to whether that percentage, that 3% over 20 years, is an appropriate metric to be using in the first place, because it is related to kind of how cities think and plan for their H&As in light of House Bill 2001. There's specifically kind of this concern that, does this open a pathway for local jurisdictions to kind of meet a test that functionally allows them to kind of undermine the pretty, decisive and forward-thinking provisions in the administrative rule, which is something that, of course, we would want to avoid. And then similarly, too, does this provision take away kind of one of the underlying kind of core features of House Bill 2001, which is to say to local jurisdictions, yes, you can regulate siting or design, but if you take it too far, there's a chance that you can be appealed or sued. And does this provision, by providing this safe harbor, remove that ability to kind of keep local jurisdictions liable for ensuring that they're doing their due diligence and preventing unreasonable cost or delay? And then finally, one of the biggest ones that we found is that a lot of the cities that we were intending to try to accommodate with this standard weren't actually able to use it. I think one of the best examples of this is the city of Portland, who just recently implemented the residential infill project. And part of the standards that they have applicable there are some really good design standards that get at, say, visitability and accessibility of units, but that's not something that's included in the model code or applies to single family detached dwellings. So really their only option is this kind of discretionary other alternative standards. And they didn't have, say, because this bill hasn't really been, or their provisions haven't really been implemented yet, they don't have any production data to demonstrate substantial production as of yet. So they weren't even able to use this standard. And so we were thinking, how can we craft this rule to better kind of get at both of these things, this kind of, on the one hand, this flexibility in design standards and opening up a kind of a conversation to understand what is unreasonable cost or delay with design standards versus, also avoiding unreasonable cost or delay that might happen and, say, meeting this 3% threshold and then, implementing these standards that actually do cause unreasonable cost or delay. And so what we did is we developed 3 options that kind of get at each of these features. And Robert, if you could move to the next slide. All right, so, Ethan kind of brought up a really good analogy for how you could think about each one of these options. If you think about a door, especially a door with a screen, there's kind of 3 states that door could be in. The door could be open, the door could be closed, or there could be a screen door that allows some things through. And I really like that analogy for talking about this. And so I'm going to start with talking about the open door, option 1. And functionally what this does is it changes the substantial production metric to better reflect this kind of 3% production of middle housing over 20 years. And it establishes a check-in of substantial production that ties to the performance metric. So every 6 to 8 years, when you do your H&A, you'd have to do this kind of check-in to make sure you're actually achieving substantial production. So there's this kind of continuing expectation of ensuring production, so you don't set these in stone. Additionally, we kind of indicated it was pretty important to continue limiting the application of siting standards that could cause unreasonable cost or delay. So we want to make sure that those have to meet a very high bar for substantial production before they can continue their application where they exist. But for design standards, recognizing that we kind of limit the options to regulate design and don't have very good parameters around what causes unreasonable cost or delay, there's this question, should we have this additional conversation about what design standards do cause unreasonable cost or delay and what standards, actually achieve really good results? For example, that visitability standard that, is not in our model code right now, because then later on, we could either incorporate these into the model code or cities, they can demonstrate, all right, we're achieving some kind of production here. That would allow us to kind of continue application of these standards. So option 1 is kind of that open door. It allows for both siting and design standards to go through. And I like to frame things in kind of a graphical format. So Robert, if you could move to the next screen, I've kind of drawn out what your options are if you're going the alternative route at all. For both siting and design standards, as you can see, siting is in yellow and design standards are in green. And let me know if you can't see that. But the intended pathway, say if you're an early adopter, that's going to be the top path. That top path is, if you're an early adopter, you can go under this existing alternative siting or design standards. And for siting standards, you have to demonstrate substantial production right at the at the time where you submit your standards, and you have to meet that substantial production. And then continuing on from there, you have to continue to meet that periodically when you check in essentially with your H&A or once every 6 years. For design standards, on the other hand, the door is more open. So if you're a city that is an early adopter, you can continue the application of those design standards and this kind of opens the opportunity for us to engage in conversation with these folks to figure out what does and doesn't work in the realm of design standards. And then similarly, as with siting standards, they would still have to periodically demonstrate that 3%, that substantial production, that 3% over 20 years, as they kind of continue on with it. And so, are there any? Actually, I'll wait for questions until the end. But let's move to option 2. Option 2, I like to think of as kind of the screen door, where it more restricts what comes in and out, but it still kind of allows for some of this conversation to happen. So I think one of the situations that we would want to avoid, it's kind of an unlikely situation, but it is technically possible under option 1, is let's say there's a city that applies a really rigorous parking standard, say 14 minimum parking spaces for, say, a quadplex, which is actually a real standard that applies. I forget which city it is, but if they can meet this kind of substantial production test, does that mean they can actually continue applying that standard, even though we all kind of recognize that 14 parking spaces is pretty significant for a quadplex to meet? And so there's this kind of question, what is the appropriate use of the standard? And so what option 2 does is it preserves that ability for us to continue the conversation for design standards, to really think through what causes unreasonable cost or delay, and are there things we can incorporate into the model code to give cities options to regulate design. But it removes the ability for them to continue application of siting standards, because that is really where a lot of unreasonable cost or delay can happen. And we define very well in the administrative rules what causes unreasonable cost or delay with siting standards. And to demonstrate that graphically, Robert, if you could move to the next slide. This pathway, if you take a look at the upper level, the early adopter route, you'll notice that siting standards are removed from that. That is no longer a pathway that you can consider as an early adopter. You have to meet Division 46. But for design standards, this pathway allows kind of that continued application, but in the future, you're still going to have to demonstrate some kind of substantial production, that 3% over 20 years. And this is to kind of ensure there's still that accountability in place, so these standards would sunset over time if they're not actually achieving results. And then we can have conversations with these cities about what is working and what isn't working with these design standards and develop better guidance over time. All right, and then option 3. And option 3 is really, if you think about a door being closed, this is the removal of the section altogether. The kind of underlying argument for this is, do we want to provide this safe harbor that functionally takes out a city's liability if they do something that is potentially unreasonable cost or delay with regard to siting or design? Does this remove that ability for them to be legally challenged functionally and held accountable through the courts? And so the underlying rationale of option 3 is, no, we don't want to do that. That's an underlying core component of the bill, and uncertainty is supposed to be an inherent and kind of built-in function of that. So by removing this provision, what that functionally does is, for these early adopters, they still do have a path. It's through the kind of the unreasonable cost or delay test, that other alternative standards section. But what they don't get is they don't get certainty that their provisions won't be challenged. Say, for example, City of Portland, functionally what they would have to do is demonstrate that the visitability standards don't cause unreasonable cost or delay, but if somebody disagrees with them, they can be challenged and appealed. So that is kind of the outcome of option 3. In terms of which one we recommended, we felt that option 2 really opens this conversation up for kind of thinking through design standards and balances both of the interests of preventing unreasonable cost or delay, but also providing some flexibility options and opportunities for future conversation. So that's kind of my overview. And Robert, if you can move to the next slide, just demonstrating option 3. This one's the simplest graphic. It just kind of removes that early adopter option and leaves the alternative siting or design standards path in place. And so are there any, oh yeah, apologies.
No, you're great. Thank you. Very thorough explanation. I very much appreciate that. How many communities are considered early adopters?
Yeah, so there's only a handful of communities that have developed codes that were kind of preceding House Bill 2001. A few good examples include the city of Bend, the city of Tigard, and the city of Portland. As for putting a number on it, it's actually a little bit difficult to do that because there are some cities, say the city of Corvallis or the city of McMinnville, that do have a couple of zones that allow for middle housing types, but they're not exactly early adopters in the sense that, you know, their other single family neighborhoods allow middle housing options. So it's a bit of a blend.
Okay, thank you. Questions from fellow commissioners?
Chair, there are no hands raised.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Great, thank you. We can go on to changes to the large cities model code.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sean, for that explanation. So changes to the large city model code, we really only had one. We received comments from the Home Builders Association requesting allowing an exemption in building square footage for an attached garage. And the definition of building footprint in the draft model code states that attached garages and carports are included in the building footprint calculation. And this only applies to cottage clusters, which is the part that they would like to see a change implemented. So the Home Builders Association in their testimony recommended that up to 400 square feet of attached garage space be exempt from the 900 square foot footprint. And that 900 square foot building footprint is in the definition in House Bill 2001. So that is what that is the mandate for building footprint for cottage clusters, 900 square feet. And by not including garage floor area in the footprint calculation, it would excessively limit the remaining floor area that is available for living space. So staff is proposing to exempt up to 200 square feet for an attached garage carport space from the maximum building footprint, but still included in the overall floor area calculation. So 200 square foot, 10 by 20 is typical for a one-car garage. And the total floor area of the cottage would still be subject to the maximum average unit size of 1,400 square feet overall for the cottage. So that would be, if a cottage wanted to go to 1,400 square feet, it would be a two level, since there is that 900 square foot building footprint maximum. So that is the only real change to the large city model code.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, yes, please.
I'm just trying to follow what you said. The home builders wanted to exclude the garage completely, just the idea of a garage, from the minimum footprint. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
But you guys have said you're going to exclude 200 square feet. Could you say that again? I'm trying to understand that.
Yes, Commissioner Hova, the home builders recommended exempting up to 400 square feet for the attached garage space, and we decided to go with an exemption, but we reduced it to 200 square feet.
Okay, so if it was a 400 square foot garage, it would eat into the 900 of allowed footprint.
That's correct.
Okay, right. That makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. And Robert, have you, are you, have the home builders weighed in that they feel like this is a good fix in this response to their request?
Chair MacArthur, I believe we're going to hear testimony from the Home Builders Association today. So perhaps they can address that.
Thank you. And have you heard any other comments about this from other folks besides the home builders?
No, we have not.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any hands. Oh, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm just wondering, because I see a relationship between this and then the off-street parking. And so I'm wondering if you could speak to that relationship a little bit. And then could there be an argument made that if we wanted to discourage, auto dependency, we would include, you know, um, the square footage into the definition there? Can you speak to that?
Yes, Commissioner Sandoval, thank you. Yeah, so we didn't really touch on parking much in this presentation, but the parking for cottage clusters is, I believe it was one space per unit. I may be mixing that up with the minimum compliance, but yeah, garages weren't addressed in the model code. It was more of a parking was removed from the actual unit itself and put into its own space on the lot. So this would then put the parking into the garage attached to the unit itself.
Chair, can I add? To me, I read it as if a developer wanted to add, and the way it's written now, right? If a developer wanted to add a one-car garage, it allows them to still have the 900 square foot. If they wanted to do a one-story, it allows them to have the 900 square foot footprint. It doesn't like penalize the footprint by the fact that they want to add one garage.
Right.
That's how I see it. And that seems to be a compromise between, wow, you can have the footprint and have a two-car garage, which seems a lot for me. And we can talk more about later, but this seemed to be a compromise between either you got to fit your garage into, a small square footage, or you get to do whatever you want with a garage. It seems to be in the middle.
So can you also help me clarify, understand? So if it's just a gravel parking space or, asphalt parking space, it's treated differently than a building?
Chair MacArthur, well, if it was just a parking space, it wouldn't impact the building square footage, where if a developer was proposing to include a garage or a carport, it would eat into that 900 square foot building footprint. So what the Home Builders Association was recommending was that up to a certain size, they proposed 400 square feet would be exempt, so that you would still have the full 900 square foot building footprint for a livable space, where if we're just talking about an uncovered parking space, it wouldn't eat into any of the building footprint.
Thank you. And I know we'll hear from Ellen Miller later, but I'd be curious to know, I think what I see is it provides the developer some flexibility given market conditions for that particular unit to offer a garage versus just a space next to the house. So I'm kind of open to this idea, very much so, but we'll have to hear from the home builders and others. Other questions from commissioners on this one? Okay, I think we can go on to, is it off-street parking? What is
Chair,
it?
I had a question. Sorry, this
Yes, Commissioner Warren.
The way I look at this is the legislators set 900 square feet for a reason. And my assumption is that reason was to try to maximize the number of units that could fit on available lands. And so if we start cutting into that space, it really has an overarching limitation on the number of potential livable square footage available to people. So I'm cautious about going to 400. I can see how working with a 200 would be okay by my standards, but as I do appreciate that it's going to basically limit that 900 square feet. So that's kind of my thought process there, is that I do think that the 900 square feet was picked for a reason, and so we have to keep that in mind.
Right. And Chair MacArthur, if I could kind of respond to that a little bit. Great, thanks. So without any kind of exemption on garage, city or a developer is still limited to that 900 square feet for the building footprint. So if they wanted to include an attached garage in that cottage cluster unit, that size of that garage, whether it's 400 square feet, 200 square feet, or 800 square feet, whatever it is, would, there's a direct correlation there with the remaining amount of square feet that can be in a livable format. So if it's a 200 square foot garage and we don't exempt it, then there's 700 square feet left for livable space in that building footprint. So by exempting that, you maintain the 900 square feet for livable space, while allowing that attached garage configuration. So that's the conversation that the home builders were wanting to have.
Any follow-up question, Commissioner Warren or others? Seeing none, thank you. Let's go on to off-street parking.
Chair, actually, we don't have any changes to off-street parking.
Of course, you mentioned that. Sorry.
And that's okay. And that was the only change to the large cities model code. So now we have some topics for commission direction. If there are discussions to proposed changes to Division 46, more discussion on the large city model code, or any other provision of model code or Division 46 that commission would like to discuss.
Thank you for the clarification, Robert. I appreciate that. So staff has done a great job of describing these categories. Before we actually go to any more serious conversation among commissioners, I think it's appropriate to hear from the public. I do, though, there is a supplemental staff report on CC&Rs. Could Gordon or somebody else reflect on that?
Regarding the CC&R issue, the two items we got from comments were, first of all, that we should require local governments to document the CC&Rs in their communities, and secondly, we should consider restricting the use of existing CC&Rs that limit or prohibit middle housing. Usually they're the kind of CC&Rs that say, one single family home on a lot or something like that. On the second issue, I would defer to Steve and Erica on terms of legal issues, but generally the idea of invalidating existing CC&Rs, which are contracts between private parties, property owners, is a difficult and fraught idea. There are obviously CC&Rs that have been essentially invalidated, rendered unenforceable, such as the restrictions, the former racial covenants that were on many properties in the early 20th century. So those were invalidated as being unconstitutional. But for something like this, when you're getting into trying to invalidate or render unenforceable a contract between private parties, it's always going to be a legally fraught situation. And then secondly, the legislature in House Bill 2001 made a clear distinction. It made future such contracts, CC&Rs, unenforceable, but it did not try to invalidate existing CC&Rs that limit the housing types. So that's fairly clear legislative direction that we got in House Bill 2001. And the idea that if the legislature decided not to do it, that the commission should do it, is something I would, Steve or Erica might comment on in terms of the legality of doing that, but certainly the wisdom of doing that is, given that legislative direction, would be something that would cause pause. The second item, in terms of cities trying to document these CC&Rs, is a pretty complicated business. We saw it happen with the city of Bend, as was pointed out in some of the written testimony you received several years ago. And that was a matter, I think that, there was some question, I had some problems with the way the letter characterized why Ben did this. Ben did this on their own volition because they were trying to prove a point that they had to expand their urban growth boundary by a larger amount because of those existing CCNRs. What they found is a pretty complicated and difficult process. These CCNRs are embedded in property deeds that would have to be researched, thousands of such property deeds around the city. And secondly, there is some question about CCNRs, whether they are even enforceable in the future. Many moribund CCNRs have not been enforced, and courts are often through private actions, if they do come up, will not require them to be enforced if they've been not enforced in the past. So there are a lot of complications. And the final point is that CCNRs are not something local governments should be enforcing or being involved with anyway. They are private contracts between private parties, property owners or others. Cities are not supposed to be considering them when they do zoning, when they do land use decisions. And so really it's not a good practice for us to get cities involved in trying to enforce or document or figure out, whether they are enforceable or not, because it's not up to the city to make that determination. It's up to a court of law if those documents come under litigation. So really that's our staff response, is not to get into for the commission to get into CCNR issues as part of our rules for this matter.
Thank you, Gordon. I appreciate that. I would agree. I think it's would be worthwhile to take a serious look at CCNRs in various communities across the state. I think it's well beyond the scope of this rulemaking exercise. It's a complicated thing. It's legalistic, but I think it's worthwhile at some point to think through that. I off though, Steve, Shipsy, or Erica to comment if you have any thoughts about this topic.
Hi, this is Erica. I agree with what was already said. I think that it's a complicated issue. And given the direction from the legislature, I think that the legal concerns kind of align with the policy concerns that were laid out. It's probably not the appropriate time to try to invalidate those.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say that I would want express direction from the legislature on that point if an authority to do so in the rules before we took that up.
And I guess I would question if the legislature does take this up, whether or not we are the right agency with our rulemaking authorities to actually take that up. So I'd want that to be considered in the legislative forum if they decide to pursue this. So thank you, everybody. It is time for a break. We will take a 15-minute break. When we come back, I'd like to start off with former Chair Litz and Commissioner Halava, since they were the liaisons to this effort from the commission. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Thanks very much, staff. Great job.
Are we recording right now? Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet.
So this is Esther. So we're not recording, but we are streaming on Zoom.
Okay. I didn't know there was a difference between those two. Good to know.
My apologies. Chair MacArthur, did you, for returning from break, I didn't catch the return time. Was
11,
that
11:25? I think is right. You already have. Yes, thank you.
okay?
Thank you. Sorry about that. So I think, I guess we don't have other commissioners though.
Okay. The time is 11:27, and I do show Commissioners Warren, Commissioner Sandoval, Lilac, Halova has joined, and we do, let's see, so we do have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I would like to continue on with public comment. We have quite a few people that have signed up to testify, so please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Ms. Taylor is going to be our timekeeper. I would like to start out though by welcoming former Chair Litz, as well as Commissioner Halava to comment on this first before we go into the broader public comments. So Chair Litz, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. So this has been a marvelous project to work on, very complex, obviously, and also very ambitious, and appropriately so. Those of you who had a chance to read my written comments probably had 2 questions. One is, why didn't Jerry address any of the big policy issues? And 2, why did he bother us with all this nitpicky stuff about definitions? And the answer is, on the policy matters, I really defer to staff and the RAC members who have deeper and broader expertise than I do. We had a terrific discussion. Staff listened very carefully, and staff, frankly, worked their tails off. And I just had such confidence both in the quality of the RAC and the TAC and the process that we followed that I'm just confident with the outcome. So as a result, I kind of reverted to my lawyer editor role and just went through and found a number of little things where I thought, this isn't clear to me. And, I think a minor tweak on the policy here might be helpful. So why did I bother the commission with those things? And the answer is, I anticipated that the commission might want to send this back to staff for other reasons, policy reasons, things that have come up in other public comments or where the staff has presented several options for you. If you are sending the rules back to staff to reconsider more significant topics, I would just suggest you might also ask them to look at the things that have been raised, that I raised in my email, because I think those would answer some questions, prevent some future problems, et cetera. Make just a couple of comments on policy issues. The CC&Rs issue, I agree wholeheartedly with the advice you've gotten from DOJ and Chair MacArthur's comments. The other is you've seen some comments about the legislative intent. And again, this is really a DOJ question, but my sense is that the legislative intent should be embodied in the terms of the bill. And when the bill contains a broad concept like in areas, that is in effect a delegation to the commission to flesh out the meaning of the statute. So I don't think you should, I think you should preserve your discretion to deal with that. And with that, my 3 minutes are up, and I appreciate the chance to comment. Thank you.
There we go. I was muted. So thank you, former Chair. Let's really very much appreciate. I did read your technical amendments, and I think they're really good. So I appreciate both that as well as the policy perspective and all you've done to provide us some guidance from and be a connection between us and the RAC. So thank you. Questions for former Chair Litz? Seeing none. Thanks, Jerry. Always great to see you.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see all of you.
Commissioner Halava, I would, if you'd like to say something, we'd like to give you a moment to do that as the other commission liaison to this effort.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to agree with former Chair Litz on his assessment that we had a lot to deal with at the beginning, right? Lots of topics, policy and details. And the group has sort of brought it down to where it is today. And I'm very proud and happy with where it is. And I also relied a lot on staff, especially for this topic, because I wasn't on the TAC. What's great is they all got these details onto paper, and now it's sort of sifting out some items that maybe, like for me, example, didn't really notice before. Suddenly I notice it now, or, details that still need to be resolved. So I think that's a good sign, because we have the structures right, and just a couple things have fallen through the cracks, and we just have to say, is this what we want to do, or do we want to do something different? I think some of the areas got more complex when trying to solve, they kind of fell out, and then once they got identified, they got very complex. And so a step back, and that we're going to hear comments and we're going to talk about it again, is the step back to be like, okay, did it get too complex? Do we need to rein it back in? So I have strong opinions on all of the topics that we've been asked to look at. And some of those I feel like are almost new to me, because now that we're to the details, they feel new. So I will respond to those during deliberation. Oops, sorry about that. During deliberation. But the comments I would make at this time were the comments I made before about how awesome the RAC was and the diverse set of opinions. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we can go now to open it up to public comment. And I believe the first person listed on there is Mayor Callaway from the city of Hillsborough.
Thank you very
Mayor.
much. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair MacArthur, and thank you, commissioners. I appreciate you welcoming my testimony, and in some cases, welcoming me into your homes to talk about housing. I'm happy to be here today representing the city of Hillsborough and to voice our support for the proposed Oregon Administrative Rules Division 46 for middle housing as applied to large cities. As I expressed in my letter to the commission at your public hearing in September, we greatly appreciate the LCD staff's responsiveness and their professional approach to this rulemaking process, and we're pleased to lend our support to the final product. In written testimony, Hillsborough's planning director, Colin Cooper, laid out some of the reasons for our support, and I'd like to give you a little more context today for our position. Hillsborough was an early adopter of middle housing to ensure we provided diverse housing for our diverse community. Most of our residential zones have allowed for some types of middle housing development since 1963, including duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes. As a result, Hillsborough now has over 6,000 dwelling units that meet the HB 2001 definition of middle housing. An example is in my neighborhood, which was developed in the 1980s, and there's a large cluster of duplexes among single-family homes, and all are within walking distance of our downtown and 3 public schools. And I've observed over my 25 years in this neighborhood how the mix allows individuals and families to grow and evolve. People have upsized and downsized. They've moved from duplexes into single-family residences. Sometimes they move from 2-story to 1-story, and large lots to smaller lots. And it's nice to know when you see people moving that they aren't necessarily moving out of the neighborhood. The siting and design standards that are already in place in Hillsborough have resulted in a robust mix of housing. And as we continue our work toward compliance with HB 2001, we seek to further improve upon those siting and design standards by reducing regulatory barriers to the production of middle housing. We expect this to result in increased opportunities for the development of middle housing across our city, but most dramatically in traditional single-family neighborhoods. increasing housing choice and expanding housing opportunities, particularly affordable housing opportunities in areas with greater access to jobs, transportation, schools, and parks is a priority for my community. And I understand and witness this firsthand as a principal in our city, where families have a challenge of finding stable, affordable housing in a location that is sometimes close to the school where their children are already located and learning. And as a planning commissioner, city councilor, and now as mayor, I've been a consistent advocate to provide more housing choices for our community. So I support the creation of more opportunities for adequate housing that's affordable for existing and future residents. And we will work at the local level to address these real and serious problems. And I encourage the commission to support our work by adopting the rules today as written and presented by DLCD staff that provide multiple paths to the successful implementation of HB 2001. And thank you for the extra few seconds.
Of course. Thank you, Mayor. I realize it's kind of a quick time frame for commenting, especially when you have so much to offer from the city of Hillsborough. But I really appreciate the voice you've given to Hillsborough and the community in terms of kind of what happens on the street. I really like that, like hearing that. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Mayor Boy?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn it over then your development director, Colin Cooper.
Good morning, Commissioner MacArthur and Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. It's always a hard act to follow the mayor because he speaks with passion for his community, but I want to thank some of the members that have made this possible. I specifically want to thank the LCDC staff, Ethan and Sean. You heard their fantastic presentations and under the leadership of Gordon Howard. I want to thank Commissioner Halova and former Commissioner Litz for their co-chairing of the Rules Committee. I think they set the tenor both for the collegiality as well as for all of us to push our assumptions and to share our perspectives. I want to thank, of course, my fellow RAC members. And I think we always respected one another's perspectives and roles in the committee. We, as the mayor has just described, we support the recommendation as your staff has presented to you. We believe it's very important to maintain some of the functionalities of flexibility in these rules. We think that this allows future communities to, across the state in the large city category, to ensure that if they come up with a good idea that they'll have the flexibility to provide that. I think with regard to master planned communities, it's incredibly important for the communities such as Hillsborough, where we've put in a very complex finance plan for our South Hillsborough growth area that we're able to plan confidently into the future. If we don't have some of the tools that are included in this rulemaking, it's a much greater challenge for us to set SDC rates. We don't want to strand capital. We don't want to, in fact, do anything that could potentially actually increase the cost of housing. We want to do quite the opposite. With that, I will end my comments and thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. As long as you're on there, earlier, you may have heard Commissioner Warren's question about the need for flexibility at the local level. And so since you're actually doing this work in Hillsborough, can you offer some enlightenment on that? In what ways does a community need flexibility to really implement these provisions?
Well, I recall that the commissioner's question was specifically to the performance metric component of these rules. And I will tell you that the city of Hillsborough is not intending to use that component. So I can't speak to it with specifics for my community, but I can say that we support their inclusion because there are other cities that advocated very strongly for them. And I think it just creates the form of flexibility that all the cities already within the Portland metropolitan area are trying to achieve middle housing. So I apologize, I can't be more specific, but we do support these tools as written and presented.
Thank you very much. Questions from commissioners of Mr. Cooper? You're shaking your head no, thank you for that visual cue. Thanks to the City of Hillsborough, both of you, appreciate it very much. The next person signed up to speak on my list anyway, hopefully I have the right list, is Mr. Lazo from the Fair Housing Council of Oregon.
Good morning all, and thank you for having me. Good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. My name is Alan Lazo. I'm the Executive Director at the Fair Housing Council of Oregon. I'll open by going back to Ethan's comments about this process and just say, wow, 365 days? How time flies when we're having fun, or maybe that's just COVID time these days, right? But we really are so grateful to DLCD staff for their professional guidance that they've given us throughout this process, and to all of our colleagues that have participated in this rulemaking process. This really is a moment for us to celebrate as we're so close to the finish line on implementing the legislative vision of HB 2001 to open housing choice and housing opportunities to so many members of our communities throughout the state. It's been really encouraging to remind ourselves again of that intent of 2001 and how consistently that theme has played out among those around the rulemaking table and right through to this hearing with all of you today. So also, this is a reminder that that intent has been the basis for the work that this coalition that we brought together of RAC, TAC, and other stakeholders that are offering these comments. Our emphasis in this iteration of comments in the letters that we sent around is really around where rulemaking diverges from that original intent of this legislation. And as noted in the speaker's comments in her letter to you from her office that align with the concerns that we have, namely around those areas around first the exclusion of master plan communities, as well as the infrastructure constrained lands, so that those are actually not contained in the legislative intent. Also, we concur about the comments that were related earlier about concerns over the covenants, that while they may not be addressed here, should be addressed in some continuing context about the exclusionary practices in housing. But most notably, we're concerned about the implementation of both the performance metric standards and also specifically the proposed safe harbor for substantial production, that 3% in that into alternative design standards. Again, our intent is really asking about how do we balance this desire for flexibility that cities are asking for while continuing to make sure that that flexibility isn't an open door to perpetuating racial and economic segregation in our cities. We do not make this statement, as we said in our letter, lightly, and we don't underestimate the value of the RAC, the TACs, the staff at OHCS and DLCD, and our colleagues. But again, we know that, that this proposal, while it's admirable and represents a significant movement forward from past housing practices, we recognize that we've participated in this process in good faith, but came to the conclusion that these specific elements do not align with that original intent of House Bill 2001. So thanks very much for considering our letter and our concerns, and for having me here this still the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lazo. Really appreciate it. And folks, you have a couple of different pieces of written testimony from Alan and that whole group. So hopefully you've had a chance to read that. It's really helpful to have it clarified there. Questions from commissioners? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Lazo. Very much appreciate your participation in this very important effort.
Thank you.
I have a delayed question, Chair.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. I was curious on your thoughts on specifically on the master plan communities, given that it's only for new master plan communities, and also given that there are density requirements that would essentially cause middle housing to happen. Why you still feel strongly, I guess, that that does not meet the intent of the middle housing?
Yeah, I think it's, thank you, Commissioner Holowach. I think it's a combination of both meeting legislative intent and not having a specific exclusion around that, while also, and I think it goes back to the intent of not including that, around creating essentially a loophole potentially for the use of master plans as a means to exclude. And again, we certainly recognize that in most cases is not the intent, but we want to make sure that that doesn't become an opportunity to do so. And there's just the potential for that to exist. And even though it applies to new master plans, it's not clear how that would play out. And I think some other folks from our group are going to speak on that more in detail later. Thank you.
Thank you. That actually, I have a follow-up question. It may be for you, Mr. Lazo, but it also probably is for staff. But since you're here, I'd like to have your perspective on it. I'm trying to clarify in my mind whether the master plan community provisions for master plans going forward is really an exclusion for master planning, or if it is a clarification of how that tool might be used, the tool of a master planned process and result, if the regs are designed to direct that tool to have similar outcomes to where we have in non-master planned areas.
Yeah, that might be a question for staff more about the details, but I think it is sort of both, right? I think it is an attempt to be that tool, and I think the question is whether or not that parallel system for master plan communities accomplishes that, or does it leave open the possibility for exclusion? And that's the question. And again, the underlying legislation doesn't necessarily provide direction for the department or the commission to do that.
Thank you. Other commissioners have questions for Mr. Lazo?
Thank you.
Puppy barking that wants to testify.
You don't want him to testify.
Oh, that's your dog, right? That's fun. This is why this kind of Zoom situation can be fun sometimes too. Seeing nothing else from my fellow commissioners, thank you. And we will go on to the next person who has signed up, which is Mr. Willingham. And there is there's some written testimony in your file as well. And if you're teed up, Mr. Willingham, we don't hear you, so you may be on mute.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you, Chair MacArthur, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I'm not with an association. I am a board member of my neighborhood association, but I'm not speaking on behalf of them. I have a very real world example where I think that sometimes in city planning, we become very myopic in looking at the lot of land as opposed to the neighborhood and the services that provided. And this may have been covered. I have to tell you that I'm a complete novice in land use, and I liken it to trying to homeschool yourself on brain surgery. Probably not the best thing to do. But what I want to talk about, the development that somebody is proposing to put in would be a 9 fourplexes on a 1.5 acres land on 2 streets, on a corner with 2 streets. One street is so narrow, it doesn't even have lanes drawn on it because they would be too small for cars to drive between the lane, within the lane. The other lane is a collector street that goes from the property to an arterial street. It also, the white line painted on the side of the road is sometimes painted on the dirt because the pavement doesn't go far enough. There are no storm drains, there are no sidewalks, there are no parking, off-street parking. People park in their yards to not park in the street. I am concerned about, and as my neighbors who testified or who provided testimony to stop a rezoning effort testified, is that we already live in unsafe conditions on this road, and many people use this road to walk their dogs, their children play. any number of things, and adding more traffic and less parking is not going to solve that problem. It's going to force someone. I've added pictures in my written testimony that I wish you'd look at to see and consider. In this case, I'm just asking you that, considering the neighborhood and the infrastructure that's available other than sewer and water, but look at the safety issues as well, is important as we move forward, because that was our main opposition to a 36-unit apartment complex, and now the developer is proposing 43 units under House Bill 2001. So, and we think people are going to, there's an increased risk of harm that could come from this. So we're just asking you to consider that.
Thank you, Mr. Willingham. I appreciate you being here today, but also the written testimony in our packet. That's always helpful to have that as well, especially your graphics. Commissioners, any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you. And we'll go on to the next who signed up. And that is Mary Kyle McCurdy from Thousand Friends of Oregon.
Good morning, Chair MacArthur, members of the Commission. My name is Mary Kyle McCurdy, Deputy Director at 1000 Friends of Oregon, and I represented 1000 Friends on the RAC and tax. And I repeat our great appreciation for the staff and fellow RAC and TAC members. We have submitted testimony as part of the group that Alan Lazo testified on behalf of. But we speak today to emphasize our opposition to two aspects of the proposed rules, in particular, the master plan communities and the alternative siting or design standards. We understand that a motivation behind some of the proposed rules is a desire by cities to have flexibility, enough flexibility to not have their decisions appealed. However, that is not respectfully our view of what the role of this commission is. And the way to achieve not having an appeal of one's local decisions is frankly to fully implement 2001 and not try to find a different, and in some ways we think lesser path around certain aspects of it. Guiding our evaluation is the direction of Goal 10, which has remained unchanged since 1974 and actually does mention people. It says cities shall provide zoning to meet the financial needs of all Oregonians in flexibility of housing, location type, and design. So turning to master plan communities in particular, and that might be the only one I get to in this 3 minutes, we appreciate that staff has continued to try to narrow this exemption, and we've spent a lot of time examining it, but our bottom line is it is an exemption from 2001 and it is not provided for in the bill, as Speaker Kotek pointed out in her letter. The rules provide that for master plan communities adopted after January 1st of 2021, they would be allowed to cap the overall net residential density at 15 units per acre. That's basically a 2,500 square foot lot. That's a duplex. That is in effect a regulation that would deter the development of middle housing beyond that cap, and that is quite clearly in conflict with Section 2.5 of the bill. And as such, that cap could greatly reduce the potential for higher level middle housing that you saw illustrated so well in the staff analysis of the performance metric approach in Albany and Beaverton. And the proposed rules actually do provide a safe harbor for master plan communities that have already been adopted but are not fully built out. And that cap would be 8 dwelling units per acre, which again is a single family house on a 5,000 square foot lot. The cities raised the concern that they need these master plan community options because they're concerned about projecting the need to provide adequate infrastructure and services. The cities raised those same concerns during the legislative process, and that was dealt with in the bill through the provision of infrastructure-based time extensions. That is the process provided to them. If there is a demand for middle housing beyond the 15 units per acre, the city should be projecting and planning for that, including infrastructure, and not trying to limit demand through an artificial density cap. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kyle. And because you ran out of time, I think we do want to hear about your other issues. So I'll ask you the question, what was the other thing you wanted to say, and take some time to let us know what that is.
Thank you. It was on the alternative siting or design standards where we have supported option 3, which would eliminate the proposed subsection 1, which would allow continued use of alternative siting and design standards, and still allow subsection 2, which would which therefore does not nullify any city's existing siting and design standards for middle housing. It simply allows them to prove up, to demonstrate that they actually comply with House Bill 2001. That is our preference. We've described in earlier letters why we think there is no legal authority for the substantial production, the 3%, et cetera. So I don't want to take up your time with that unless you have more questions. But we do think the option 3, eliminating 0235 subpart 1, still provides cities the option to prove that their existing any existing siting and design standards that they want to use qualify under House Bill 2001.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you being here. And questions from Commissioner Halava?
I guess my question is, if the planned master plan communities and the future master plan communities both had a density of the 15 units per acre, do you think that would go okay? And I think the fact that after the master plan community is built, then it can be redeveloped, each lot or can be redeveloped in a increased middle housing way, right? It's not set in stone. It becomes a regular part of the city that can grow like a regular part of the city. If those two things were together, would you still feel the same? The 15 and
Thank you for the question. Our concern is primarily on the future use of master plan communities that are capped at 15 units per acre. The provisions for allowing basically existing master plan communities that still have some vacant land in them to proceed as they were already designed, as long as they meet at least 8 dwelling units per acre. That's quite low, but it's not clear how many of those there are existing. Our concern is about the future use of those, where we know there is a substantial amount of land in some cities that could be basically capped at 15 dwelling units per acre. And to us, these are the primary areas, where the potential lies for more of those higher level middle housing, because you can plan the infrastructure now. And
yeah, for some reason, and maybe I'll ask staff, it was my understanding that once that new master plan community is built out with that 15 per acre, let's say, after that point, it becomes a regular part of the city, and it can be each lot or whatever can be redeveloped in a higher than 15 unit. So there's no cap, basically.
Yes, Commissioner Halava, that's true, but we know that that's probably a few generations of people down the line, for the time when one is actually going to tear down a house and build something else.
Just asking about the word capped. Capped sounds like forever.
Right, I think it's effectively capped for the lifetimes of probably all of us on this that are engaged in this now. And again, we don't think there's any authorization for it in the legislation. And again, if the issue is the provision of infrastructure, particularly for those going forward, that's what cities are supposed to be doing, projecting the likely needs, population, and matching that up to housing for infrastructure. And this statute provides the infrastructure-based time extension. Your staff is also providing another infrastructure release valve, and therefore, and again, this is something that was brought in the legislative process and was not included in the bill, other than the infrastructure-based time extension. So we think this is potentially capping a lot of potential future upper middle housing, as demonstrated by the staff's performance metrics analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, thank you, Mary Kyle, for participating in this conversation. And excuse me if you already answered this question, but is there a number you'd be comfortable with being capped at?
Commissioner Warren, I don't see the need for a cap. But I will say that at 15 units per acre, as your staff said, that's somewhere under 3,000 square feet, depending on what you assume is the percentage taken out for, roads and such. That's roughly 2,500 square foot lot. That is, in our view, unambitious, and we don't see a need for a cap if there is a demand for something more than 15 units per acre or 20 or 25. I think I'd be just arbitrary in stating something now. So sorry.
Okay.
I guess there is a cap by going up to quadplexes, townhomes, and cottage clusters. I mean, the bill actually just addresses a certain range of middle housing.
And follow-up question, Commissioner Warren, or okay, other commissioners?
I had a question for staff, just because it's right now on my mind.
Yes.
Could you remind me, somebody on staff, if the 15 is a minimum or maximum?
This is Gordon. Commissioner Holova. It's written that the master plan would have to be planned for a minimum density.
Okay.
An acre.
One point of clarification there, though, it says that the city can put a cap as long as that cap is at least 15 units an acre. So they could put a 20 unit per acre cap if they so choose, but they can't go lower than 15.
Okay, thank you.
And just to follow up on that, the reasoning behind that cap, Ethan, is?
Yeah, Gordon could probably speak to that a little bit better. The 15, using the 15 units an acre.
Well, the number that I think the 15 units per acre, we did some surveys of recently adopted master plans around the state, and found that a lot of them had come in at a little lower than that. The example that you've heard about in previous hearings, the Villa-Bois development in Wilsonville, which I just checked and is a total of 13 dwelling units per acre, and the plan has 47% of the units as detached housing, 20% middle housing, and 33% multifamily. And once again, that's an example, and that's a density that's lower than the 15 units per acre cap that would be a minimum. That would be not a cap; it's a minimum that would be set in this rule. The other thing we looked at was the fact that Metro requires, when concept planning for areas added to an urban growth boundary, that city's concept plan from going forward with a minimum density of 15 dwelling units per net acre. So that's where we got the number from.
If I, as a member of the RAC, can chime in on this, I think, and as someone who was involved with passing HB 2001, if cities were doing an adequate job now in providing all the housing of the different diversity of types and affordability that people needed, we wouldn't be here today. And a commitment that the RAC made was that we're not going to be doing business as usual. So I respectfully say that I think looking just at the past is not why we're here. Thank you.
Yeah, that's valid. And I think when we go to consideration as a commission, I just want to make sure I appreciate and understand the master planned process. It might have a bad rap, probably because generally in the past people have thought of master plan communities as those that are more expensive, and so I think we want to make sure that master plans going forward are diverse and provide an array of housing supply, and meet their required quotas, if you will, for the city as a whole to provide that housing for people that work and live there. I think that we'll hear from Miranda Bateshaw later from Wilsonville. I think she might be able to shed some light on how that works and why a master plan process has some benefits. I'd like to hear about that later. So thank you. Any other questions for Kyle? Thank you very much. Next person on my list anyway is Ellen Miller from the Home Builders.
Hello, Chair MacArthur, members of the commission. I'm Ellen Miller with the Oregon Home Builders Association. Wow, what a year it has been. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, to serve on the RACs and the TACs. And I really want to thank you for providing the leadership and the resources to make this rulemaking process possible. I also want to say to Ethan, to Kevin, to Sean, to Robert, to Samuel, to Casaria, everyone behind the scenes, thank you for your patience, hearing our concerns, and being respectful every step of the way. I cannot exaggerate that enough or put a point on that enough. Commissioners, because of this team, you have a draft that is in a good shape in front of you. And before I talk about our remaining concerns, I do want to address your question, Chair MacArthur, about the garage exemption or the square footage exemption for garages in the cottage clusters. The home builders absolutely support, and we're happy to see that addition or that change in the model code. So thank you. We are very happy with that. And you are absolutely right to say that this exemption will provide more market flexibility. And we felt that since the minimum standards did require one parking spot per cottage cluster, we thought that this was really a good compromise. So thank you. So quickly, I'll just go through our remaining 3 concerns. I did submit a letter as testimony that you can see online. The performance metric approach, in this approach to the in areas or where middle housing will be allowed, the home builders continue to prefer the whittle away approach that we were working on during rulemaking. But speaking directly to the performance metric approach, you, the commissioners, you can make a determination on whether the percentages are right-sized based on that great staff analysis of Albany and Beaverton, but we still don't know the restrictive covenants impact on those percentages. So we ask, if you are going to allow the performance metric approach, please consider option 2 with an amendment that would require cities to reevaluate siting and design standards if restrictive covenants further reduce lots allowable greater than around 10%. For design standards, the model code, we realized, really cannot provide incentives to build these units. So we really, throughout the process, encourage the design standards to be as permissible as possible. We did submit our kind of red lines and comments for the record. So we ask that you continue to consider those if you revisit the minimum standards. Then at last, real quickly, goal 5 protection on page 1 of attachment B, 100-foot riparian setback. We understand the reasoning between we understand the reasoning behind including this, but we do not feel that we oppose it because we don't feel that it aligns with really the legislative intent or the general rule that we use during rulemaking that standards for middle housing should align with single family housing. And we feel that this standard would exceed the standards for single family housing. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
It's always so fast. I thought I had it under 3 minutes.
Also, I noted that you deviated and answered my question in the garage, so I gave you extra time.
Thank you.
Yes, but thank you, and thanks to everyone who's so succinct. We have a lot of people to go through, and I want to make sure everyone has a chance to comment. Questions for Ellen?
Commissioner Lilac has his hand raised.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And Ellen, you addressed a question that I had earlier and almost asked earlier, and I was going to ask later, but since you raised it, I'm going to go ahead and just ask it now, and maybe this is for you and or for staff. But my question is, it is that relationship between the performance metrics, which provide cities more flexibility, and the covenants and restrictions in HOAs. And just so that I understand this correctly, a city could, and I'm not suggesting that, I don't want to suggest anything, but a city could, for example, say the 80% that are eligible lots are, and they just include all of those HOAs that have one single family dwelling per lot, and then artificially, I hate to say it like that, but then exclude 20% potentially of a part of the city that would be ripe and eligible and maybe more appropriate for middle housing, but it's now off the table because they've said that those HOA areas are restrictive. Alternatively, they could, of course, say we're going to take the 20% and we're going to eliminate the HOAs in those areas with restrictive covenants, and they could say the other areas are eligible, which would then potentially maximize it. But if I understand this relationship, it could go kind of either way, given the flexibility with the performance metrics. Am I understanding that correctly?
At least from our concerns, you're understanding our concerns, but I would like staff to respond to that and how the equity analysis calculation could either help with that or what we, and I put this in our letter, we're concerned that even the equity analysis might not address this issue.
Right. Thanks, Commissioner Lilac and Ellen, for bringing that subject up. That is exactly the issue that comes to the fore when you're thinking about how CC&Rs and the performance metric approach interact. So in a scenario where a city goes through that analysis to determine where the CC&Rs exist, they could, in theory, set their zoning standards in a way that would functionally dilute the impact or the intent of the performance metric approach, those percentages, those thresholds. That is the key issue. However, the analysis that would be required of a city to do that would be cost and time prohibitive, not saying that it is fully prohibitive in that manner, but I think there is a little bit of a safeguard there to address that. And then addition on top of that is that equitable distribution, which would say, try to spread middle housing across the city in a way that does not create these kind of pockets of middle housing on their face in terms of where they're allowed through the zoning code. Of course, there are still the CC&R issues where that could, again, dilute the effectiveness of that entire approach.
Any follow-up question on that, Nick? Did that answer your question?
It did, thank you. And Ethan, the way you captured it better than I did, the way that it would dilute the available land, and I appreciate your also reminding me about the equitable distribution. Very helpful, thank you.
Did Commissioner Warren, do you have your hand up on this one? And I just didn't see it.
No, Chair, there are no other hands up.
Thank you, Casaria. Thank you very much, Ellen. Appreciate it. Next is Miranda Bateshell, City of Wilsonville.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair MacArthur and Commissioners. My name is Miranda Bateshell, Planning Director for the City of Wilsonville. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. The City of Wilsonville is committed to equitable housing outcomes, and we are honored to participate in what is a major milestone in our unified efforts to provide housing opportunities for all Oregonians. The city is proud that over half our housing supply is in the form of multifamily units, and that the vast majority of our residential areas are not governed by exclusionary zoning rules and do already have a mix of housing types. We've been doing this work, and yet we do strive to do more. Earlier this year, we adopted our first equitable housing strategic plan. We have spent a lot of time thinking about the potential for middle housing in specific existing and future neighborhoods. In older residential areas, we're likely to see additional ADUs and tear downs with replacement of newer middle housing. In existing suburban large lot neighborhoods, small changes are likely to occur with infill and development of middle housing in back or side yards over time. And then there are new urban areas, which have been discussed at length already today. These areas hold a multitude of opportunities for middle housing. This last area leads me to reiterate Wilsonville's appreciation of the special consideration for master plan communities in new urban areas. We encourage the Commission to keep this language in the adopted rules. Redevelopment and greenfield development present very different opportunities and constraints, and as such, we apply different planning approaches. We need certainty on right-sizing infrastructure to keep SDCs and housing costs down as much as possible. During the legislative process of House Bill 2001, which we participated in as well, It was edited to provide all middle housing types in areas zoned for single family residential. This was a change from on each lot, and it was in part in order to reflect this concern, which was different than the IVTR process for existing developed areas. The rules for new master plan communities do help us have this certainty, and they are not an exemption or an exclusion, just a different approach for the particular needs of new urban areas. The rules set density requirements that ensure they will not be single family only areas, and thus they do comply with the intent of House Bill 2001. In fact, we see the vast potential for middle housing in new growth areas, which will develop housing at a faster rate given their size and less constraints. These new urban areas provide us an ability to do more in areas than in areas dependent on spot redevelopment that may see only incremental change over a long period of time. We can not just allow middle housing, but ensure the significant production of it. Because of that, the City of Wilsonville has suggested one additional edit to the rules for your consideration, which is outlined in our letter in Exhibit 2 of your packet. This minor addition to the rules will allow cities to require a developer to include a diversity of housing types in a master plan area. The reason is a single developer may be developing 20 to 50 acres of housing all at once, which is very different than single lot infill. If we allow all housing types on all lots, we may end up with the same type of home across a large landscape. Even if it is middle housing, we may see nothing but townhomes, for example, when cottage housing or horizontal duplexes or quadplexes could help us better meet the needs of an aging or disabled population. Cities need to be able to plan for housing to reflect actual housing needs, and not all middle housing types meet the same needs in a community. Just one final note. For years, we had pressure in Villebois to build row houses and single family, rather than providing the broader housing diversity that the plan and code called for. We cannot rely solely on the private sector to build the diversity of housing types that we need and want. Allowing all types and all lots will ensure that we are not being restrictive, yes, but allowing us to require a diversity of housing types will also ensure that more of the middle housing types are built. Thank you for your time and consideration today. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Miranda. I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate your point that development is, there's different techniques to use to foster development in greenfield areas versus redevelopment. They're very different, probably skill sets from all the folks around the table, especially developers. So thank you for that. Questions from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I just want to say thank you to the City of Wilsonville. I should have expressed my appreciation earlier to Colin and Mayor Callaway, and we've heard about City of Bend. So many cities are on their way to supporting and facilitating the development of middle housing already. So it's so helpful to have some of our cities really showing great leadership in this already, and clearly we're in another phase of that process. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Other commissioners?
Commissioner Halova.
Oh, Commissioner Halova. Can't you see? I can't see you.
That's okay. I just wanted to thank you, Miranda. That was really compelling, your testimony. That's the best way for me to say it. I just like that concept, and I'm trying to get my head around it regarding, requiring a mix of diversity of housing types, because you're right, in a certain cycle, in a certain location, it might make sense from the development perspective just to do one thing. And that doesn't necessarily, that's great if you were looking at it as a whole and you kept it as a percentage of the whole area, but not necessarily great in a specific community for meeting different people's needs. So yeah, that made me think a lot. So thank you.
Well, thank you. It is something we see often, that once a house plan is approved, the developer wants to use it as much as possible to get the most for their money, which is understandable. But we've often tried to include these requirements for diversity, even sometimes just within design, so that we don't have the same exact house on every lot, on every block. It's important to have.
Very good point. Looking to other commissioners for comment or questions. Seeing none. Thank you, Miranda, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Thank you, commissioners.
And I think
Chair, I actually had another question for her. I had to digest for a second. I knew there was a question there. I was just trying to be like, what is it?
Yeah.
Given everything you said, what do you think about the current master plan, this 15 cap and
not a cap.
Yeah, or not a cap, but this 15 minimum, but the city could make it a cap.
I thank you, Commissioner Hulava. We at the City of Wilsonville, we're not concerned with that minimum 15 dwelling units per acre. We actually, I wanted to note that in my last analysis with Villebois, at least at construction now, we're at a net density of 14.7 dwelling units per acre. So it's something that we're comfortable with. We may even go higher. I think for us, it's the ability to allow for some type of assurance at the initial development of the master plan area. So having some ability to have some sense of what's going to develop over the full area and what those infrastructure needs are, and plan adequate infrastructure. And then we can even plan that infrastructure for a slight increase for when these lots do potentially redevelop 20, 30 years down the line to even increase their density. But we have at least a baseline that we can plan for. We don't want to plan too high and have the infrastructure cost so high that the housing never gets built, or that the housing that does get built is far too expensive. So it's really for us about having some certainty just at that initial construction, and then being able to move forward from there. But we're happy with the 15 dwelling units per acre as a minimum.
Thank you.
Chair, I had a quick question. Okay. Hello?
Yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I just wanted to know like how many master plan communities you currently have in your city, or just approximately, and whether those master plan communities have shown like the mixed housing types. Yeah, that's all.
That's a great question. Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. So currently right now we have the existing Villebois master plan community that is already been adopted and it's 80% constructed. So that would fall into that first sort of category, which has a minimum density of 8 dwelling units, which, as I stated before, we are far above that. There's a broad mix of housing types in that neighborhood. It has a village center with a mixed use commercial core with high density residential. It's 4-story buildings around that village center. And then there's a transect of density. So it's at the highest at that around that commercial core, lower density on the edges, particularly as you get close to the rural edge, which is adjacent to Villebois. We have all different types of housing types there. We have carriage homes, we have duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, row homes that are both attached and detached, sixplexes. There's supported housing in there, affordable housing, multifamily. There's also single family detached, and that single family detached ranges in lot sizes. That community was specifically planned to have a broad mix of housing types and to also plan the housing types and the densities around amenities. So some of the smaller lots or the more dense housing is closer to a lot of the regional parks that are provided within Villebois or adjacent to the commercial core and transit services. And so we did that very intentionally. We're very happy with the result of Villebois, and is one of the lenses that we used in thinking about the language and these rules, particularly around master plan areas. This in terms of how many we have. Currently, we are now looking at the other side of our city to our next master plan area, which is the Frog Pond area. We have a concept plan adopted for 3 neighborhoods in Frog Pond, and essentially the area that we'll be looking to master plan is 2 of the 3 that were just brought into the urban growth boundary this last cycle. So really there's just 1 area that we'll be looking to apply this to moving forward in the future. There could be more if there are additional urban growth boundary amendments, but really the master plan provisions would only apply to those new areas that are brought into the urban growth boundary. And so at any given time, a city probably only has one or two of those, whereas the rest of our city, all of the other standards that would allow all the housing types on every lot would apply, because they would be really looked at from an infill and redevelopment perspective and not from this kind of onset of brand new neighborhood urban growth boundary planning. And with that, I would note, just based on some of the earlier comments, that because it's happening with the provision of a new master plan for a new urban area added to an urban growth boundary, there is a requirement for us to do consistency analysis when we adopt those master plans. We're going through a legislative process, and all of that information goes to the state, and we have to do a Goal 10 housing analysis. And all of that requires both partnership with the state and then also being open to the public. So there is this this checkpoint essentially on this master plan provision. It's not a loophole. There's an opportunity for participation to ensure that our mutual goals for middle housing are being met in these areas, and that the cities are meeting those density requirements and are meeting the intent of providing middle housing in those areas.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Miranda. A good question, Commissioner Sandoval. Any other questions for Ms. Bateshell? Thank you.
Thank you again so much for the opportunity today.
I think the final person on my list today is Ms. Nelson from the League of Oregon Cities.
And Chair MacArthur, this is Esther. We have, after Ms. Nelson, we have Mr. Anderson and Mr. Rogers as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. I'm Ariel Nelson with the League of Oregon Cities. I could take my entire 3 minutes today expressing our deep appreciation for the commitment and skill of the talented team at DLCD. So just know that we have thoroughly appreciated this process. I'm also not going to dwell or go into detail on the master plan communities because Ms. Bateshell is an expert on this and has already provided a lot of context. I do want to make a quick plug for our support for including a performance metric approach. You may remember from previous testimony, previous hearings that cities have strongly advocated to continue the legislative intent of House Bill 2001, which is that middle housing types are not required on every lot, but in all areas. And that's kind of the crux of providing a performance metric approach, which provides an alternative to both the model code and the minimum compliance standards. So option 1, 2, or 3, neither of them are perfect for every city and every situation. However, we strongly urge the commission to adopt one of those options as presented by staff. I want to then take the rest of my testimony to really focus on the alternative siting and design standards. Another place that we feel the legislative intent is clear in the language of House Bill 2001 is that the bill explicitly allows jurisdictions to regulate siting and design of middle housing, quote, provided that the regulations do not individually or cumulatively discourage the development of all middle housing types permitted in the area through unreasonable costs or delay. Of the 3 options proposed in the staff report, LOC supports option 1, as it is the only option that upholds House Bill 2001 siting and design standards provision by putting the burden on jurisdictions to ensure that their regulations do not discourage the development of middle housing by causing that unreasonable cost or delay. Option 1 allows the city the ability to prove their standards are not causing unreasonable cost or delay by demonstrating at regular intervals that they are resulting in the substantial production of middle housing in a manner that aligns with both the development expectations of House Bill 2001 and the timelines associated with demonstration of compliance with performance metric requirements. This provides a safeguard that a city's standards aren't simply being grandfathered in and requires a city to regularly prove that they're actually resulting in middle housing production and that they don't discourage. Option 2 would eliminate a jurisdiction's ability to keep their existing siting standards, and option 3 would eliminate a jurisdiction's ability to keep their existing siting and design standards, even if such standards are not causing unreasonable cost or delay. And I would also just say that this option 1 thoroughly brings in that talented team at DLCD. And the concerns that have been raised about the potential for exclusionary standards and to be brought in really discounts the role of DLCD in the state. Cities are thoroughly prepared to prove and take on that burden to prove that their standards are not causing unreasonable costs or delay. So for those reasons, the LOC strongly urges that the Commission adopt option 1 as it does reflect the intent of House Bill 2001. And I'm out of time, but I could go on some other pieces that would just encourage you to see our written testimony, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And if I don't want to cut you short, if you have a couple other points you wanted to make, if you can make those briefly, we want to make sure we hear from the cities.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I appreciate that. I would just make another plug around, you've heard a little bit of concern already around the proposed parking requirements, which do continue to pose a challenge for those communities that lack robust transit. Certainly, our state has goals and aspirations to move away from parking and reliance on cars, but that's simply not the reality for many of the communities across the state. And cities need the ability to require additional parking to meet the needs of households with more than one worker, multi-generational families, and account for inadequate on-street parking, narrow streets, infrastructure deficiencies, as you've heard examples of earlier today. So we just urge you to consider that. And I would be remiss if I didn't always make my plug for funding for this talented staff and the technical assistance grants. Again, the safeguards and the sideboards and the reporting, transparency, and accountability that we're talking about, such as what's included in option 1 for the alternative siting and design standards, but also for every piece of this legislation, this landmark legislation. This is really a living, breathing program. And a lot of these details we're really going to need to follow up on. The HOA's covenants issue that has been discussed. We need the staff and we need DLCD to be actively engaged on this and to be able to support jurisdictions in implementing. So have to put that in there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nelson. Questions from commissioners? Seeing Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I'll just say thank you for your comments. The partnership with cities is absolutely critical and essential to the success of this program. In all regards, the cities are going to be the front line, and the cities are going to be the ones hearing from such as Mr. Willingham, who we heard earlier this morning, that are not going to be happy with some of the changes that they're going to see in their neighborhood. So I appreciate your testimony, and we look forward to continue to work with you to complete this process and then to implementation going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Halova.
Yes, and thank you. All of the things that Commissioner said to you for all your hard work, and thank you for bringing all this to the table. I just wanted to get to the question quickly. Regarding design and siting standards, you felt that option 3 did not allow cities to keep their existing standards. It seems like, and I just wanted to hear your feedback on this. It seems like option 3 does allow them to keep their existing standards. It just puts them in a situation where the Commission isn't blessing their existing standards and waiting for further proof on it, but rather is leaving it up to them to realize if it meets clear and objective, standards regarding take away the clear and objective standards. It requires them to prove out through, if somebody sues them, obviously, whether they are causing unreasonable cost and delay. So it seems that it requires them to figure out if their standards are meeting the threshold that the bill required, rather than letting the Commission bless their current plans and giving a new set of criteria for determining if it meets unreasonable cost and delay. So I just wanted to push back and see your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. My understanding from the feedback from the cities that have informed this testimony is that option 3 would eliminate the jurisdiction's ability to keep the design part of the siting and design standards as well. And that was an omission that they read into the language for option 3. I don't want to go out of order or put anyone on the spot, but would welcome additional feedback from any of the planners that previously testified if they're available to go into more detail on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, hearing none, and I would reiterate what Commissioner Lilac said. We really do need this partnership to work not only with the cities, with everybody that's been participating in this, but the next step really is the handoff, just like the legislature handed this off to us and we're doing our job. The next step is really for you folks to do quite a bit of work just to get the regulations in place locally. And so we understand that's a high level of workload that's added to your daily activities. And we also support the idea of funding to help with that effort. So thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. My name is Michael Anderson. I'm a senior researcher for Sightline Institute. It's a sustainability think tank for the Pacific Northwest. I focus on housing and transportation issues here in Oregon. I was pretty closely involved in making the case for the passage of House Bill 2001. I'm here in enthusiastic support of most of the results of this rulemaking process. I want to commend the staff and the commission, the RAC and the TAC on all the work that went into this. My exchanges with staff have left me invariably impressed with their topical expertise and their professionalism. Sightline's especially enthusiastic about the parking reforms embedded in the minimum compliance standard of the model code. As I testified to the commission this spring, Sightline's been arguing for 20 years that one-size-fits-all parking mandates across a jurisdiction don't stand up to common sense on either economic or environmental grounds. We're gratified by the broad consensus among policymakers that off-street parking spaces should be optional. And even today, the majority of Oregon tenant households and more than 40% of tenant households in just about every county already own 1 or 0 cars. Requiring them to pay for parking spaces they don't need would be the definition of an unreasonable cost, in the words of House Bill 2001. I also want to echo the points you heard earlier from Alan and Mary Kyle and the coalition they represent, both orally and in their letter. As I think they both implied, Mayor Callaway and Director Bateshell describing their city's current commitment to middle housing is encouraging, but it's also inadequate to the task of writing rules that will not be used in the future to undermine the intent of 2001 and to limit future housing location choices and options. We can best honor the stated goals of these local officials by assuming the worst of their successors, their eventual successors. As they noted, the proposed alternative siting and design standards and master plan community, as Mary Kyle and Alan noted, those two paths threaten to undermine this excellent parking reform, as well as the rest of the code and the compliance standard that everyone worked so hard on. Just briefly on the alternative design standards issue, staff's recommended option 2, removing the indefinite path for potentially exclusionary siting standards, is certainly safer than option 1. But I want to briefly spell out a case for option 3. The major risk here is that a very expensive design standard might be applied in a zone with very pro-housing siting standards, such that infill does happen despite the expensive design standard. And that would essentially smuggle the bad design standard through the safe harbor, at which point it could be legally applied to areas with more restrictive siting standards and become the tipping point in those other zones between infill and indefinite exclusion. So that's the risk here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We appreciate your appearing before us today. Questions? I don't see any hands raised, so.
I had a question.
You see a hand raised, Commissioner
I was trying to think of what it was. Considering it's research background, right? In that sense, that's how I think of your group. Do you have any insight? I don't know if it will do anything in our world, but just any insight on the level of impacts age restrictive covenants have on this? Do you happen to have any data? The HOAs that, yeah.
Oh, HOA, right.
HOAs
no,
that are. Okay.
I wish I had that data, and I would love to know as well. I think that is one of the major concerns that I've got, and we just are flying sort of blind.
Yeah, we don't know either. Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, other commissioners, questions? Nope, I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And I believe the final person today is Mr. Rogers.
Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, thank you so much. Jeremy Rogers with the Oregon Association of Realtors. Wanted to thank you for the opportunity to participate on the Technical Advisory Committee. This was actually my first rulemaking experience, and I know you've already heard a lot about the commending of the staff and the quality of their work. I just want to reiterate that, and really having participated in this one and watched others, I would say that this was really the model for how this should work, and you should all be very proud of that. And I think it's led to generally what is a very good product. I think you've heard many concern or certain things around the edges today about things to consider, and I think those are all important. One that I just want to focus on is the alternative siting and design standards. And what makes me very nervous about that is this 3% number. And the law requires that cities not implement siting and design standards that result in unreasonable cost or delay. And it's a bit unclear to me where the 3% comes from, and how the 3% substantial compliance is a sort of accurate proxy for ensuring that there's no unreasonable cost and delay. And makes me nervous to lock in a number that we don't know is actually going to produce the level of middle housing that would have otherwise been produced if the city was using the model code or the minimum standards. So this is not an objection to allowing cities to keep doing what they're doing if it's really producing a lot of middle housing, but I just don't know where the 3% comes from. It makes me very nervous, and I fear that it could lock in a lower production level. So that's my my main concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Jeremy, that's a great point, and I recall reading about that in the staff report, but I certainly look forward to staff's response as well, because I mean, 3% may be great, maybe fine, but 5% would be great, or 7% is even better. I mean, it's a good question. So I look forward to hearing staff's response to that. Thanks for raising it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I could.
Other? Oh, yes, Sean. Yes.
I could give that a crack. I mean, is this an appropriate time to kind of step in and talk about? Yeah, so really the kind of intent of the alternative siting or design standard is, we have this test that exists for unreasonable cost or delay, but one of the problems that we faced in kind of trying to provide this avenue for flexibility is there is no clear standard that if you meet this, you have met the standard, right? It's really kind of based on a subjective analysis, and right, we don't know actually what the perfect market rate level of middle housing infiltration is. The best thing that we have, and we've used this as kind of a benchmark for IBTR assumptions of development rates, is the 3% over 20 years that's included in the legislation. It's not a perfect metric, and it's really, I mean, the original intent was to use that in response to H&As, but what it does provide is a reasonable objective benchmark test that ensures, hey, you have to at a minimum meet this, otherwise you need to be doing something else because clearly this isn't working. And so it's not intended to be saying that you're doing a good job, but it's saying this is a minimal, objective criteria that can be met through this standard, and that provides greater certainty that a standard wouldn't be challenged. So that's the intent behind it.
Thank you, Sean. Follow-up question for Sean. Thank you.
And I'm not sure if I'm able to continue or not, but or respond to that, or if I do understand that it creates that certainty, but that really could come at the cost of what otherwise would be produced if a city was using the model code or the minimum standards and or proving that they were not doing unreasonable cost or delay. So I just, it makes me nervous to not really understand how that will play out in the marketplace, and whether it would produce fewer units than otherwise would be produced.
And that's a question I think we all have in our minds. So thank you for bringing that up. Well, seeing no other questions from commissioners, Mr. Rogers, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And looking to Esther, I believe that concludes the folks who want to testify during public comment on this agenda item. So the question I have for commissioners, we did take that 15-minute break. I was able to eat a little bit. Maybe you weren't. We're kind of running late, although it's a very important topic. We don't want to scrimp on this particular topic. So I'm wondering if we should take a break now and give you a lunch break, or would you prefer to try to close this out with calling staff back and going through the remaining items to give them some direction? Does anyone have a preference on which way to go? Is somebody dying to have lunch right now? They are. Okay, Kirsten is saying yes.
Oh, I was going to say I'd prefer to power through.
My children in particular are, but I defer to the commissioners. I'll just go on off camera and go make some sandwiches if you power forward. Thanks.
Well, I want to make sure we include staff in this too, because you've been on for the whole morning. So why don't we take, if it's acceptable, let's take a half an hour break, not a full hour. I'm hoping that gives folks a chance to do what they need to do. But then I want to maybe take another half an hour or so after that to deliberate on this. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And when we come back, at that point, will we talk about Speaker Kotek's letter and kind of the impacts on where we're at and where we may be going?
Yes, well, yes, we will do that for sure.
Great, thank you.
Okay, let's take, what's the time frame? What's the time in a half an hour, Esther?
It would be 1:20.
Let's come back at 1:20, ready to go. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Esther Johnson, and I am the Commission Assistant. The time is 1:21, and we are back from lunch. I show Chair MacArthur, Commissioners Sandoval, Lilac, Warren, and Commissioner Halofa. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Esther. I appreciate that. So thinking about this during the break, I'm going to suggest a way to move forward in the interest of time, but also a way that would give us a little bit more, the ability to connect back to perhaps the RAC and some other folks before we actually make a final decision on this. So my suggestion is that for the next little bit, this commission confirms the areas that we need to move forward on that require more discussion. And I would suggest those areas are master planned communities, infrastructure constrained lands, alternative siting and design standards, and performance metrics. Those are the areas we've heard the most testimony on, both written and verbal today. So I suggest the commission think about that list, add or subtract from it, and then ask staff to reconvene the RAC. And I know it's a big lift for staff as well as RAC members, but I feel like the RAC has gotten us this far. It's been truly a wonderful effort by all accounts. It's diverse and collaborative, and a lot of viewpoints are represented. So for me, I would like a little bit more deliberation or at least a little bit more consideration on the RAC's part for these emerging issues, and then have a special meeting of the commission in December to make our decision. That would also give us time to reach out to the Speaker's office for more clarification on her points. As Commissioner Lilac mentioned, she sent a letter a day or so ago, and we're just trying to absorb what those what that letter means. And obviously she is a very important player in this. She was the main author of that bill. So we want time to actually circle back to her office, the governor's office, and others, but we really do want to have input from the RAC members on these emerging issues. So that is my recommendation, and I would like to have some feedback from commissioners on that direction.
I completely agree with you, Chair. I think that these issues have kind of popped up more recently than we've been able to spend enough time on, and I think that they definitely deserve to be treated with respect by the RAC and hear their input as well.
Thank you. Other commissioners?
Yeah, I would say, excuse me, I would say that I agree as well. I mean, there's a lot of like nuance. I mean, what we don't want is for cities to figure out a way to kind of, or not cities, or we want to make sure that the intent of the bill is kind of followed, and we don't want people to take advantage of it. But the way to do that, I think, is not by just opening it all up and just saying, okay, there's not going to be, you know, there has to be middle income kind of housing, you know, all over the place, because there is a lot of kind of technical nuances to this. So I would just appreciate a little more guidance, and so before we make our final decision.
Thank you. Commissioner Helova.
Yeah, I would agree. Although I do want to talk about our current positions on all of these issues, because I feel like I have strong opinions on all of them right now. And I think it'd be good to know if we do or don't, because that will potentially set the tone for how it can be a specific issue should be dug into, right? Because I think if we just leave it open, like, oh, here's this issue and you have this point and this point, and we've always said we're not trying to get to a compromise or a consensus, basically. But we do, in an ideal world, it goes a certain way where the actual issues are addressed, the concerns are addressed. And so it'd just be good to know what all of us feel about each thing, so that those things are dug into versus maybe something that we're like, no, we don't want to go there with that one. So I just wanted to read it. I think that's the right approach. I just want to have a conversation about it now with all of us.
Okay. Does anyone disagree with this approach going forward?
And I forgot to mention why I feel that way. I was gone for one of the RAC meetings, and oh God, I always set my alarm and then it goes off. I was gone for one of the RAC meetings, which is totally fine, but issues were brought up in the meantime. And then it was like crisis solving, like trying to come to consensus, and it created a bigger thing. And so I just want to be cautious that we just don't open up a door right now that creates a whole new set of ideas that it's like, and then we need another RAC to figure out, you know, to limit what we're talking about.
Yeah, good point. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Yeah, I agree with the approach going forward, and I think it is good to reconvene the RAC, if for no other reason that we have new information today. We've heard really great testimony today. I agree with Commissioner Helova about we should make sure that we're giving the RAC some direction on where they're going and the key issues. And I certainly appreciate even having that 30 minutes between the conclusion of the testimony and just getting to this point right now, because it caused me to go back and really look at, for example, the Division 46 draft rules, because while I have strong opinions as well, I can also see that I think that the staff in these draft rules we have before us today are and maybe we don't like the word compromise, but to me there's a lot of balancing of, we're going to give the cities more flexibility here but maybe less here and things of that nature. So I think the draft rules are a really good starting point for whatever the next steps are, but I think we should have some additional discussion now, just kind of see where we're at, so that we're not just opening the door to new issues, et cetera, for the RAC in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Great. I think then there is agreement that we should move forward in this way. Why don't we have a brief conversation on each of these 4 topics then? I'll call staff back up to kind of tee that off. So let's start with the master plan communities. Let's take about, I'd like to just limit the time on these though, because I don't want to really, I want to give direction to the staff and the RAC, but I also feel like I need more information on the questions we've raised. So maybe it's more along the lines of, what more information does this commission need to make a decision in December on those particular issues? So if you have that question in mind, perhaps we can go through each of these relatively quickly and still stay on schedule for the rest of our housing afternoon. So I'll start off with master planned communities. And Commissioner Holova, do you want to kick that off, since you had raised questions about that earlier?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to close all these little things popping up and making noise. Okay. I'm sort of for this flexibility of giving cities the ability with master plan communities. I think a lot of us, including myself, probably by the nature of the development I do, think of infill development when we think. And so I've had to really reorient my brain to, okay, brand new land, no infrastructure, and that has a different set of constraints. And so I really have tried to absorb what the cities are needing from that process. But I'm also on the side of, we must have this middle housing happen, right? And so sorry, this is a really complicated issue. And when it's built, it becomes a regular part of the city. It's not like grandfathered in. So I wanted to make sure that there wasn't any now we can't touch these master plan communities. So I sort of the way I'm thinking is to keep in these, if they want to call it exclusion, which I don't think it's an exclusion, but maybe there's something to do with, you have a 15 acre minimum, but you can't cap it, or you require diversity of housing types within, I like that kind of language. And then maybe it's not 15, maybe it's 20. So I like the idea of ensuring that whatever numbers are involved make missing middle housing happen, but the structure allows for this greenfield development scenario that has different requirements, where the city doesn't have to plan for a bunch of density that most likely would never come, because that does cause extra costs that we're trying to reduce costs. So that's the more input I would like is, okay, 15 is not, we don't want to do the status quo. We don't want to do what's happening now, because what's happening now is not working. So maybe it's not 15, maybe it's 20, making it up. And maybe we want it to be diverse. So we say diverse housing types, but we're still allowing this process for new master plan communities, not old ones. And then maybe even the ones that are already planned that haven't yet fully realized themselves, maybe they're not 8, maybe we just say both of them are 15 or both of them are 20 and just streamline it that way. And then obviously in the future, people can add density to that. Understanding is not going to happen in our lifetime. So the number should be big enough that we feel comfortable with it. So that's my opinion on master plan.
Thank you. Does staff have any questions for Commissioner Helava to get clarity on that? I want to make sure we are giving you the right direction and just kind of talking generally. Ethan, did you hear what Commissioner Helava said? Did you get it?
I did, yeah. Thanks, Chair. So one thing I just wanted to be kind of get some clarity on is what we are discussing in this future upcoming RAC meeting. And is that all 4 of these items, or is it a subset of them? In the staff report, we've provided a series of options on 2 of those 4 that you listed, the performance metric approach and the alternative siting and design section. I think it's important for us as staff to walk away from this meeting with a good sense of where the commission would like to fall within those series of options for those 2 items. I think it is well worth the time to have a continued discussion about infrastructure constrained lands and master plan communities with the RAC. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there and just seek clarity in that sense.
Thank you. I really appreciate that distinction. So why don't we go through the master plan communities in the infrastructure constrained and get commissioners' input on that. But then we can circle back to those other 2 items and see if there is any agreement on those particular items, so that you can sort of not have to discuss those at the RAC, because you'll only have 1 meeting, if you can even find a time for that. So I appreciate the time constraint there.
Chair MacArthur.
Yes.
Person, forgive me. If I may, because we had six issues up on the slide earlier, I know new folks are sort of joining the public hearing and probably wondering, sort of coming midstream and wondering what we're talking about. 4 issues, 2 issues, 6 issues. I wonder, Ethan, if you would be willing to bring up, or Robert, to bring up that list of 6 and maybe just sort of highlight or underline the ones where we are seeking commission direction at this point, and then clarifying for the commissioners themselves the ones that we consider like non-controversial and put to bed, just so we can help ourselves progress towards resolution on all the issues and our December meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, so while Robert's pulling that up, we've got those 6 issues, and the 4 issues that we were talking about, the master plan communities, infrastructure constrained lands, performance metric approach, and alternative siting and design are, I think, the major ones that we've heard a lot of the conversation about today. The 2 that we have, and the commission can say otherwise, but at least from a staff perspective, what we're hearing is that the commission is comfortable with number 2 here, the goal protections, the changes that have been made there, the kind of clarifying pieces there, and then also the cottage cluster standards. So if those are also kind of if there's questions about those, we can still answer those, but.
I would have that same conclusion, that those number 2 and number 4, I didn't hear any commissioners comment on those. Is that correct, commissioners? We can take those off the list for consideration by the special meeting of the RAC.
Yes.
Great. So should we go back to the top then? So I think Commissioner Warren had his hand up earlier to comment on the master plan communities direction.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm really comfortable with how staff has written this master plan communities portion. I think it is sensitive to cities who have already undergone these master planning objectives, which in a lot of times can be very expensive and time consuming. So I appreciate the fact that we're not going to be forcing those cities to go back on those plans and redo those plans or alter those plans. But I do like the fact that we're going to be basically having a say in those plans moving forward. And I'm not certain that the number 15 is the appropriate space, but it also allows for cities to infill more than that too. So there is some flexibility there for those communities that really want to drive home more middle housing to do so. And I think that maybe the word cap has worked against staff just a little bit, because I think it intuitively is opposite of what we're thinking. That's like the bottom. It should be more like the bottom line than cap. I I think once I kind of understood that aspect, I think I was pretty comfortable with it. I could definitely see us raising that number to like 17 or something along those lines. But, you know, like the planner from Wilsonville is talking about, you know, there's going to be a diversity within these neighborhoods or these communities. And so you're going to see really high intensity, you know, building in certain sections of it. And then you're going to see, you know, tapering out or changes throughout the rest of that community. So you can still accomplish a lot of these middle housing objectives within the lands being utilized, but you're not going to necessarily see that when it comes to the numbers per acre necessarily. And then also with wildfire in always in the front of my mind in these times, I think it does make sense for us to have some flexibility there with the density for communities, because if you can plan your community well to be somewhat resilient to wildfire, meaning that you know, on the outskirts of town, maybe those rural, you know, kind of lots, or the lots that would come up next to rural lands, you can plan less dense housing, which would at least give you an opportunity to stop a fire before it entered into the more highly dense areas. So I think that that's one thing that we as a commission also need to be thinking about moving forward here. Even though I'm really gung-ho about doing as much middle housing as we possibly can do, I think we also have to be smart about it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I guess I'll chime in here too. And actually, Commissioner Ward, when you mentioned the wildfires, it's a sad consequence of that there might be opportunities within the urban growth boundary for master planning some areas of Phoenix and other areas in a way that is consistent with House Bill 2001. It's sad that that's happened, but it could be a tool that could be useful to a local jurisdiction. So I want to be open to that tool. I like the idea that, you know, communities have this tool. It is a tool that engages both the public and the private sector in solving a problem and developing an area. It addresses infrastructure issues. So I don't want to give that tool up. I want to see if there is a way within the RAC to sort of thread that needle, however small it might be, to allow jurisdictions to pursue master plan communities, but in a way that really meets the full intent of House Bill 2001. So that's where I am. Any other
follow up on that? What I understood from this master plan community is it had a lot more to do with the where within that master plan community than the not yes or no. And that's what this tool allowed for. And so just making that threshold bigger ensures that there's more, and then the cities can decide where within that circle, let's say.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Any other commissioners have thoughts about or direction or questions about the master plan communities discussion?
I have a question, Chair, or not a question, more of a comment. So yeah, this is it's not really a technical comment, but I guess my main concern is that there's these racial kinds of relationships that don't really seem to be making their way into this conversation. So, you know, historically, master plan communities have been used as forms of exclusion, right, in terms of income and race and so forth. And I guess what I'm curious about now is that if we give cities all this flexibility, then is there any evidence that cities are there now master plan communities that are more inclusive, right? That are working with smart growth principles, that have more communities of color within them? And is there any evidence of this like happening in the state? Because if there isn't, then that kind of gives me pause with the whole, in terms of a kind of a racial equity perspective, it gives me pause in terms of giving some sort of preferential treatment to master plan communities.
Good points, Commissioner. The staff sort of kind of maybe have what you need to continue on with that discussion with the RAC so we can go on, or do you have a clarifying question for us?
This is, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry. I'm very happy. Well, I'm very satisfied with the direction we've gotten. It's clear that from the commissioner's comments at this point that the master plan committee is something that you'd like to still keep on to. The question is what the standards are and whether they're sufficient enough to ensure full implementation of House Bill 2001 as was intended.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Lilac, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, thank you, Chair MacArthur. I was just going to say I support the direction.
Great.
So I do have one last question, and that's related to the City of Wilsonville's testimony that they provide in written form, or they provided in written form. They had suggested a tweak to the language in kind of the middle of that section. So I'm looking on, for reference, page 8 of attachment B, which is the section related to master plan communities. It's that subpart A there, which refers to future master plan communities. And so the City of Wilsonville, much to Ms. Bateshel's comments, asking about or trying to consider a way where cities can require some sort of mix of middle housing types, so it's not a homogeneous, townhome construction. Wondering if the commission has any direction on whether that's a good addition or not. I think staff has read that, reviewed that, and feels comfortable with that addition, but it's something that is a question for the commission.
Thank you for asking that question, Ethan. I noted that in my scribblings when Ms. Bateshell was talking, that it was a very creative way to go, perhaps. And so, yes, I would be in favor of something along those lines to make sure that we have the right diverse housing choices and more housing in those communities. Seeing no other hands up on that and seeing no other questions from staff for us to clarify, let's go to infrastructure constrained lands. Commissioners, what direction might you give to staff and the RAC between now and a final decision, hopefully in early December?
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
So this is the one where I was going to say in my confession, I feel like this totally slipped under my radar, right? And it's me. And I think every time I heard infrastructure, I just probably thought IPTR and I just wasn't paying attention or something. I don't know. I don't like this at all. I feel like I just noticed it. I don't like it for a variety of reasons. One is it sets in stone that because there's an infrastructure deficiency now, that somehow that's going to be forever. And it doesn't give the opportunity for a developer to come in and potentially say, hey, I want to do this in this area. I'll be willing to pay for the road or the sewer or it assumes that the city always has to pay for that. And I've personally been in an experience where I had to do that at the city of Portland. And so the idea that a developer who might say with that extra density, it would make sense for me to take on that cost, why not give that opportunity? If the infrastructure isn't there and it doesn't work, then a developer is not going to use it and it's not going to matter. It's just not going to happen. But why limit that because of what's happening now on the ground? It's artificially causing something that would probably already happen because of the lack of it. So I just really want to take that out because I think that is a loophole. I don't know why I didn't notice it before. And also because it says, then the city might come later and extend the infrastructure and somehow it then opens up that piece of land. Well, what if those people that live in that area don't want to open up that piece of land to middle housing? They're going to say, no, we don't want that infrastructure. So it's unnecessary. It's preventing something that's not going to happen anyway. And it also doesn't allow a developer the chance to step up and say, hey, it financially makes sense for me to do this work and I'll do it rather than the city doing it. So I just want to take that out.
Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Anhula. I think I don't see the point of this with IPTR also, basically for the reasons she said. I'll leave it there.
Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. I actually asked DLCD staff about this recently myself, just because it's not something that I'd recalled us discussing. I just also asked about the difference between this and IBTR. In IBTR, there's a plan to provide the infrastructure. I just wonder, are there going to be those areas in some cities where they can't do it? And I agree that there could be circumstances where if they could build X number of units, then they would have the financing in order to make the improvements. I just don't know if there are those areas that it's just not possible. And then I guess maybe the project's just denied because you can't install the septic system, or you just can't install the water system, or it's Central Oregon or other places, it's just solid rock and you can't get a large enough sewer pipe in the ground to serve it. So I guess it's really going to put the burden on the cities now as they prepare their IBTR applications to identify these areas in very short order, and then at least identify those, and then either figure out a plan, and maybe it's a very long-term plan, and that'll be something that the department will need to work on with the cities. I'm not sure how else to address this.
Chair.
So, yeah, thank you. Yes, Ethan, sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could ask Kevin Young to come up and kind of give a explanation a little bit about, the legalities of related to infrastructure planning and proportionality and things like that.
Yeah, you bet. I'm happy to do that. So we do have some parameters in the rule. So if you look at 0205 of Division 46 under infrastructure constrained lands, there is some discussion of what would constitute an infrastructure constraint, and this is something that a city cannot address due to cost or jurisdictional issues or what have you. I do want to note there is language in here that speaks to, these are improvements that could not be addressed with required improvements that would be expected with middle housing development. And the issue, of course, is proportionality, right? So if improvements can be put in place that are roughly proportional, as we all know under takings law, that are roughly proportional to the development, then that can be required by the local government. But if we're looking at infrastructure that's at a scale that's beyond that level, and the local government has no financially feasible plan to or ability to make those improvements, or it may not have jurisdiction over a certain infrastructure constraint, this is an area that kind of allows those areas to be identified, but they do need to prove up, based on these parameters. And I don't know that addresses all of the issues, but I just wanted to kind of clarify the structure of how this would operate.
Chair, can I ask a question of Kevin?
Yeah, I was just respond really quickly though to Kevin. I appreciate the description, and I guess for me, because this provision requires the city to sort of prove up, if you will, that they in fact can't serve that area, and therefore higher densities may not make as much sense as someplace else in their community. It was the prove up part of it that made me think this was a decent way to go, because there's going to be a lot of scrutiny on which areas they identify for exclusion for the higher density based on that infrastructure need. So that's why I'm still supportive of something along these lines. But Commissioner Heleva.
I was going to ask a question. Now I feel like it's almost a statement. It was going to be a question. One of the things you said was budget, right? And we know we're going into an extremely budget constrained time period of life, let's just say. So in some way, that's almost a given. Like, people are not going to have money to do major projects. In January 20th next year, the new administration at the federal government might say, guess what? We're rolling out this plan. It's all about infrastructure improvements. And suddenly these jurisdictions that had no money and said this is infrastructure constrained land, it can suddenly become changed, right? So I feel it's very strange to tie money to it. Like, I would imagine it to be a physical constraint, but if it's a physical constraint, then and a single family home can go there. Like I was saying before, there's a triplex across the street from me. It looks like a single family home. It just happens to be a triplex. Probably doesn't use a lot more resources than the single family home that you think it is, right? So because we're talking about this scale of housing, it makes me confused about how we can take out whole portions of the city because we don't have the money to improve them.
Right, and it really ties into the utility master plans, which the presumption is in Oregon that local governments have utility master plans that show how over time infrastructure can be provided to all areas within the urban growth boundary. That's generally what we assume. What we've learned through our IPTER-TAC process is that there are some areas where it is extremely challenging to get that infrastructure in place. The example we've talked about are, say, substandard city streets within City of Portland. And practically speaking, to get some of those streets in place in a way that meets the standards might require eminent domain, pretty significant costs. I think the estimates were in the billions. So even beyond the financial capacity of a very large city, we think these circumstances are going to be relatively few. And again, the local governments are going to need to prove up on them, but we have heard there are some instances where the local governments are just not able to put that required infrastructure in place.
And just to clarify, it has to be infrastructure that would limit the ability in some way to provide density, because I think those lots would still require a duplex. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
It'd be the triplexes and the quadplexes. So.
Yeah. And on the other side there too is that these are not places that have infrastructure already, and it's just a matter of accommodating the capacity increase or the demand increase as a result of middle housing. These are areas that don't have the infrastructure. Say in the North Albany example that is on septic and wells, if there were ever to be some future development of middle housing there, there likely would need to be a water line, a sewer line to accommodate that development. So it's not a matter of just accommodating that increased capacity. It's a matter of having the infrastructure in the first place.
Chair, I just had a quick follow-up. So what about the role of, or the requirements of some cities to make developers do that work? That's why I'm just having a hard time between a city can't do it, hence this area shall never be developed with missing middle housing.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Halava, this is Gordon Howard. I think that, that is it seems to me that the logical thing would happen here, you would think, would be that if a project for, say, a fourplex in that area of Albany came forward and the city said, well, to do this, you have to, you're going to have to build a sewer line and a water line to the property, and those are, half a mile away, and clearly that's not going to be feasible for that development. The problem then arises, though, if the developer then tries to use, the laws regarding rough proportionality and exactions to claim that the city is making a exorbitant exaction upon them to do what's allowed by zoning. And I think that's the fear of local governments, is that without some sort of provision that would allow them to exclude these areas and not zone them to allow the use to begin with, that they're going to be subject to those kind of claims in the future, which obviously could cause some difficulties for local governments.
Okay, I'd kind of like to wrap this particular topic up. I don't want to commissioners off for final comments on it. Deputy Director Green.
I just wanted, this is such good feedback to staff to continue to chew on, but I wonder if there's something in between the all or nothing, which is a payment into a fund. And I'm sure our team has thought about that, so that individual properties would be paying into an overall fund for a district level improvement and not responsible for the entire thing, that would offend the rough proportionality principle. But that's something we can work on before our RAC meeting and the 9th, if the housing team is not already contemplated, which I have a feeling that Kevin and Ethan and the team and Gordon probably already have. But thanks.
Yeah, it'll take that kind of creative thinking that you're all doing, and I'm sure the members of the audience are doing as well, to figure out how to work on this. So thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lilac.
Yeah, Chair McCarthy, just the last point, and it is going to take some creativity. I do appreciate having the RAC chew on this a bit. Those of you that aren't aware of sewer, if sewer is within 300 feet of a property in a UGB, then they're required to connect, provided it is physically and legally available. So it's those kind of standards that we should probably be thinking about. How do we incorporate into this? Because I agree with Commissioner Halava, is physically is one of the most greatest challenges, one of the greatest challenges beyond even financing. So last thought, thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to performance metric approach analysis. Commissioners, direction, thoughts for staff and the RAC. Why don't we take a look at what the staff recommendation is in the report, and then kind of comment from there. That might, because staff has already done all this work to get there. I don't want to ignore that. So can you tell us which page that's on, Ethan?
Yes, in the staff report, I believe it's around page 18, if I'm not mistaken, is where we start, or we begin discussing those options in the performance metric approach. The entire performance metric approach, I believe, starts on page 15 or something like that. But staff recommendation, as a reminder, is option number 2, which is maintaining the performance metric approach with that tiered, with the tiers, 80, 70, 60%, but then bringing up the cottage cluster performance metric from 50% to 70% to match quadplexes.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes, please, I'm sorry.
I'll just say I support the staff recommendation and the RAC considering that proposal.
Chair?
Yes.
I also support the staff recommendation, and if we all support it, I would say not to have the RAC consider it. And I was gonna say I support it because they've made a logical, this is one of the things I was saying, it took a long time to just wrap ourselves and write it on paper. Now it's written on the paper, it's like, uh-oh, cottage clusters, it doesn't seem to work, right? So now they've brought it into, now it seems to work. And then the option 3 is just too complicated. I'm not a really big fan. I'm basing things on what exists now. And that's basically what that's doing. And it changes by jurisdiction. And so I'm not supportive of option 3. So if we're all, and I'm not assuming, I'm saying if we're all supportive of option 2, I'd rather not bring that to the RAC.
I agree with that strategy. And I also agree with the option 2. The other commissioners, we're not really voting, but if there's any other commissioners that disagree with that, we want to make sure that we hear that, so that in fact the RAC can work on this as well. Does anyone believe that we should deviate at this point from option 2?
Commissioner Warren has his hand raised.
Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I support option 2 also. I'll keep it short and quick.
Yeah, I support it as well.
Great, that's helpful, given that the RAC will have their hands full, as well as staff, in that meeting that you're trying to crunch in between the holidays. Okay, then alternative siting and design standards. Similarly, let's look on the page where staff's recommendation is, which is...
And that very well may begin on page 18. I might have messed up my numbers there.
Yeah. Yes, it's page 21, actually, I think it is. Well, it starts there earlier, but yes. And so your recommendation, staff's recommendation is?
I didn't have one, I don't think.
No, we did. We recommended option 2, which is you maintain the design standard ability to use the substantial production test. I did want to clarify one point that I think the commission heard in the public testimony, which was that option 3 removes entirely the option or the city's ability to apply other siting and design standards, and that is not correct. Option 3 would remove the substantial production test, but maintains the unreasonable cost and delay test, which would functionally still allow a city to come up with or prove up that they are applying standards that do not cause unreasonable cost and delay. They're measuring that overall cost with the public outcome or the public goal or the public good that they're trying to achieve through that standard. Perfect example of that would be the visitability standard for units with 3 or more units the City of Portland has proposed in the residential infill project. The path admittedly does become less clear. There's less certainty on behalf of the cities, but there still is that option.
Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Helava.
I just thought I would talk because I have opinions. Are you ready? I think I've said this before. I really don't like things that are based on what is existing or happened, or especially when it comes to housing and development. Why housing happens in one area versus another area has a lot to do with like where you are in the market cycle, where the demand is for housing. There's so many factors that go into why development happens at a specific time in a specific place. And that's what I love about House Bill 2003 is because it's really asking cities to examine that on a regular basis and see how they are contributing or how they can help contributing in a negative way or how they can help in a positive way to get through some of those market cycles, right? And make sure they're not a barrier. The 3% and all that like reward cities that happen to have a good market or a housing cycle, which might have nothing to do with them, or it might penalize somebody who happens to not, or you're going into an economic recession, so maybe nobody, and it has this 3%, which is frankly arbitrary in a way. And so I'm gonna propose from my perspective option 3, which is just like, hey, we have this new legislation, we have these new rules. Everybody needs to apply. Some of you have gone ahead in advance and have all these amazing, community input and have done all of these great things. And you just need to make sure that whatever you've done in the past doesn't have any unreasonable cost and delay. Not jump through hoops and loops. And I mean, it's just really complicated. I mean, I'm involved with this, and option 1 and 2 are just like, wow, and it creates different metrics, which have so much input from other sources, not city, that influence those metrics. And so I'm like, just keep it simple, meet the letter of the law, make sure that whatever you're doing, whatever it is, doesn't cause any unreasonable cost and delay, and we'll all be good. So I'm gonna go for option 3.
Okay. Other commissioners? Not that we're, I guess the question on the table is, do others agree with option 3 at this point? Again, we're not voting and the only reason I'm asking that question is because this would not be taken back to the RAC. Or are you looking at other options that you'd like the RAC to look at as well?
Chair MacArthur, I was probably closer to the options 1 or 2. And I was trying to provide cities with more flexibility in my mind as part of the package with having less flexibility with parking. I was the one that raised it, considering giving cities more flexibility with parking. And I know they're still asking for that. But for me, it was a trade-off is to allow, I like the Division 46 rules as they're written at this point with the alternative siting and design. And so to me, I still prefer that in terms of option 1 or 2 with the parking standards that are proposed. to me, that's one of the trade-offs, providing more flexibility in one and more prescription and maybe less flexibility on the other. Thank you.
And since I was leaning toward 2, it sounds like we might want to have a little bit more discussion at the RAC about that.
Yeah, and I mean, part of the RAC discussion then should be something about the complexity of all this. Oh, in this area, we provided the standards, so that's sort of grandfathered in, but it doesn't apply to this area, which we didn't provide this standard for missing middle housing, so it doesn't apply to that. And then how in the world does our staff keep track of all that, much less the staff in the city that might change over? You know, it's and then somebody's measuring. I mean, we talk about the cities not having resources to do equitable housing outcomes, right? Which to me is like a base level. Now they're measuring like housing production. It just seems like, why would we create all of that for flexibility that they should have, as long as it is not unreasonable cause and delay, right? So I feel like, and I would like more clarity, I guess, from the RAC is, I feel like the characterization of option 3, even with the closed door idea, and with the idea, it just sounds like there's no flexibility. And I didn't get that from option 3. I got that there is, it's just, we're not condoning it. We're saying it's on the cities to figure out, is it creating unreasonable cost and delay?
Chair MacArthur?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to affirm that that assessment by Commissioner Loba. There is, it is not, it's almost like the door's closed, but you have to knock to get in. So that would be, I guess, the more accurate analogy there. If we're continuing the door metaphor.
Yeah, maybe the door metaphor isn't.
but could you clarify? They can still use siting or design standards, right? It's just that they're going to have to know within themselves that they're not causing unreasonable cost delay. We're not approving that it's okay because you already did it.
That's correct.
Right.
The option is still on the table. The path just becomes less clear, and the burden is on the cities to show that.
Right. So it's shifting the burden from us saying you're good to go with whatever you did. And it shifts it to the city saying you should be confident before you. And if you're not confident, you should change your rules so that you are confident.
Oh, that sounds valid. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. And I think it's a good discussion to have at the next RAC meeting, is to flesh that out and consider how to propose it to us for final adoption.
Thank you very much, and staff, thank you.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt here. Also, the magnitude of this issue, right? We've created this huge new alternative system, and then when asked how many jurisdictions actually might fall in this category, it kind of sounded like 2. So, it sounded like Bend and somebody else, but not Portland because they haven't had enough production. So it's a lot of magnitude. That's a lot of stuff. And it sounded like it was like 2 cities. So to consider that at the RAC, like, what is the magnitude of this?
I thought but yeah.
Yeah, and if I can clarify that point too a little bit, one of the things that we wanted to fix was thinking about, it didn't seem like a lot of folks could use this path. So what we did was ensure that the siting standards remain, at a high level of scrutiny, but then the design standards, we open them up a little bit and allow people to continue applying it, and then the accountability comes later on down the line when they check in. So it would actually allow Portland to have that path, and then 6 or so years, or when they do their next H&A, that's when they check in and demonstrate that they're doing substantial production.
Yeah, and I guess I come from the opinion of I'm very pro design for anybody who knows me, right?
Yeah.
Top design, right? But I've seen design used as a way to limit, and it might not in one case, but then the market dictates what happens or doesn't happen. So to apply a market production strategy or test on top of something, they're 2 different forces. One is the market, and then one is how people can use design for bad purposes, what I call bad purposes, which is being discriminatory. So those are the things I'd like to throw out there for discussion on it.
Yeah, to that point, Commissioner Halova, you know, I think that the restrictions you're talking about are mostly coming though from the developers and not necessarily from the jurisdictions, right? Because the jurisdictions are going to have kind of a minimum, you know, here's the minimum standard of what you have to produce with your house. So that's going to set the price of those homes at a certain level. Whereas, you know, the developer is really going to be the one who says, you know, okay, we're going to put these fancy, you know, facades on the front. That's going to drive up the price, and it's really going to limit the population who can purchase this or live there.
Well, the cities actually do dictate a lot of design things, at least in Portland, that drive up cost.
Do they? Okay.
And I'll get up on the stand and say some of those are good, but I'll also acknowledge that we have to be careful that that doesn't limit production of housing.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
So staff, anything else we can heap onto you?
Chair MacArthur, if I may, it feels to me that staff has probably what we need. I think we would also be willing to entertain a charge from the commission that says that if we hit that tough point, you know, when in doubt, be bold. And be bold in terms of making sure that we're erring on the side of access to people who have been historically barred from living in the kinds of communities that we're seeking to create, so that we're very clear what the overall objective here is. We're not just balancing interests, but we're remembering that we have a charge to do better. And we do something that we don't call housekeeping anymore, but we have the opportunity when a rule is in place, and if it's not producing the kinds of things that we had hoped, that we can go back and do some minor changes. So we're not locked in to this rule. And so I'm suggesting that we take a few chances, something we don't much like to do, but that we do it in service to a goal.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, that seems like a wise approach. Yes, I agree.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
We had on our list, but I agree, and I think we all agree that CCNRs is not HOA restrictions is not in our not for us to solve. But I think it'd be worth stating, and I don't know how that gets stated, that somebody should solve that issue. And I don't know if that's a legislative or if that's legal. I don't know who at the state can solve it, but I think we, as a RAC and everyone involved in this process, all agree. I can't say all. The general sentiment is that we don't like that existing HOA restrictions don't allow, potentially, we don't know what the magnitude is for missing middle housing, and we think that that should be remedied. We just can't do it, and we would like someone else to do it, and whoever that someone else is, if we could tell them. I don't know who it is.
I think that's a good idea. I don't know who to tell either. I actually think it probably requires some conversations before it goes into the legislative arena or whatever to really identify the problem and the nature of it before we figure out how to solve it. I mean, it's definitely a problem. I'm not disagreeing with that, but these are private contracts. And so I just don't know which agency or what lever the state has to address those. I think we should look at that. Yeah, I think some conversations about the nature of the problem to figure out what are the remedies to address and solve, and perhaps in many cases obliterate those contracts.
Yeah, and in a parallel but not related thing that comes up, I hear in different circles I'm in, is, you know, HOAs that in the past had racially restrictive covenants that said, you know, Black people can't live here, for example. And, you know, there's been talk by people saying it should be mandated that everyone has to strip that out of their HOAs. But the response has always been, oh, we can't do that. We can't ask, it's private contracts. they're just not enforceable, right? But you still have people who are buying into homes and getting these agreements and reading that. And some would say that that's good, you know, because it shows you the history and it doesn't erase it. And some would say it's bad because why do we have these in agreements? So this is a larger discussion about what are in these contracts, but because that exclusive zoning is a part of that racial history, those two things are kind of tied together. And I personally feel like they should be addressed by some legal entity that can address them.
Agreed. Okay, thank you, staff, RAC and TAC members, everyone who testified today. I think we have a course of action that we've charted, and I look forward to convening in December to finalize this rule. So let's just take a breath. It's a lot of stuff going on there, and I don't want to take official break because we are behind. But
could I do a housekeeping? This is Kirsten. By way of break, did we want to announce the December dates for listening public, or I'm not sure
yet? I guess is the question. Have people responded to the inquiry from Esther?
I think that we had kept the date, but maybe we could just get a quick signal from commissioners because we would like to post and publish that. It would be December 9th from 9 to noon, essentially.
Well, that works for me.
1, 2, how many thumbs up do we have here? We just need 5.
Two commissioners that we'd like to include in this conversation as well. So let's
Did you say the dates again? Sorry, I was trying to look at my calendar.
9th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Commissioner.
Oh, yeah, it's in my calendar. Thank you. Yes, it works.
So Chair MacArthur, thank you. It sounds like we're on the right track, and we'll check with certainly with Commissioners Jacobson and Vice Chair Piermine, but thank you. So that's the tentative. Thanks, everyone.
Great. Thank you. That's really an important thing, especially when you have the audience here. So thank you. Let's just take one moment and then give the housing team a chance to tee up for item number 5, which is the housing planning rulemaking for House Bill 2003.
And Commissioner Chair, if I may, we've got about 3.5 hours worth of agenda items left. So maybe take your break as you can, but perhaps just continue to work on through.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. I don't see anything else we can really move out except breaks. So yes, we will continue on. Thank you, Director Rue.
Great. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Director Rue. I think we'll jump right into agenda item 5. I'm going to share my screen really quickly. Just because we are here again at the end of a long process. I won't do the whole long description of how many hours this group has put together over the course of the last 363 days since our first rulemaking advisory committee. But I did want to do just a quick tip of the cap to this Housing Production Strategy Technical Advisory Committee, because I personally am very, very proud of the direction of this housing production strategy rule effort. I think it is has a lasting impact, maybe even more so than House Bill 2001 and all of the controversy that has, the spotlight that's been shown on House Bill 2001. But House Bill 2003 and the housing production strategy work that the TAC has led and Samuel's assisted with is really, really groundbreaking and very impressive from my point of view. So with that, I wanted to hand it over to Samuel, and he's going to touch on a little bit of the additional outreach and the work of other folks who have been participating in this process.
Thank you, Ethan, and good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Samuel Garcia, and I'm a housing planner at the DLCD. And yeah, I just wanted to continue off of Ethan's acknowledgments for the many hours and energy and conversations that we've had with the RAC, TAC, and community members for this housing production strategy program. I think that it's been you know, in spite of everything that's gone on this year in our communities, in our state, I'm just so glad for all these groups that have been part of this program. And for some groups, especially, that this has been especially hard. You know, there are systemic barriers in place to allow many folks to be at the table to join us. And so I'd like to just take the time to say thank you to all of those who, in spite of those barriers, still were able to join us. We'd especially like to thank some community groups and advocates, including, but not limited to, the Portland African American Leadership Forum, now known as Imagine Black, Native American Youth and Family Center, Community Alliance of Tenants, AARP Oregon, and Portland State Homelessness Research and Action Collaborative. We thank you for your time and efforts, and because of you being you, these processes and this program has become that much better for the state of Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. And so, Samuel, I think you can pull up the conversation or pull up the slides, but Chair MacArthur, I don't know if you wanted to have any commissioners speak about the process for House Bill 2003.
Yeah, well, I should turn to Commissioner Haleva first. Thank you for that.
All right, I wasn't prepared. It's been a great process, just like the 2001 group. What was nice about having the 2001 and 2003 together is there was a lot of cross-pollination between the various expertises at the table for those two groups. So I think that was really good. Also, the kind of linkages between new housing types and cities thinking about how to achieve housing, I think was great. I think, toward the end, it got into areas that I'm not as familiar with regard to processes, right? Reports and kind of monitoring and these things. So really relying on the staff and the cities, to talk about that. I think it has been super helpful. Very robust discussion on equitable housing outcomes, down to words, how to change words to make things more impactful. And then really, hopefully creating a database of tools and resources that can be updated over time, understanding that we need to ensure that we can get funding for the staff dealing with housing so that this work can continue on while cities are doing their housing needs analysis and their housing production strategy work. I think with continuation of staff, that kind of toolkit can become more robust because people will start to understand this works or this doesn't work, and we need more in this area or not that area. I think my big thing has been really to push to make sure, because we're a planning agency and because a lot of the cities that we interact with planning staff, that we don't limit our housing production strategy thought process to zoning. Really, to make housing happen, zoning is a part and might sometimes be a small part depending on what city it's in. And there's so many other strategies. And so in that housing production strategy work, there were like five buckets. And only one of them really dealt with what I think we traditionally think of when we think of planning and our role in housing. And so in order to achieve that, cities are going to need to bring together different people within the city. So it's not just planning and it's not just building development services. There's going to have to be people with financial backgrounds or economic development. And I think a next step to this, which people know more about this than I do, would be what are the templates for the ways that cities can work to bring people to the table to actually solve for these housing production strategies, because it's not going to be your normal way of thinking about this problem. So I think in all of our work, I think we should just always remember that it's not just zoning. It's not zoning. That's a small part to this work. And I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. And again, really thanks so much to all the RAC and TAC members and all the participants that have been involved in this. And at this point, I believe we've invited Professor Zapata from Portland State to speak a little bit to us. I don't know if you're teed up for talking now, Professor, or if you wanted to talk a little bit later during public comment, but I think we wanted to encourage you as our invited guest to have 5 minutes or so to talk about this topic.
Thank you. I'm good to go now unless the staff had things they wanted to set the stage with.
I think you're part of setting the stage.
No small ask. Well, I really want to thank y'all first for giving me a little bit of extra time and to be a guest to talk about this work. I also really want to give a very particular shout out to the staff who have been really trying to respond to not just myself, but to a whole set of people who are passionate about equity and race and affordable housing. I want to say that I very much co-sign what you heard earlier from Alan and from Mary Kyle and the letters that we have sent in. I know historically planners and community developers have thought of homelessness as this thing out there, but everything that we do to set a barrier to making affordable housing harder to obtain is what leads to homelessness. And I'm really hoping that the cities that are here today who have concerns about 2001 in particular understand that we end up in what we've got in several cities in the state and up and down the West Coast when we don't take affordable housing seriously. I have the odd experience, and I think I'm going to be the least controversial thing on your agenda today. I don't think anyone's objected. That never happens in homelessness. And I get to say that y'all are going to be amazing when you adopt this. You are about to set a standard in thinking about the intersections of homelessness and housing that no one else has done in the nation. And again, I want to credit DLCD and OHCS staff for being like, this idea could work and not laughing me out of the room. So I want to go through it a little bit. Ethan, if we can go to the next slide. I pulled out the specific components more for public record than anything, but this is where homelessness shows up. And I think the things to know that you're doing with this, what's significant, is that you are taking a position that housing, not shelter, is what is needed to solve homelessness. You are also accepting that the HUD numbers related to homelessness are inadequate when planning for housing for the number of people experiencing homelessness. And you have also stated that cities must actually work to understand, partner, and help obtain services that are needed to create and resolve, to end and prevent homelessness. This is really bold and historic in the field of urban planning, and you've done it in just these words. So take a beat and feel good about that. If we want to go to the next slide, I think that, just to put some framework around homelessness, first of all, we know that housing is what solves homelessness. We know that people who don't have housing are the people who are experiencing homelessness. Where we're seeing increases in what we call visible or unsheltered homelessness in places like Portland and Salem are because our housing prices have gone up, and now in combination with people having lost jobs. The challenge is to remember that who you are seeing experiencing homelessness is only a small portion of the actual population experiencing homelessness, and is actually not particularly representative, right? So if you walk around Portland, you're likely to see a number of single white men, and then you pay attention to the people who have the most severe needs or displaying the most severe behaviors. That's actually not the case. Our racial disparities and growth amongst communities of color in homelessness is quite high. We have an aging, newly homeless population. The number of people who are homeless for the first time after the age of 55 has gone up dramatically. We have a lot of youth, families, and adults who are homeless, ranges of people who are differently abled, and usually extremely low income or low income. So that kind of myth that anyone can become homeless is a little bit off. All right, so we can go to the next slide. I'm going to go through some of this really quick. Oh, that did not turn into a PDF for y'all. This is just some of the details on what the population looks like in Oregon. Again, significantly higher rates for African Americans and Native Americans. When we get into the nitty gritty about the counts, which is what y'all are really looking at, if we can go to the next slide, what you're doing differently in this work is you are not simply saying what we often talk about, the point in time count, which is the second column, right? You're saying, okay, we're going to use that number. That's what people obsess about. We're going to also use the 2017 or what's called the AHAR count, and that's an annual account that goes to HUD. But then we are also going to take the McKinney-Vento schools data. And that's where you start to get a much larger number of people experiencing homelessness. And that's what we call the doubled up population, because the schools data count families and youth K through 12 who are living doubled up. And you can see the range of estimates and differences. All right, I think I have like 1 more minute left. So that's what you've done. You've taken much more robust numbers and said, we're not going to plan for shelter. We're going to actually plan for housing. And we're going to do this in a way that takes into account the things that people actually need to have in their housing, right? And so that might be they need money. They might be that they need more behavioral medicine, behavioral health support. It could mean that they need job training. And that will obviously fall out of the purview of the city planners, but that has to be in conversation. So I'll stop there to honor everyone's time. I'm happy to answer lots of questions, and there's some fun graphics at the end of my slides that that Ethan can send out to y'all.
Thank you, Professor Zapata. But I don't want to cut you off because this is so interesting and it really does frame this well. I don't know how much more you have, but especially if you said that there were some useful graphics or something, yeah. I would be more than happy to entertain some more time for this because it's so critical for us to get this frame as we go forward with this topic.
Okay, I think what's really powerful about the work is what you're building up to long term. And so when we think about resolving homelessness, that gets into like how many housing units do we actually need? And saying that because the data that we usually use to project housing units that we need comes from the census. The census does not count people who are experiencing homelessness well. And so you were saying we're going to take this population and add it to the need that we usually model in this other space. In terms of preventing homelessness, what this work is laying the groundwork for is understanding that we do need a safe and stable, affordable housing stock at a range of incomes, as well as investing in public housing, and then the things like protecting tenant rights and making sure that services are available for people who are still in housing but on the edge. One of my greatest fears right now is with COVID, we'll see a lot of people who are hanging on by a thread lose their housing. And we know that the longer people are homeless, the harder it is to convince them to trust coming back into housing. Ethan, can we go to the next slide? So what I think is really powerful is that what we're trying to do at the center is to get us to start thinking about housing, infrastructure, and services a little differently. So normally when we talk about building housing, and you had that whole exciting infrastructure conversation, we think about sewer and water. We wouldn't build a house today without electricity or schools or roads. In terms of thinking about services, we're envisioning that we're really thinking about income and access as part of the infrastructure environment to getting into housing. We're also thinking about things like case management, health support, social care as being an essential support to being in housing. In the same way that we have ADA compliance, right? If you need to access a bathroom, why as planners are we thinking about that, but not thinking about the whole bandwidth of activities? Ethan, if you want to go to the next slide. And so what we're trying to really decouple is the idea that we have housing typologies, housing units, and we need to make those exist. We have ways to access that housing through rent assistance, mortgages, tax deductions. That is something that everyone has. And then we have services, and the services that one person might need might not match the other, but we should all have access to the same kinds of services if we need them to be in housing. So those are my fun graphics. Thank you for letting me show them.
Thank you very much. I always really enjoy listening to you talk on this topic or any topic, quite frankly. So you're a great presenter and very easy to understand. Commissioners, any questions for Professor Zapata?
I have a question, Chair. Okay. First of all, so Dr. Zapata, thanks for joining the commission. I've heard great things about your center up in Portland State. So one of the things I'm curious about is, because I also serve at the Housing Stability Council, and there we've really taken kind of a really active role with farm workers, you know? And so, but I don't hear a lot of, and from your data, I didn't see that the Latinx population is at those high numbers. But I'm wondering if you knew anything about the relationship between farm workers and homeless issues, or how that's different than, say, the urban, than the urban environment.
Right. So rural homelessness shows up a little bit differently, as we know. I think one of the barriers and logistical challenges is that in the state, farm worker housing, and in the federal government, farm worker housing is treated separately from the kind of housing that we usually are thinking about and talking about. I think that with the McKinney-Vento numbers, with the counts from the schools, we are getting farm workers brought in a little bit more obviously. It might change the way that you want to talk about housing production strategies in those particular rural areas, but I think this should help get the numbers better. I also think that it should help to start to deal with the fact that we know our Latinx population counts for homelessness are deeply depressed because of immigration. And we've heard from across the region and across the state, people talking about how people who are willing to come out and be counted for things, people who are willing to come out and get services are just now completely underground. So I do think that the school's data provides that insight, and we'll be doing more research to try to figure out what that might look like. I always hesitate with these questions on counts. We know the disparity is there for Latinx communities, right? We don't necessarily need it to know that. And so what becomes an actual useful trade-off in terms of spending more time and money to get a better count versus just getting to the work? And so that's kind of what has been one of the things that I'm hoping that we'll see that the McKinney-Vento data helps us try to address.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really good point. A lot of the Latinx community is invisible, right? So they're not necessarily counted. And so, but when you're, when you have to get policymakers to make decisions, like the data that you're showing is really helpful. And so it would be a great way if we can kind of find a way to make, that farm worker community more feasible and more visible. And so maybe that's the way to go.
And that might be trying to pursue some relationships with schools to do some sampling around how much their migrant child count is actually overlapping with their homelessness count. Because the homelessness count at the schools is self-reported by the teachers. So they would know if that's if they're running into the same kids. And so that could be a way of trying to get at it.
Chair.
Great, thank you.
Chair.
Any other questions? I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand, Commissioner Helava.
Yeah, I just was gonna show my appreciations for this diagram that happens to be up. Partly because I think depending on what community you're in, people associate typologies with certain types of people. Mm-hmm. And it can go any way, right? It can say a tower is for only rich people, or it could also say a single family home is only for rich people. And that changes depending on where the housing's located, how old it is, and all that kind of stuff. So I just really like this idea of accessibility, that the housing exists in these different forms, hopefully in all of the forms, right? But it really takes this ability to get to it, right? And maybe that's not the intent of your circle, but that's how I saw it. Like,
that was the intent. Yes, we communicated effectively.
There's this money or access or whatever it is to get into one of these different types. And I just appreciated that, it's not saying this type is for this type, we talked about that a bit, where it says, oh, people who are experiencing homelessness, you get shelters. It's like, no, you have the ability to get any of these types with the right access, with the right services. So I appreciated that.
Thank you. I'll send you all of the detailed things, and I would love your feedback because we want to publish them and make them accessible for people to use.
Great. Well, thank you again, Professor Zapata. Appreciate your work and being here today. It's a really good frame for what we're doing, so I'll turn it over to staff to take us through agenda item 5.
All right, so I'll just jump right into it. Again, yes, thank you everyone for your time this afternoon. Today we're going to be going through HB 2003 amendments to OAR Division 660, Section 8. Sorry. All right, so the purpose of this presentation is to finally, after a year of working through this, to close a public hearing on the implementation of HB 2003 rulemaking and to adopt the amendments to the rules. We have proposed some action from the Commission today to review the proposed changes to the rules by considering RAC, TAC, public and verbal comments for the discussion. And then at the end, we hope to adopt the amendments to OAR 660 Division 8. So just a brief overview, again, reminder of what the work has entailed to this year. HB 2003 was passed by Oregon legislature in 2019, and there were 3 components to it. Essentially, the regional housing needs analysis, which was carried out primarily through OHCS and has now been put into to develop a methodology for regional housing allocation, and has now been put over to DLCD to start to create feedback from stakeholders on the regional housing methodology. The other part was the HNA update schedule. You know, every 6 to 8 years, cities over 10,000 are required to be on an updated timeline of adopting an HNA, which goes over the housing need by income and inventory. And then finally is a housing production strategy, which is mainly what we worked on for rulemaking. And that was a report that we are creating to be submitted by cities a year after their HNA is adopted, describing not only their contextualized housing need as an extension of the HNA, but also a detailed description of strategies of how they will meet their housing need going forward through a specific set of actions, policies, and incentives. The HPS will also describe reporting, review, and enforcement measures cities will be undertaking as part of the program and that they will also need to adhere to going forward. So where we are today, we have gone through for about a year of rulemaking, and we have also just finished our last RAC-TAC meeting at the October 12th, and where we showed a final draft of the rules language. Since then, we have compiled comments from RAC and TAC members to update the rules. And in addition, OHCS's RENA work has also finished with their methodology, and it has a report already publicized. And DLCD is now conducting stakeholder outreach for this regional housing needs analysis, and it hopes to have recommendations out to legislature by March 2021. We have also begun prototype housing production strategies works through technical assistance grants, as well as HNA work with our consultants. And we hope that these projects, as a result of this rulemaking, would be completed also by the end of the next biennium. Okay, so the charge that we had for the housing production strategy TAC, we were, just to give a reminder, that we were developing rules that required cities over 10,000 population to adopt a housing production strategy that lists the actions that cities will take to promote their housing production and address their housing need. In addition, we were also developing rules for that HPS program, such as reporting requirements, review criteria, and enforcement measures. as cities go through their implementation process. The different components, again, of the rules that you have received in your packet. Basically, we have section 45 shows the housing capacity analysis timeline and the schedule by which cities will need to submit their HNA reports. And then the next section is section 50, where we go over the different parts of the housing production strategy report and all the different requirements that are going to be required of that. Section 55 is a review criteria of the HPS report, what DLCD staff will be using to understand and better, I guess, judge the adherence to the rules based on their HPS report. Section 660 is a HPS program reporting requirements, what and when the reporting is due, both initially and midterm for the HPS process. Section 65 is the enforcement. 65 and 70 are the enforcement measures for two different tracks. One for when the housing production strategy report is due and submitted, and then also for when the housing production strategies are implemented as cities go through that process as well. So the first section that we are going to go through, and we're not going to go through all the sections that I just listed, but we're just going to go through the different changes that have happened since the last time we met. So the first section was in the housing capacity analysis timeline. And so not much has happened here, except that we have section 45 formalizes that schedule into rule, and only minor adjustments have been made to the schedule based on cities within the metro region and their timing for UGB analysis timelines and for when HNAs are completed in 2020. And this is just a reminder to note that the updates, so once the HNA schedule is up, 1 year after the deadline for HNAs are submitted, this will also trigger the participation in the HPS program. So 1 year after the HNAs are submitted, the HPS program is also due to be submitted from cities. The next part of the that we have of our rules that we are discussing today is the contextualized housing need of the HPS report structure. And there was a lot of talk for this section. This section was mostly guided by what cities already studied in their HNA, but also keeping in mind that HNA only looked at housing type and affordability. So this contextualized housing needs section was really an extension of the HNA. We're not amending the HNA. That was out of the purview of HB 2003 for this time, but we were rather extending the requirements from the HNA within our HPS program. So there was a lot of asks for cities to identify need for state and federal protected classes by housing advocates. And I think at this point we have, taken stock for low-income communities, communities of color, homelessness, those residents experiencing homelessness, those residents living with disabilities, and other state and federal protected classes. And those are all going to be required for cities to take stock of housing need within this rulemaking. We have also received comments since last time within the OAR 66850 that there was a phrase there that alluded to that cities would need to look at other housing needs for other demographics. And cities felt that language was too open-ended for rulemaking and that it may be too broad. And we understand that concern. The concern was that, that further down the line, DLCD staff may come up with arbitrary additional work that cities will need to come up with during or after their submission of HPS report. and used as other housing needs. And DLCD staff understand that, and there's no desire, again, to assign additional arbitrary work. But we do definitely understand the need that different housing needs will arise going forward, and LCDC reserves a right to do so, knowing that these other housing needs as they arise will require creation of another robust rulemaking process to amend that into the current rulemaking. So groups for engagement. Engagement was another critical component of the HPS program, and as cities will need to better understand the connection between the strategies chosen as well as the real needs of those who are inhabiting, and also the feasibility for those who are developing these different housing units. As a result, staff struck the balance by focusing on two specific groups for engagement: the consumers of needed housing as well as producers of needed housing. Since the last commission, we have received asks to include taxpayers as those who are providing funding for public subsidies. And I think this comment came from the League of Oregon Women Voters. And staff believe that there's already language that is inclusive enough within the rule language, and specifically the section for this says that, that cities will need to create a list and description of stakeholders who will be impacted by potential housing production strategies. And though taxpayers may be needed to fund public subsidies, as League of Women Voters definitely stated, they can most likely be included within this broad group of consumers of needed housing as well as producers of needed housing. The next section that we had a lot of feedback on was these strategies to meet future housing need. Traditionally, a lot of cities have, as Commissioner Hulova pointed out, looked at just zoning and code changes. Really, the purpose of this section is to get cities to dream bigger, get out of the box, and see what else, different creative tools and strategies and policies they can think of going forward to produce housing for those that need it the most. And this section really encapsulates that. This section will be the most crucial. It will take the most work from cities to deliberate and understand and carry out to implement going forward. And over the course of rulemaking, we created an attachment. You'll see in attachment C a crowdsourced list of these housing production strategies over several different categories that are listed. And they are, in addition to zoning and code changes, we have reducing regulatory impediments, financial incentives, financial resources, tax exemptions and abatement, land acquisition, lease and partnerships, and then the custom options that cities can choose to creatively think about on their own. So these categories run the gamut of strategies that cities can choose on, and we hope that this will not be an exhaustive list. We rather hope that it will continue to expand through ongoing cycles of the HPS program. Now a lot of the, so a lot of this, even though that we've come up with a very broad list of strategies to meet future housing need, we've also gotten a lot of feedback to think about, how do we report on these strategies going forward? And so specifically, we've had housing advocates urge department staff to really think about, have some kind of benefits or burdens analysis for specifically BIPOC and low-income communities of color. And so we have actually listed that within the rules, and just referencing the 66853-3, this is some of the language that for each strategy, we're asking for a description, a timeline for adoption, a timeline for implementation, and the expected magnitude of impact of these strategies. And this magnitude would look at housing needed that's addressed, the number of units estimated that might come up, and then a benefits burden analysis for not just low-income communities of color, those living with disabilities, those living with residents that are experiencing homelessness, but also other state and federal protected classes. within these communities. So again, just addressing the idea that yes, we want cities to not only just come up with strategies, but also kind of measure these strategies and how they may impact many of these communities of federal and state and federal protected classes that have disproportionately have not had their housing needs met. Okay, the next section is the fair and equitable housing outcomes. And this was another greatly deliberated piece of the rulemaking that we're really excited about. All of these, over the course of the year, we have a lot of housing advocates, RAC and TAC members have really thought creatively about adding additional requirements for the rulemaking regarding how cities think critically about fair and equitable housing outcomes. And so we are going to ask cities to give narrative reflections of their HPS reports regarding their progress on all these 6 subtopics: location of housing, fair housing, housing choice, options for those residents experiencing homelessness, and opportunities for affordable rental housing and homeownership, and then gentrification, displacement, and housing stability. We hope that this serves as a vital part of qualitative analysis for cities as they reflect on their housing goals and their strategies. But also, we hope that it will also help them better understand their own interpretation of Goal 10's housing. Since the last meeting that we presented this at Commission, there's been a lot of really technical wordsmith changes to this section. And so it was really driven by TAC and housing advocates. And so I'm just gonna start to go through them one by one in the next few slides. So location of housing, this was what committee members showed a lot of interest in for connecting not just housing goals, but with a lot of climate goals. And so since the last meeting, not much has changed here except that we are striving, we added the language to that we want to strive to meet statewide greenhouse gas emission reduction targets, especially as added under Executive Order number 20-04, which rulemaking will be starting pretty soon for. And then we want to also think about like, how are we, the language that was being used was making these compact mixed use neighborhoods accessible. But now we want to, instead of using the word accessible, we've used the word available, just to clarify that it's not just ADA accessibility, but we're making this available to all state and federal protected classes. And so this location of housing really links a lot of that climate goals with our housing goals. And so we wanted to just clarify that here, this slide. So the next section that we had was affirm fair housing, and this is how we are firmly furthering fair housing. There used to be this disconnect between, you know, how planning and fair housing at the federal level is a little disjointed. And this question asks, how are the cities really firmly furthering fair housing and addressing those disproportionate housing needs in regards to historic patterns of segregation, integration, racially or ethnically concentrated areas of poverty, and disparities in access to housing opportunity throughout history. Not much has changed in this question since the last time we have all met, but I just wanted to note the importance of this. This year, there was, at the federal level, there was a repeal of the 2015 Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Rule, which lacks a lot of fair housing efforts. But by no means does this lacks any of the efforts of the RAC or TAC board of rulemaking to address fair housing needs of Oregon. In fact, committee members have strongly indicated that this repeal at the federal level further solidifies the importance of this work and their commitment to showing what the state of Oregon actually means by upholding fair housing within these rules. The next question that we had was around housing choice. Now, housing choice is an individual's opportunity of accessing housing options, and we want to be able to ask cities to be able to facilitate that housing options for specifically communities of color, low-income communities, people with disabilities, and other state and federal protected classes. We wanted to continue to underline this idea that cities are not providing housing, but really housing units on the ground, and they're not responsible for that. But what they are responsible for is this word facilitating access to housing choice. And now that means that they are responsible for creating that ecosystem for housing choice. And so thinking about how these policies and strategies will work in conjunction with each other to broaden this for communities that have historically been left out. In addition, we've received comments since our last meeting about defining this phrase, high quality community amenities. Now, so some cities feel like that phrase is a little too broad, but we as DLCD staff have decided that we would not like to define that, and just because a lot of communities already know for themselves at the local level what high quality community amenities mean for them, and we'd like to leave them open to that as they decide what their strategies are. The next section is housing options for residents experiencing homelessness. Now, again, this was another exciting question that we're asking cities to deliberate or reflect on as they choose their housing production strategies, because cities have not been able to have not been able to really provide for those residents experiencing homelessness. And we are asking them to not just create more housing units and hold them to housing units, but really this phrase, advocating for and enabling the provision of housing options for residents, really captures this question. And again, thinking about how are cities creating that ecosystem that will provide or that will support different organizations, different service providers that are the ones on the ground advocating for creating these permanent supporting housing options and other housing options for those residents experiencing homelessness. So how are cities partnering and providing those resources for those directly on the ground, providing these opportunities? The next one is around affordable homeownership and affordable rental housing. And this was based on the idea that to build wealth, households need economic stability that may not necessarily be provided by affordable rents, but also through home ownership. And so again, this question was not really changed too much since last time, but the idea again of supporting and creating opportunities and creating that ecosystem that really works with providers and other nonprofits by which residents can build wealth and find affordable housing, especially those who have been historically locked out of these opportunities. And then the last one that cities will be required to reflect on is this idea of gentrification, displacement, and housing stability. We heard this specifically from focus groups with PAL, Portland African American Leadership Forum, and just this idea that we need to, as new development is created, it often creates market pressures on housing stock, and it inevitably pushes hopeful residents out. And so cities are really now going to be required to consider how their proposed housing production strategies increase or decrease housing stability for residents and how they can mitigate the gentrification as well as displacement that may inadvertently occur. And then we understand this is tough work, balancing production with displacement impacts. And so as we are asking cities to address this, we are also have on the state level been contracting with Portland State University with Dr. Lisa Bates and Marisa Zapata, well known for the work around this work, and to kind of have this a list of tools and strategies that cities can look to for guidance as they think about how do they mitigate the impacts of gentrification and how do they look out for the red flags of gentrification as it or displacement as they occur through development. Now, the next section I want to talk about is reporting requirements for housing production strategy implementation. So throughout the rulemaking process, two types of reporting requirements came out about. One was the was a quantitative production, annual production reporting. And then there was also a qualitative reporting that would happen during the mid-cycle of the housing production strategy. So these two reporting requirements were really the only two requirements that cities will be asked to give throughout their HPS reporting, and one was designed to be a quantitative, and one was which was taken in the form of HB 4006 unit counts, and then the other was the qualitative analysis, which was a narrative reflection that I just went through of all the fair and equitable housing outcome questions. Now these questions, even though there was just two types of reporting, there was a lot of pushback or continued discomfort over requirements, especially for those cities that are resource limited. Some cities don't have a lot of planning staff, or they're just overwhelmed with, are just too small to have large planning staff to continually be reporting on these, to continually be adhering to these reporting requirements. But the commitment, I think, from DLCD is that we would help cities, especially those who are resource limited, to bring up their capacity, build up their capacity. And as a result, that we have started partnering with League of Cities to support this capacity building. And we hope to, as rules are adopted, that we hope to also adopt some kind of program where resource limited cities would also be able to be supported by DLCD staff going forward within this HPS program. In addition, there have also been ideas of ongoing advisory committee that would help give a feedback loop to these reporting structures. And if they do seem to be too lofty or too heavy for cities, that we would work with this ongoing advisory committee to better implement and support cities going forward. So the next section was the reporting. The next section was regarding reporting requirements and how those reporting are publicized once the HPS reports are submitted to DLCD. There was a lot of asks from housing advocates, especially, that they would that there's urging the DLCD staff to not only notify the public of when different cities' HPS reports are submitted, but also publicize them and notify the public at large of ways that they can comment and review on HPS reports. So as a result, we've added, since the last time we've met, within this section, an opportunity to notify public about the submission of HPS reports as they came. And we believe that the post-acknowledgement plan amendment or the PAPA process would be a really good vehicle to open this up for public review. And in addition, as I mentioned before, an advisory committee that may be held quarterly could also hold this space to give feedback on how better to publicize reports as they came in and give the public at large opportunities to give feedback on other cities' HPS reports. So the next section I'll talk about is the compliance and enforcement. So throughout rulemaking, there were two tracks that came up. The DLCD decided that we would hold compliance for the rulemaking. And those two tracks would be for one, when cities adopt their HNA or HPS, and then two, for when cities are going to be asked to take track of the progress of their implementation and strategies within the HPS. So again, the reminder here is that we want to ultimately support cities in their implementation of their HNA, HPS, and their strategies. And so going down these tiers of enforcement, all cities will be, asked to adhere to their enforcement, to their requirements. And if they're unable to adhere to them, we'll be going down this series of enforcement measures, starting with assistance and remedy, and finally ending in a strong LCDC enforcement order. But the goal is to get ultimately cities to the finish line and to give them as much support as possible throughout the process. And even so, since the last commission meeting, we have definitely received feedback from housing advocates regarding their compliance and enforcement measures that we've decided on through the rulemaking. There's a lot of concern, especially for housing advocates, that the enforcement measures that DLCD has are too incentive-based rather than heavy-handed. Is just too soft. And there's a concern that cities may not comply with these enforcement measures. And there's also concern that, if they are unable to comply, that there's going to be repeat delinquencies going forward. And there's also this question about the enforcement powers ultimately of LCDC and what they can do if a city is completely delinquent on any of their housing production strategy or housing needs analysis requirements. And so again, we want to just emphasize that that we want to look towards the good faith efforts of cities rather than constantly tracking unit production targets. And that might be hard to optimize right now, but we want to provide as many incentives for cities as they are charting this new territory. And to do that, we are also continuing this education and support for cities with the League of Cities. And we're hoping that we can continue to bolster capacity and good faith efforts and better understand the different cities' needs as they go through this program to ensure that housing production ultimately is acquired. Another concern that we received from housing advocates was this idea of tracking unit counts. There is a request that housing advocates asked of us to look at tracking progress towards affordability and unit targets through the ORS 197.178 permit survey. And those staff again, we feel that we are unable to require that that requirement for cities, but we hope that and the reason for that is that we believe that cities are not the sole actors for housing production, but they are responsible for creating that environment or that ecosystem to get housing production. And then at the same time, it is a very important metric to determine progress, but we just want to help cities along the way rather than give such a heavy-handed approach to their efforts. Another idea that came from housing advocates was this idea of a survey tool for developers. Advocates requested that a survey tool be employed for developers within cities, collecting information on as development came up for rent and sale price, number of units of the development, number of bedrooms, and then also which strategies were used or could have been used if possible. But the reality is that we are through the HPS requirements, we're already collecting data on income levels and tenure through the HPS strategies, and those city departments can change their processes to create a survey tool for developers. This would be great, but DLCD at this point just won't be requiring cities to do that. And we believe that it's a tool that's better used as a best practice. And we've included that as one of the tools that are listed in the list of HPS crowdsourced strategies that I mentioned before. So cities can still choose to go that route, but we won't be requiring them to do that at this point. Another aspect of rulemaking that was brought up by housing advocates was some of the limitations of the rulemaking. I think that there was this tension, I think, between setting housing production goals versus evaluating our housing production goals. There was a lot of talk about, I think at this point we have really talked a lot about how we are evaluating cities' progress on, getting housing production and the goals, but we never really spoke about, what are these standards for these goals and what were these benchmarks? We believe that it was out of the purview of the HB 2003 rulemaking, the RHNA, which Sean will be talking about in the next agenda item. The RHNA may be a better place suited for setting these housing production goals, as it is set to provide regional housing allocations. In addition, housing advocates saw that there was limitations for collecting data, especially for resource-limited cities. And again, we believe that the RHNA project is very heavy on data and looking at data gaps as a region. And I think that would be a better place for addressing these data gaps, especially for smaller cities. And then finally, there was the limitations of the HNA, where changes were not, where there was a lot of ideas for extending or expanding the requirements of the HNA. But at this time, there are limitations, and the HNA was not a part of the rulemaking process. So even though the HPS was an extension of rulemaking, we definitely see the need to change the HNA or amend the HNA requirements for future comprehensive updates. And with that, I just want to bring it back forward to the commission for discussion, and we hope that if there's any questions you may have and about the proposed rules, we're here to ask them. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thoughtful presentation. I appreciate it very much. What I'm gonna do is ask for clarifying questions of anything that you've said, so commissioners can understand that what's before us, and then go to public comment, and then come back and do final deliberations, and perhaps we can get a motion and adopt this with whatever conversation happens at that point. So commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Garcia? Yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, Mr. Garcia. So in the equitable outcomes, the factors that are listed under the equitable factors, right? So F is gentrification and displacement. Is that so? Does each city have to? I guess it'd be mandatory for each city to state assess whether there's gentrification happening or displacement. Is that what I understood?
Yeah, well, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ethan, but the idea behind those questions are for cities to, as they are choosing their housing production strategies, and also as they are implementing them mid-cycle, to see how how these questions apply to their strategies ultimately, or how these strategies are affecting these questions. So initially as cities will be looking to initially adopt these strategies, they will do an initial pass at seeing where they are and how it will help their gentrification or displacement that's already happening. And then mid-cycle, they'll need to report again and see, if these strategies helped by any means to address these gentrification or displacement impacts that have come about.
Yeah, if I could follow up with that. I'm asking because not every city in Oregon is going through gentrification. Like a lot of my research deals with gentrification in California, and it's in Portland, obviously, maybe Eugene and Springfield, but rural communities are not going to, they're not going through gentrification. So I'm just wondering, like, yes, this is important for Portland, but like, what about the rest of the state? Is this really like a category that a rural city that has a lot of vacancies and is not dealing with gentrification is going to have to, kind of pay attention to, or is it, or are these like, I guess, are they kind of, yeah, anyways, that's my only concern about that.
Yeah, Commissioner Sandoval, I could try to answer that question. So just as Samuel has mentioned, the Achieving Fair and Equitable Housing Outcomes section of the Housing Production Strategy report is really focused in on how are the strategies that a city is proposing to accommodate their future housing need, addressing these 6 issues. And so the actual language of that F there is, how is the city increasing housing stability for residents and mitigating the impacts of gentrification? So the question becomes, what are the city's actions to solidify those housing options, and if there is gentrification taking place, how are they mitigating the impacts? So it's not a question where the rules are not drafted and the prompt is not such that it's asking cities to define the gentrification that's taking place, but how are you, the city, increasing that housing stability?
So if I was a city and there was no gentrification happening, right, then I wouldn't have to address that. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, your answer might be, the city's response to that question may be such that, we haven't seen a whole lot of housing development in the past 10 years. And, as a result, there may or may not be impacts of gentrification, but it's at least, kind of posing the question and asking cities to think critically about those impacts.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Garcia before we go to public comment?
Chair?
Helova.
Yeah. My question was, I saw in the report, which was really awesome, that there's going to be a anti-gentrification and displacement toolkit. And my question was, I think that's great, and it probably should exist as a separate thing. Do you have a sense already, like when that would be done? Is it the sort of thing that you think the outcome would be production strategies that would go into the housing production strategies list? Or would they be, here's your housing production strategies, and then here's your toolkit to make sure that whatever housing production strategies you do, that you have to pull tools from that toolkit to ensure that you don't have negative effects from housing production? Like, where do you see that fitting in to the mix of this?
Yeah, Commissioner Hova, it's more of the former in terms of the way that that's being structured. And in terms of timing, that's something that will come, it will be completed prior to the end of the biennium. And we're hoping, working with the Portland State folks, to give the commission a couple chances to take a look at that work. So it'll be completed prior to any city actually conducting a housing or adopting a housing production strategy. So that's the good news. And then the actual product itself is kind of two pieces. The first is, how do we define gentrification? What does it actually look like? What does it mean? What are the impacts? And then the second is, what are the tools, actions, policies that we can kind of bring into the housing production strategy, that crowdsourced list, that really focus in on housing stability, mitigating the impacts of gentrification and anti-displacement.
Okay. So if those tools, because I don't know what they are yet, I think it's great. If those tools end up not being about production per se, I'm just throwing this out there, maybe it has a new category in, there's a category, I can't remember what we got to, F or G or something, that houses those. Because there was a little footnote that said some of these, we decided that some of the tools didn't specifically increase housing for like the overall housing production, but maybe for a specific group that hasn't had access to housing. And we were okay with putting those in the strategies, even though they didn't create the overall, without knowing what those come out of those gentrification and anti-displacement toolkit. I don't know if they actually create housing for a specific group, or they just keep it at what it is now, right? If it keeps it at just what it is now, then it might have to exist outside of the production. We want to make sure the production is actually creating production. And so I'm just throwing it out there, mainly because we don't have a list of those things. And my concern was that in the work of the gentrification, anti-gentrification and displacement toolkit, we want to make sure to balance those so they don't work against increasing housing production.
Okay.
So if I can ask a question, because we don't have a toolkit yet, I'm wondering if there'll be an opportunity for the commission to see an early draft of that, to sort of entertain these sorts of, they're really good comments, but they're for a document that we haven't seen yet. So if we can, will there be an opportunity for the commission to weigh in on those strategies and tools in the toolkit at a later date?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And I guess my thing was, maybe we could keep it together as its own thing until we get to review it and figure out, does it belong outside of the production strategies or inside of the production strategies?
Right. Yeah. I
just wouldn't want people picking them, saying, oh, look, I'm increasing my housing production, and they've picked a bunch of strategies that don't increase housing production, even though these things are completely needed.
Yeah. Your point is well taken, and how we structure that in terms of a resource will come into play a little bit later once we understand what it actually is showing.
Other questions before we go to public comment? Great, thank you, staff, to this point. And so we're going to open it up. We have 4 people. I'm going to give you 3 minutes apiece, and I appreciate your being focused about your comments relative to the draft that we have in front of us today. Thank you. First person up there is Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters.
Okay, I think I did it.
You did, great.
Sorry. Chair MacArthur and members of the commission, Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon. First of all, I want to join others in recognizing the incredible staff and the work that happened and the inclusive RAC. It was wonderful. I appreciate for this area the leadership of Commissioner Heleva. She did a wonderful job of doing exactly what you just heard, focusing on what we're trying to accomplish. And I appreciate Professor Zapata. Many of us have been working on homeless issues for a long time, so her guidance will be really helpful. The League fully supports the proposed rules for the housing production strategy because it requires community conversations to help local jurisdictions understand who needs housing and provide strategies for addressing the varied needs of Oregonians in their local communities. Public involvement is a major tenet of the League. The housing production strategy provides a wonderful guide to have these conversations and potential solutions. Also, voices not often heard at local hearings will help educate the entire community of the variety of housing needs and potential ways to address these needs. The League has already been engaged in encouraging these discussions. Local leagues have studied housing issues in their local areas, from workforce housing in Curry County to homelessness in Corvallis, to a soon-to-be completed housing study in Deschutes County. And by the way, 30 years ago, there was a state agency staffer, maybe from OHCS, who worked with DLCD to attempt to recognize that we should be addressing the varied demographic needs rather than just units. But the work didn't go any farther. It didn't expand the requirements of Goal 10. So we encourage your adoption of these rules today to remedy that error. Thank you very much, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Peggy, and we really appreciate your contribution on this topic for quite some time. So thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Lynch? I don't see any hands, and I'm looking for Casaria's text. See nothing.
No hands raised, Chair.
No, thank you. And I do appreciate the comment from staff about the taxpayers. The point was made. And you will know more about the need for taxpayer assistance in the arena that you'll be talking about. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Mr. Lazo again, and we have some written testimony from you as well on this topic. So commissioners could look at that as well as listen to Mr. Lazo.
Good afternoon again, and thanks for having me, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. You do have our written comments, so I'm not going to cover those extensively. I'll be brief because this is definitely an exciting day of housing here at the commission today, and quite literally a day of housing. So not only appreciation for all the staff, but for all of you folks, the commissioners that volunteer your time to do this work. And you are all due a very big pay raise. So. But really, again, we really appreciate the work that staff has done to support the recommendations we made in our letter around public access to the midterm reports, as well as maintaining those reporting requirements around that section on achieving fair and equitable housing outcomes as a summary or report within the housing production strategies, including asking cities to make sure that they are assessing their role in the production of housing. All of these pieces together are really important elements in transparency and accountability in these processes as we're looking at housing production and housing production strategies in jurisdictions. In addition, as Samuel noted in his part of the presentation, throughout this process, there's been identified this need for varied sources of data, and we're hopeful that the department will continue to make that part of the work as this moves forward and really looking at, what sources of data can continue to move this work forward, but just really eternally grateful for the work and how it fits into this broad spectrum of creating housing choice and creating housing opportunity that today has been about and will continue to be about for another couple hours as far as I can tell. So thank you all again so much.
Thank you once again for everything you're doing. Commissioners, any questions? Seeing, hearing none. Thank you very much. Next to testify, I think you're still there perhaps, is Miranda Bateshell from City of Wilsonville. I think you were scheduled for that as well.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, Commissioners. Good to see you again. My name is Miranda Bateshell, Planning Director for the City of Wilsonville. And first and foremost, I just want to thank you and your staff for the opportunity for the city to participate in the rulemaking process for House Bill 2003. Together, the two bills that are before you today mark a historically significant milestone for all of us in providing housing choice and opportunity for all Oregonians. And as a member of the Housing Production Strategy Technical Advisory Committee, HIPSTAC, I wanted to acknowledge the outstanding efforts of DLCD staff. They worked diligently to analyze the technical merits, look at best practices, and then balance that with the realities of implementation that's experienced by practitioners and stakeholders. And as I stated this morning, the City of Wilsonville is committed to equitable housing outcomes. Earlier this year, we adopted our first equitable housing strategic plan, and we've already begun implementation of the first 3 high priority action items. While this was adopted prior to the creation of the Housing Production Strategy Framework, it mirrors a lot of the elements that are being adopted by those rules. So we are anxiously looking forward to evolving this work over the next few years as we undertake our first official housing production strategy. At your last hearing, the City of Wilsonville submitted a letter. We suggested several technical fixes and final refinements. These were discussed at the joint RAC and TAC meeting that followed your prior hearing. And all of the items that the city had previously raised have since been addressed sufficiently to the concerns or questions that we had. And I wanted to make sure that I came before you today and let you know that on the record. And thank you all for helping us cross that line. The package of proposed amendments push housing policies forward in a very meaningful way while remaining grounded in reality, which will help us pave the way for successful housing production outcomes in the future. I truly believe we are moving the needle forward in that regard. So we support the Commission's adoption of the rules as proposed before you today, and we look forward to working with the state and your awesome employees as we undertake the important work of developing our first housing production strategy. So thank you for your time and your consideration today, and thank you again for the opportunity to participate in the rulemaking process.
Thank you, Ms. Bateshell, for your participation, but also the written testimony and verbal. It's rare, I think, that we have folks come back and tell us we did everything right by your city. So thanks for circling back and letting us know that. Questions for Ms. Bateshell? Hearing and seeing none, thank you. Thanks very much. And
Sorry, Chair.
Commissioner Holova.
Yeah, I had a question, and this was just more out of curiosity. What are your thoughts in Wilsonville about data? Or I don't know if you have plans yet. It would just be interesting to know because it seems like you're thinking ahead with regard to counting units, knowing which strategies work or don't work, and collecting information from developers. Have you had any conversation on that yet? I was just curious.
Yeah, thank you so much, Commissioner Holova. I think that it's difficult. There's a couple sides to that. We actually started doing an annual housing report about 4 years ago after our last housing needs analysis. That was a recommendation that came out of adopting our housing needs analysis, and it was often because we grow at a faster rate than is projected by Metro. So each time Metro does their growth projections, it typically underestimates the growth in Wilsonville. And I think that's in part because we produce more dense housing than is expected. We produce more multifamily housing than is modeled. And so part of that was for us to better track because we couldn't necessarily rely on some of the regional data that was coming forward. So we've been putting out an annual housing report each year. And so we've been doing a really good job of at least tracking production. So in terms of production, that side of it for us is easy. And we have come up with a really good framework of different ways to slice and dice that data. What is harder is some of the data, particularly around a lot of the racial equity issues. There aren't a lot of census tracts in the city of Wilsonville. And so in terms of really actually being able to get down to a more refined layer of information and what that means neighborhood by neighborhood, it's often just not available at that fine-grained level for us. We are interested in some of the work, we're participating and really trying to better understand the regional housing needs analysis and how that might supplement some of that information, which I think would be helpful for us. I think that, so I don't know if I'm giving you the information you want. I think it's often some of the data is not there and it's hard. It's hard for us to have certainty around some of the questions that are being asked and that will be pushed to ask under this framework. But I think we need to be pushed to ask. I think that we need the support of the region and the state to help us do that. You know, if the regional housing needs analysis is something that can help us subsidize and help us better understand those things, then we would push for that to continue to be a tool. I don't know that we fully understand it yet and know if it does, but if it does, I think that would be helpful. I think it's one of the things that I know came up during this process is I think it's hard to have an understanding of which tools necessarily worked per se. You know, I think we talked a little bit about this through the process, and if you can actually get to the developer and the developer actually is the one who did a lot of that assessment and understood what made a project go from here to there, yes, you can get that type of information. But a lot of times if a developer's coming in after the fact, they don't know what the changes were that made a project now possible that couldn't have worked before. And oftentimes when we're at the front counter and we're getting applications, 90% of the time the applications and the forms that are being filled out are not actually coming from the developer. Most of the time we're talking to one of their representatives. So the person who maybe is assessing that ROI and assessing what's making a project work isn't necessarily the person who's going to fill out the forms and tell us why they decided to make a project move forward. So we struggle with those things in terms of that data and that knowledge gap. But, you know, we're
that was great. Thank you. I just, you know, gives us a flavor for the struggles or the challenges and the opportunity, I think, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question. Any other commissioners have questions for Ms. Bachel? Thank you. Seeing none, thank you very much again for being here and all your work to help us try to get this right. So,
yes, happy to do so. Thank you again.
Okay, our final speaker today is Ariel Nelson, right?
Thank you, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. Ariel Nelson, again, from the League of Oregon Cities, here in support for the rules as proposed and presented by staff for House Bill 2003. Want to start with just expressing our appreciation for staff, not just for all the hard work and responsiveness through this whole process, but also for the recognition that this is a big undertaking and a big change for local governments, for cities to do this work. And just really appreciate how they've structured both the enforcement process, the reporting process, and also are very open to kind of standing up some, you know, quarterly advisory committees and recognizing that there's going to be a lot of back and forth needed between DLCD and cities to really guide them through this work. I think I agree with so many of the excellent points that have been raised from commissioners and from previous testimony already. I think what we're set up to see here is, you know, a much stronger connection at the local level. You know, pointing out that some cities, I gave the example last time of, you know, a one-person shop in the planning department. Well, it's not just about that planner's view. We want to make sure we're bringing in urban renewal, city leadership, other partners that may not be part of city staff. You know, a lot of these actors and stakeholders are housing authorities, nonprofits, affordable developers. So we're going to see that connection at the local level and those local connections, and through the process that DLCD has stood up and through the public reporting and public process, we'll see a connection to the state policy, and we'll be able to identify those best practices and identify shared challenges so that together as partners, we can move forward and make additional progress. Another key thing that this HPS housing production strategy is going to show is I'm really excited about shining a light on those connections to other state policies, conversations in the legislature, other resources at other state agencies, including OHCS and Business Oregon. It's going to be really key to coming up with really sustainable policy and solutions and strategies that are going to be implemented at the local level. So I'm going to end it there. It's been a long day, so appreciative of everyone for their work on this. And I'll just say it again, we've got to get the funding to keep the staff there and the technical assistance to local communities so we can continue to make really important progress on this, on housing for the state.
Thank you, Ariel. We appreciate you and the entire League of Oregon Cities to have your participation on these various committees is really critical. We want to make sure these things work when at the local level, and that you're instrumental in helping us understand that. So thank you. Yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Ariel, I know you used to work for the Oregon Housing Agency. So I want to ask you a question about that, about the link of kind of, do you feel like this, that this is going to kind of help cities also like produce affordable housing, or are there any elements within this that are kind of missing, you know, that, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair McCarthy, Commissioner Sandoval. Great question. I think this gets back to something that DLCD really recognized and pointed out in their presentation is a recognition of what is the role of cities in producing housing, whether it's you know, capital A affordable housing or unregulated housing. And I think that we need to be really clear that, you know, cities are one part of kind of a spectrum or a continuum of actors and stakeholders. You know, I think the housing production strategies, are going to touch on a lot of policies that cities do have control over, that are city actions that can help encourage and make it easier for affordable housing to be sited, to be developed, to pencil out and happen. But at the same time, my hope is that through this process and through the local partnerships and conversations that this House Bill 2003 will hopefully strengthen and encourage, we'll see stronger connections between cities and their affordable housing developers. So to have, you know, better identify what those policies can be, but then also, you know, bringing it up to the state level through hopefully an advisory group and this kind of back and forth work with DLCD staff and as well as OHCS connected through their staff to help identify, you know, which programs and funding are working in which parts of the state. And that's a conversation that happens already at OHCS, as you know, Commissioner Sandoval, with the affordable housing resources. And OHCS has already been doing a lot of work on how to make a lot of the pretty complicated affordable housing resources more accessible to smaller communities, rural areas of the state, places where they haven't, you know, had as much development activity. And so this will just kind of make those I hope that this program will make those connections stronger. And just kind of connect some of those remaining dots. I think that, you know, depending in different communities, that's already happening. We already know that many cities are already doing this, but this will really, I think, strengthen the overall state cohesion and connection of all these pieces. So we can really clearly identify those best practices.
Great, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Ms. Nelson? Thank you. Seeing none, we'll turn back to staff to tee us up for final discussion and motion. Just to kind of prompt you in that direction, on page 16 of the staff report is a sample motion. I, for one, haven't heard anything in testimony, both written and verbal, that would change my mind relative to these recommendations. But I want to open it up to other commissioners if you have any recommended changes or concerns about what is in the draft rule.
Chair.
Yes.
I had some comments, not to change the motion for adoption or the rules, but I had some general comments I wanted to make.
Great, please do.
My screen keeps on going away and coming back, sorry. I was going to say, you know, if it was totally up to me by myself, this is the great part about being in a group, right? You know, I would love to see data. I would love to see tracking. I would love to see numbers, what strategy works, what doesn't, because I think it's so hard to advance this idea of production without you know, this doesn't work. Let's get rid of it. Let's try something else. But obviously being a part of a process, you learn through that, the challenges associated with that. So I very much like this idea of the survey tools for developers. You know, I wish everybody could do that, but I didn't see it within my place. And from what I've heard to somehow require that. So in one part, it feels very disappointing to me because I'm like, okay, everybody's going to do this. And then how do we know if it's working or not? And so I'm just throwing that out there because I'm hoping in the future, I don't know, whether there's money, whether there's, or maybe everybody just gets so into this, like the city of Wilsonville, that they just do it because they're into it and they want to know what's working and what's not working in their community. So I guess that's my only, I think it's been a great and amazing process and a lot of great things have come out of it. I think the great parts have to do a lot of times with the partnerships of people. And my only reservation is this idea of like, how do we know it's working and how do we test that? So I just thought I would tell everybody that. And then, you know, the idea of enforcement, because I'm new to this governmental enforcement world, you know, I know that in the past there's housing production, housing needs analysis that never got done, right? So my hope is that this doesn't become that, where it's like, oh, we had this great idea, it's just no one ever did it. And I don't personally know, so I'm sort of throwing it out there to the department to think about it in the future. If there are other options for enforcement that are not on the table now, it could be changed in the future to make it more, I like carrots personally, but we need to make sure that this gets done. So I think those are my two. And then I think the only other one that I had, which I brought up quite a few times, I'll bring it up again, which was on the equitable housing outcomes. People get really confused when you get to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which are awesome questions because they don't, if they're so large of concepts that people are just like, oh, what, you know, cities are like, what are you asking me to measure? What are you asking me to do? You know, and really those, and even on our commission, right? You're like, this is a huge question, gentrification. What are we asking? Those questions are specifically tied to the housing production strategies that the cities pick. And so I've kind of reiterated over and over again. And I think that if presentations are given to cities, I think every one of those slides should say, when you pick, I'm making up the words, but like when you pick a housing production strategies, how does it, and then address issues of homelessness. When you pick a housing production strategy, how does it address climate change or whatever? I think we just have to continually reiterate it, that those questions are only really in relation to the housing production strategies that they pick, because that's what we're asking them to do at this point. Not, you know, get a blank piece of paper out and try to figure out how gentrification is affecting their community. No, it's like, we want to make sure that people pick strategies that lead to equitable housing outcomes. So it's completely tied to the strategies. And I think we just need to reiterate that on every slide and kind of burn that idea into everybody's mind that that's what we're trying to go for. So I'm excited about this. And like I said, I wouldn't change anything to the motion. Those are the kind of things that are outstanding out there. But I think that's going to be solved through time and keeping them in mind.
I think those are really good points, Commissioner Helova. And I am assuming that we will have briefings once this is adopted and once the communities have a chance to implement it, start implementing it. I am excited about the possibility of staff coming back and briefing us, telling us what's happening, what's not happening, and maybe in a few years out, once we've given communities a chance to actually work on these things, there might be some tweaks, course corrections, whatever. But I do hear all your points. I think they're really valid. I think Commissioner Ledlack.
I'll just thank you, Chair MacArthur, and certainly hard to follow Commissioner Helova with those great comments. It just it feels to me like these are some of the most monumental changes that we've seen in the program in decades. And I can imagine how, when the program was initially started, of course I was in grade school, but I can imagine how planners and other local government officials across the state were getting together to figure out how in the world are we going to comply with this new program. And I can imagine that cities in particular are going to be experiencing that with House Bill 2001 as we complete that work next month, and then House Bill 2003. And I think, as you mentioned, briefings to the commission will be great. I can also just imagine that LOC and the Oregon Chapter of the American Planning Association and LOC planning directors will be having just countless workshops and meetings to share best practices. And that's so great on so many levels for everybody to learn about this, figure out what works, what doesn't, how do we modify it, who are the partners to help with the data and the tracking, and then the relationships with the building community and so many others. It's a really, really exciting time, and this is clearly another big step in this direction. And I really appreciate, as the staff report did talk about enforcement. In my day job, I do oversee enforcement in 3,055 square miles of rural Deschutes County. I really appreciate the department's approach, and I'm just reading this from the staff report. Enforcement measures therefore are written to emphasize support rather than penalty. They will necessarily be based on implementation of strategies, and they go on. And I really like that approach, at least out of the gate. That's the goal. The goal is compliance. The goal is implementation. The goal isn't penalty. And hopefully we don't have to get there. And if we do, that could be a few years out. But that's a last resort. So I strongly support where we're at and where we're going, and look forward to. I can make a motion, or Commissioner Halava, since she's been on the commission and leading this charge. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. Any final comments from commissioners? Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what everyone said. I mean, this is really a great step forward. So when we're trying to kind of advocate for equity and climate change, I think this is definitely a key. I guess it's a key element of that. Right, when we're talking about the connection between land use and affordable housing and public transportation, and all those issues really are integrated into these rules. And so I just wanted to commend the staff and everyone that's helped out with this. And so yeah, I'd be happy to support it.
Great. Thank you. On that note, do I hear a motion?
I would love to motion.
Great.
Do I just go? I just read it. Oh, look at that. That's better than my trying to read this piece of paper here. I move that the Land Conservation and Development Commission adopt Oregon Administrative Rule Chapter 660, Division 8, Section 45 through 70, as drafted in Attachment B of Agenda Item 5.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Great. Commissioner Lilac seconds the motion. I don't think we have to have discussion. We have a first and a second. Esther, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Commissioner Halova.
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously with 2 members, Vice Chair Permine and Commissioner Jacobson, with excused absences. Thank you, everybody on the commission, staff, all the RAC members, everyone that participated today. It is really a historic moment. And, I was thinking about what Anjali said earlier about the process and how she learned a lot being in the RAC and TAC processes. I'm assuming others did too. And as this goes, what we've done is create all this synergy with various interests coming together, all with the same goal to produce housing on the ground. And it's just really exciting to me to see the process. And I have every expectation that the way that these housing production strategies are written, the way the rules are written, it will encourage communities to bring in a wider group of folks to look at what the problems are and help solve them. So it's very exciting. So thanks to everybody. Whew. I know we really don't have, I think we should just take a 5-minute break. I know we're really behind in the agenda, but thank you to all the housing staff, and just take a 5-minute break, come back, and maybe we can do the final one in a little bit of an accelerated way. I know we had an hour and a half for that. I don't know if there's a way to not cut out anything meaty, but to be a little bit more streamlined. So let's take a 5-minute break.
Good afternoon. It is 4:07 and I am seeing Commissioners Warren, Lilac, and Sandoval, and Chair MacArthur, and I believe Commissioner Alova will be joining us shortly.
Great, thank you, Esther. So staff is, we're focusing on agenda item number 6 and one more aspect of House Bill 2003 that staff is pursuing. We need to present a staff report to the 2021 legislature, and I think March is the due date. And so staff wanted to come to us and tell us what that report will kind of look like. I think they're still drafting that, to give us an overview of what that presentation might be. So take it away, Gordon, Ethan, and Sean.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur. So Sean is going to be giving the majority of this presentation, but I just wanted to cue it up a little bit. So like you mentioned, House Bill 2003 also included the regional housing needs analysis, a test pilot prototype version of a regional housing needs analysis. They have asked OHCS, Oregon Housing Community Services, to do the methodological portion of that regional housing needs analysis, and it's now DLCD's turn to analyze the merits and the opportunities, challenges, and issues with that process, and make a recommendation to the Oregon legislature, which Sean will talk all about. So with that, Sean, please do take it away.
Thank you, Ethan, and thank you all commissioners for being here. I think I've seen the sun rise and set while sitting at this desk today, and I recognize that I am the thing that is standing between you and the rest of your evening, which is a place that I enjoy to be. So I'm going to share my screen really quickly. I very much appreciate your attention. So I do want to preface this conversation a little bit, and let me see here. All right, is my screen being shared?
Yes, it is.
Excellent, thank you. All right, so before we kind of start with this presentation, one thing I think is important to preface is, I recognize for many of you folks, this is going to be one of your kind of first exposures to this regional housing needs analysis, including kind of the methodology and some of the issues that we've been thinking about. And in many ways, this is going to be some of the most information that you folks receive here today. And I think if there's one thing that I've really walked away with in terms of just what I've learned on this process with the regional housing needs analysis is, yes, there's a lot of technical details in here with this RHNA, but all of these technical details have very serious and consequential impacts, especially to things like equity. And I think, grappling with those technical issues and how they impact equity is both, just important to think about, but also a challenge, because it means, you have to work that much harder to get people on board to think through these kind of policy issues with you. And so, my hope here today is to kind of work with you guys, through this kind of high level overview about what exactly is the regional housing needs analysis, what is required in the bill, what has OHCS done, and what is kind of how does this fit into our Goal 10 framework, and what are some of the things that we've been already having conversations about, and what are some of the kind of high level themes that we're already starting to take away from the conversations that we've been having. And so really, as I'm going through this, I'm going to be giving just kind of a lot of technical details about what the core components of the regional housing needs analysis is, and I'm going to be omitting a lot of details to give you guys a high level overview. So I really want to encourage you folks, if you have questions as I'm going through this presentation, to please let me know. I'd be more than happy to clarify a lot of the individual smaller components that I might be omitting for the sake of time. And so with that, I think I'll move into just thinking through what is the kind of underlying intent and what's the driving force behind the regional housing needs analysis. And that is really what the same driving force is behind House Bill 2003. I think as mentioned in our last item, this is a bill that was passed by the 2019 Oregon legislature. And really the underlying goal behind this legislation is thinking through, we have Goal 10, how do we do Goal 10 better? How do we ensure that we are adequately meeting the housing needs of Oregonians in the state, including, just all of the households that exist at different price levels and unit types, things like that. And the regional housing needs analysis is a pilot intended to give the legislature a better idea of this. And so, as I know you guys are already familiar, it's one component of 3 as part of House Bill 2003, the other 2 being the kind of housing needs analysis update schedule and the housing production strategy, which you folks have just passed rules for. To speak a little bit to the requirements of House Bill 2003, it implicates work from 2 agencies. The first one being Oregon Housing and Community Services. And what they were tasked with doing was developing a pilot regional housing needs analysis and conducting it throughout the entire state and completing this analysis by September 1st of 2020. They have done that. They've actually published a very detailed technical report to their website sometime around mid-September. In addition to that, they need to submit kind of a final summary report to the legislature that discuss kind of the results and methodologies and things like that to the legislature by March 1st of 2021. Counter to that is what we're doing at our agency at the Department of Land Conservation and Development, where we are thinking about evaluating a regional housing needs analysis in comparison to how we do housing planning today, how we do Goal 10 planning, which is changing as we understand. And then once we kind of do that evaluation and incorporate these ideas into a report, we need to submit that evaluative report to the legislature by March 1st of 2021. So there'll be kind of 2 reports going to the legislature, one from OHCS and one from us, thinking a lot more about implementation. And so I'm sure you folks recognize that time, March 1st, 2021, is coming up very quickly. It's right around the corner. And in fact, it's one of the it's the driving factor behind how we've structured the process for kind of evaluating the regional housing needs analysis. One of the big disadvantages is because, your last regularly scheduled meeting before we submit this report to the legislature is in January, in mid-January, around, I think, January 21st and 22nd. And so that's been driving all of our actions up until this point. So far, pretty much since the report was published in September, we have been working to develop a pretty comprehensive outreach to folks, including just kind of targeted focus group meetings where we dive into very specific issues, and then also kind of broader, more regional meetings where we have these larger conversations with, say, local governments, local partners, things like that. And we've been engaged in a lot of different meetings with different stakeholders to kind of grapple through some of the issues that we've identified. What we're aiming for is to kind of take all of this feedback that we've been hearing so far and really package it into a kind of draft report that we can have ready essentially by the end of this year for your guys' review in January, so you guys can provide kind of that initial feedback on some of the policy recommendations that we make and what direction the report should take before we kind of finalize it and submit it to the legislature in March. And so I guess before I kind of move forward, are there any questions on timeline there? Okay, great. So to speak a little bit to kind of the requirements for our report. So our report is really thinking about the implementation of a regional housing needs analysis. There's a lot of components that are outlined specifically in the bill that are asking about evaluation of the regional housing needs analysis. But functionally, the way our report kind of boils down is thinking about 3 fundamental questions. The first one is, how does a regional housing needs analysis compare with what we do today in terms of how we plan for housing through housing needs analyses and housing production strategies through Goal 10? If the legislature moves forward with something like a regional housing needs analysis, what recommendations can we offer to best support the legislative intent of more affordable, fair, and equitable housing outcomes? And then thirdly, if the legislature decides not to move forward with something like a regional housing needs analysis, what recommendations in lieu of ARENA can we offer to achieve that same legislative intent, affordable, fair, and equitable housing outcomes? So that's something that's very useful in terms of keeping in the back of your mind in terms of the questions that we're trying to answer in this report. All right, so I'm going to start diving into the kind of methodology, giving you guys a high-level overview of what OHCS did and what components are kind of included in there and what that results in. before I kind of dive into that, I recognize that I'm going to be talking a lot about very specific technical components, and I think it's easy to lose sight of overall what is this regional housing needs analysis doing. And so what I like to say at the beginning of any time I'm presenting this is, if you had to walk away with one thing about what the regional housing needs analysis does, is it takes the state, the entire state, it divides it into various regions, and there's limitations to how we can define those regions. I can talk about that in a minute. But in those regions, what the analysis does is it uses US Census data, American Community Survey, in addition to a few other data sources, to estimate in that region what is the overall housing need. What is the total number of units that we're going to need, and how does that compare by income? So in all of these different income brackets that we've identified, there are 4 identified in House Bill 2003, and actually 5 in the report to capture people who are 0 to 30%, very extremely low income. How does housing need to be distributed among those different income brackets? And then once that estimate is complete, then the regional housing needs analysis allocates that need down to individual cities. So this analysis isn't doing an analysis of individual cities, it's doing it for the region, the entire region as a whole, and then it allocates it down to cities based on kind of a mixture of population growth, and jobs. Is there any questions about that premise? Okay, and before I move on, I can already see, and Nick, I wonder, if this has been catching your eye, you might notice that this map looks a very particular way, right? There's these regions that are constructed already, and I think the concept of what the actual region should be is a pretty salient consideration for us. One thing I do kind of want to bookmark before we dive into this is this analysis uses what's called American Community Survey microdata or public use microdata sample, PUMS data, which is a type of information that's gathered statewide. It's available statewide. It's aggregated at geographies of 100,000 people or greater, and it provides a pretty good estimate that is very recent, as recent as 2018. One downside of that methodology is because it's aggregated at 100,000 people, it means there's only so many ways you can actually draw the boundary. And one of the places where we felt this the hardest was around the Deschutes region specifically. So Deschutes, being a kind of regional center, has a large enough population that it can be its own tract in this PUMS aggregation. But the other 2 counties adjacent to it, Crook and Jefferson, while they are very much part of that market, that Central Oregon market, they are included in a different aggregation of data, of how the data is actually reported. So we were not able to break up those counties and analyze them as one region. And that's one of the key things in our report. We've actually identified a path forward to ameliorate that issue. But I just wanted to note that to start.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so the assumption is, so obviously the Portland region is going to have a very different housing market and job market than Eastern Oregon, right? And so then you're collecting information by regions, and then it's every city in that region. I guess that's the assumption, is like, so is the housing market the same like in Portland compared to another city that's smaller but it's still in that same region? I guess that's my question. I'm sorry, this is the first time I should have taken a look at this a lot earlier, but this is the this is the first time I see this.
Yeah. And so, the recognition is that, housing markets, they don't just happen inside an urban growth boundary or within a city. They tend to extend between cities and between markets. And so really the idea here is that there are these kind of established regions that are based on regional commute sheds, so how people travel in between different cities. And that is how we essentially derived, or how OHCS derived, the different boundaries that they used for this. So yes, say in the metro region, right, there's going to be a lot of variation in terms of how the market operates within that metro region, but it is its own distinct entity that is separate from, say, Eastern Oregon or Deschutes or southern Oregon, places like that. Each of them would be responding as their own kind of regional housing market, estimating the need there and then allocating that down to cities.
Sean, if I may, Chair MacArthur, Thank you for the explanation, because just, of course, to begin with, for the record, I was not involved in this process at all to have Deschutes identified as its own region. I've heard from a supporter of it, I guess, who was involved, and somebody who has a lot of concerns. We have a letter in the record. So I appreciate that. And then I think it'll be interesting to learn either now or later more about how those other two counties, and particularly Madras and Prineville, are still addressed. You mentioned that they may be addressed separately.
Yes.
So that'll be helpful to understand. And just my final point is, you're not standing between me and my evening, you're standing between me and my planning commission. So I'll leave here at about 5:25. So for a Deschutes County Planning Commission meeting. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think we can keep it within that time frame. So thank you for the heads up.
Thank you. And then the other question that the other part of Commissioner Sandoval's question was the sort of the allocation process. And if you're going to go ahead and get to that, you say you have regional totals, and then there's an allocation to cities based on population and economic considerations. If you're going to get to that, great. But that was what the other part of his question.
Yeah, I am. So the next part, I'm going to be talking about how the estimates are derived, and then after that, it will be talking about how the estimate is translated into an allocation. All right. Great. So let's start with how we actually estimate housing need for each one of these regions, because there's three primary components that go into developing that kind of number overall. So to start with just a few requirements that are outlined in the statute, one of the biggest or the key biggest elements that needed to be incorporated into this methodology included an estimate of the number of existing dwelling units by unit type and level of affordability. It also needed to kind of provide an estimate of underproduction or a shortage of units. In other words, the units that should be here in the market but aren't actually here today, which is a pretty elusive concept. So I need to talk a little bit about how OHCS has constructed that. And then finally, ending it off with a forecast of future housing need over 20 years. If we were to try to meet all the need that we've identified in this regional housing needs analysis, how many housing units would that take over 20 years? And the way OHCS has addressed these different components is through an estimate methodology that takes into account three primary components. The first one is projected need. And I think, many of you folks are probably familiar. This is very similar to how we do housing needs analyses. It's looking at the kind of future population growth over 20 years and translating that into households or housing units. The second component is underproduction, which is to say at year zero, we know we don't have enough units to provide everybody the housing units that they need. And that's reflected in the fact that we have, rising housing costs and increased cost burdening in various areas. So how do we get some reasonable estimate of how many housing units we actually need to have on the market today? And then the third component, this one is housing for people who are currently experiencing homelessness. And this one is necessary to kind of break out from underproduction because the first two categories rely on American Community Survey data. And I think as Dr. Zapata pointed out previously in the last presentation, the census doesn't do a very good job at capturing people who are currently experiencing homelessness. And so we needed to kind of develop a third component that provides some reasonable estimate that helps us understand how many people would be experiencing homelessness in any given region at any given time. So those are the three primary components. If we were to take the process, so first, that estimate is produced, it is distributed into different income brackets. So based on, how many folks in each population or each income bracket there are, or how many households there are. And then that's allocated to cities. It's allocated mostly within UGBs, but there's a small amount that's allocated outside of UGBs, and I'll talk about that in a second. And that local allocation goes to individual cities. And I do want to note something pretty important here. One piece of the legislation required a projection of unit types over the next 20 years. And that was actually that was a big challenge for OHCS to try to realize, because the options that you have available to you are project past conditions, say the past 10 years of housing production, recognizing that the future 20 years of housing production may not look like that. It may look like something different. We just passed House Bill 2001, which is going to change how housing types are built. And we don't even know if the past 10 years is what we want to project out into the future, because it's a policy question. And so the way they've addressed this is providing guidance on what the existing distribution of unit types looks like. All right. so to move into thinking about projected need, as we've kind of, or as I've kind of covered a little bit, this is really that projection over 20 years based on household growth. And this really draws heavily from how we do housing planning today with the Population Research Center. So at Portland State University, they have a Population Research Center, which provides those population forecasts over 20 years. And that was the perfect basis to kind of estimate household growth over the next 20 years. So they use that number, they translate that into an estimated number of household growth. They multiply that household growth by 1.14. So in other words, for each household that is formed, they estimate that 1.14 housing units will need to be produced to accommodate them. That ratio is actually very important, but I'm going to talk about it in a minute. And then that translates into a 20-year projected need housing target for the region. That is then divided into income brackets based on the regional distribution of income. So if you're, say, looking at the metro region, or in this case, the Willamette Valley region, this represents the existing distribution of income in that region right now. And then that's allocated inside and outside of UGBs based on two different factors. Outside of urban growth boundaries, we recognize that the land use system is going to limit housing development outside of it. And we don't want to encourage housing development that happens outside of the UGB. But one advantage of using Portland State University's population projections is that they already account for that. They account for the fact that our land use system very much limits and restricts housing development outside of urban growth boundaries. So to best align with that, what the allocation does is it projects or allocates households to areas outside of urban growth boundaries based on projected growth, based on kind of the Population Research Center numbers. Now, within urban growth boundaries, that equation changes a little bit. Half of it is based on the kind of population growth of that particular city, but also half of it is based on the current jobs that exist within that city. And that was a decision made to recognize the alignment and orientation of housing with jobs, the relationship that exists between jobs and kind of future housing growth. And so are there any questions about that particular allocation before I move to the next component? Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
It might be, I missed the very beginning of the presentation, so it might have been during then, and I'm just trying to catch up. Sorry if this is a repeat. The projected need part that funnels into all of this is aligned or not aligned with the cities that are making their housing needs analysis. I know it's a different process, and this is like a case pilot study type thing.
Yeah.
But if it were to roll out in the future, yeah.
Yeah, it's similar, but it has a few key differences. So one of the biggest differences is that rather than, say, an individual city, they take their population projection and then they translate that into housing units. What this does is it does it at the region-wide scale, and then it allocates it to cities based on both their population growth and their jobs.
I understood that, I guess, and I know you've answered this question before. I'm just trying to remember. If this were to, let's say this was approved, and it was moving forward, would you get rid of the cities doing their thing and only do this, or would you do them both at the same time?
That's a very good question, is whether or not the allocation should replace the kind of housing needs projection that is done in housing needs analyses today. That's one of the biggest considerations, is where does this allocation fit into that framework? Does it completely replace the projection, or does it do something different than that?
And that's a policy decision.
That's a policy decision,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then another thing that's different, just as kind of a technical point, an H&A generally, you know, it might account for things like vacancy, but this particular estimate uses a 1.14 household unit estimate, and that's to kind of get at some of the other factors that are related to housing. I'll talk about that in a minute with underproduction. So, actually, I guess I'll talk about it now. So, the underlying rationale behind this 1.14 is that if you were to say take the number of households that you're going to have in 20 years, let's say that's 100 households, and you say, all right, that means we're going to need 100 housing units to house them, and you built that, you would actually be underproducing for the number of households that you actually are going to have in the future, because there are a lot of other factors that go into housing availability, one of the most prominent ones is vacancy, right? At any given time, there's always a certain percentage of vacancies in the housing market. There's always kind of demolition and reconstruction that is happening of different housing units that needs to be accounted for. There are second homes in the market that are kind of taken out, and where one household has two homes. And then also there's this concept of, as folks move out of one housing unit into another, right, that creates a temporal period where they actually are kind of using two households. And there's this kind of friction that happens as people sort into new housing units, requiring essentially more units that allows people to kind of sort and I think the analogy I've heard is lubricate the market, so to speak. And so where this target comes from is based kind of on the national ratio of the number of household units that we've produced versus the number of households that we have. Nationally, we see a target generally of 1.14. And this is to say that if we were building 1.14 units, we would be producing enough housing to provide enough, additional housing units to kind of adjust for these factors. But if we are underproducing that, we're essentially going to be experiencing kind of rising costs and additional cost burdening. And there's kind of very specific reasons why this metric specifically was chosen to kind of better understand, are we producing enough housing? Now, one nuance to that, one very important nuance to that is, how does this apply in communities with a wide number of second homes? You could think of the Oregon Coast being one, Deschutes County as being another. There are a lot of communities that have a very strong second home market, and that creates a lot of distortions in their market because they have, they might have very strong household growth, but their residents still struggle to find housing that's affordable to them. And to address that issue, that specific issue, OHCS took an approach of, for these areas with a high prevalence of second homes, to change the equation, to remove all second homes from this consideration. So when you're thinking about the units that have been produced, the units that need to be produced, you are not considering second homes in that equation. You are only factoring in the estimated need for residents of that area. And to reflect that, the target ratio is a little bit lower. It's 1.1 instead of 1.14. So for all of these areas, what you would see in terms of their expected production is the number of housing units they would need to accommodate their residents. But they would have to keep in the back of their mind, they also have second homes that would, in lieu of any kind of policy or response, would also grow as well and potentially eat into that number. So that's something they have to keep in the back of their mind. And that's something that OHCS has identified as needing to provide guidance for. Any questions about that target ratio?
Nope.
Okay. All right, so to move to underproduction, this is a very kind of elusive category because you have to start thinking about, we all recognize that we don't have enough housing today, but how do we actually measure the number of housing units that we are short by in order to actually provide folks with enough housing such that we don't experience these kind of rising costs? And this is where that target ratio really comes in handy. Essentially, by comparing what regions have done in terms of production to this target ratio, it provides estimates of how many housing units are missing today that otherwise should be here today. And from there, this estimate of how many housing units should be here is then allocated or distributed into income brackets based on the current distribution of cost burdening. The kind of underlying rationale there is that folks who are cost burdened more are cost burdened as a result of underproduction. And as you can see, there's kind of a greater need as you move down the income spectrum. Oh, apologies. This need is allocated only inside of urban growth boundaries, so it's not allocated outside, and it's allocated based both on the share of current population that a city has, as well as the current jobs. Any questions about that underproduction metric?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
All of the things that we're seeing here, these bars and numbers, these are actual, this is what was produced for, okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to show the results too after I finish talking about them.
I didn't know if this was like a theoretical graph or the actual, one. Can you mind going back to the other chain, like this one earlier, 2 slides over?
Yeah, for the projected need?
I was just trying to understand, like, the projected need of 120 and above was 40%. And then if you go back to the other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
5%.
projected need, but then could you explain the difference between those two bar graphs?
Yeah, so this first one, and I think this points to something very important right here. We have these different income brackets that were identified by the legislature that we had to look into, and what we're doing is we're projecting out what's our population going to look like in 20 years, and we have our existing distribution of incomes of kind of our current population that informs us how many households live at the 120% bracket, at the 80 to 120, the 50 to 80, the 30 to 50, etc. One thing to keep in mind is that these brackets do not consist of the same number of people. In fact, the 120% and above bracket has the most households out of everybody. I mean, if you think about it, the median is 100% median family income, and half of families have higher income than that. So the 120 bracket is the largest group of people, and so that's why that share is proportionally higher. When you look later to the underproduction metric, people who are at 120% MFI or greater, they tend to not be very cost burdened as much because they generally have more money to pay for housing, things like that. And the results of underproduction are distributed based on kind of the regional share of cost burdening. So because, say, folks in the 0 to 30, 30 to 50, 50 to 80 are proportionally more cost burdened than people in higher incomes, they receive proportionally more of this underproduction that was estimated. Does that help answer your question?
I understand. Thank you.
Great. And then finally, let's move into kind of housing for people who are experiencing homelessness. So both of these metrics don't capture people who are experiencing homelessness because they rely on U.S. Census data. And so, OHCS staff recognized very early on there was a need to have some type of statewide estimate that could be incorporated into this analysis to actually account for people who are currently experiencing homelessness. So the way they did that is by using two data sources. These are actually data sources that we've incorporated into the housing production strategy. One is the point in time count that's conducted by HUD, and then the other one is McKinney-Vento data, which gets us a relative understanding of who is doubled up or living in a hotel motel. Just a few quick nuances. One thing we know from the literature on the point in time count is that it tends to systematically undercount folks who are experiencing homelessness by various amounts. And so to compensate for that, OHCS added kind of a 60% multiplier to adjust this estimated number. And then in addition to that, the McKinney-Vento data also gets us an understanding of not just sheltered and unsheltered folks, but people who are doubled up. It's an incomplete picture, but it's one of the best available data sources that we have statewide. From there, this estimate is distributed into different income brackets, and this is actually based off of data that OHCS has about folks who are experiencing homelessness, which again also is an incomplete data source, but gets us a relative picture of the different income brackets we could expect to see for these folks. This need is then also allocated inside of urban growth boundaries based both on the current population of folks as well as the distribution of current jobs. All right, and are there any questions about that kind of estimation or allocation?
Yeah, I do have a question. So this is the question I was trying to ask Dr. Zapata, because with the Latino population, she had some numbers that were really low in terms of being homeless.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens a lot with the low-income Latinos, so if they're farm workers or working in the forest, or they'll double, triple up in an apartment, and so they won't be homeless, but they're still living under very insecure housing situation. I don't think any of this captures that.
Yeah, and I think you're getting at one of the most important points when it comes to data around counting people who are experiencing homelessness, is that the data sources that are available, all of the data sources, are insufficient to comprehensively define the issue. But in conversations with Dr. Zapata, one of the most salient points she's brought up to me is that we have these counts. We know that they are undercounting. We know that they're a chronic undercount. But in order to get a better count, we have to dedicate time and resources to that. And we could dedicate those time and resources instead to actually alleviating the issue and solving the problem. So there's kind of a balance there. How much time and resources do we dedicate to getting a better count when, in terms of the greater picture, this might affect the total housing units that we need overall by a couple percentage points at the most, when we could be spending that resources actually providing housing for people who are experiencing homelessness. That's kind of the tension that we have to think through in terms of what we provide for our recommendations.
Yeah, so that's why it's important for people like me to keep bringing up this issue, or else it's not going to be talked about.
Yeah, but I do want to point out, this is, even as is, even with its flaws, this is one of the most comprehensive estimates of people experiencing homelessness in the state, or done statewide and then allocated to cities. All right, so I think with that, I think I'll move on to kind of talking about some of the results. And so this map that you guys see right in front of you is kind of a, just a simple pie charts that are relative in size that kind of show two things. They show in gray the existing units based on 2018 data, where are all the existing units at in all of these different regions. And then in yellow, how many housing units do we actually need to accommodate the future anticipated need by 2040? And you can see it's pretty substantial. For most of these regions, it comprises a very significant chunk of the amount of housing they have to produce overall, especially for places like the Deschutes region, which is growing very rapidly. And to kind of dive into what is defining this, if we were to look at the housing need overall statewide and just put a number to it, it's very substantial. It's 584,000 units over the next 20 years. And that's for all three categories. That's for projected need, the population growth that we're going to have, housing that should be here but isn't, leading to rising costs, and then housing to house people who are currently experiencing homelessness. And that kind of gets us to that number that we're looking at today.
Do you have any charts that show year by year? 20 years is a hard thing for me.
Yeah, actually, one thing that OHCS is working on right now, I don't have this in my presentation, but they have these kind of 5-year estimates that include different amounts of producing housing. So like, 5 years of your projected need, and then a certain amount of your underproduction and a certain amount for housing for people who are experiencing homelessness. And then there's kind of high and low estimates over 5 years, depending on how aggressive you are in meeting that need.
Yeah, because I think these numbers are great, and they relate more to people who in cities and people who do planning. But it'd be great to have the data in a way that developers could digest it. And what does that mean?
Yeah.
For different regions, and where should they focus their attention and energy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I've seen some of those graphs. I've seen them on a city by city basis. One of the common examples that we go back to is Lake Oswego, to use them as an example. And I don't have those with me right now in the presentation, but I would definitely be happy to share those once I get them.
Jeremy MacArthur, if I can just ask a quick question, and I know I can't imagine that it's possible, but to have some sense of how many cities actually have urban growth boundaries with planned numbers of units to accommodate this growth. I mean, City of Bend has a fairly 2016 urban growth boundary. Redmond's going to do it again. They're all going to do it again. So I'm just curious. There's also going to be this discrepancy of which cities and counties have updated plans and urban growth boundaries and infrastructure and whatnot to support this, and then which ones don't. I'm sure that kind of data is just too much to absorb, but I'm just curious if you have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, and that's, I think you're right. Like in pointing out, this analysis is really focused on what is the actual need, or if we were to house everybody in the state, irrespective of what the capacity is, what would that look like in terms of a number of units at different income affordability categories? That's actually a very important distinction between how H&As work, which is a lot about capacity. It's a lot about thinking, where are we going to build housing? How are we going to build housing? What policies are we going to do? How are we going to provide infrastructure to those areas? And so it's a very different conversation. And that's one of the key ways in which ARENA is actually a little bit different than an H&A. Well, not a little bit, very different than an H&A. So yes. All right, should we keep moving on? Okay. All right, so if we were to take this number and kind of break it down by income categories, this graph is very useful for showing where does all of this need come from. So with the projected need, I think pretty clearly, that at the upper level of the income, that's some of the biggest growth in the number of units that we need overall. But as you start moving down that income bracket, that proportionally becomes more about underproduction, the housing units that we should build, as well as housing for people who are currently experiencing homelessness. And this is a pretty important finding because those two categories, underproduction and housing for people who are experiencing homelessness, are not currently factored in today's H&A system. There isn't a method to estimate underproduction, and generally HNAs don't consider homelessness in their calculations. So it's a pretty significant increase in the estimate of need for specifically these categories, these lower income categories. That's something that I always feel like is very worth sharing. And it has implications for how these units break out in terms of each income bracket. If we were to divide these kind of into these neat categories of 0 to 30, 30 to 50, et cetera, what you find statewide is that roughly, for the lowest income brackets, that's that 0 to 30 and 30 to 50, these types of units generally do not get built without some form of public subsidy that's provided for them, be that a subsidy that happens for the development of a unit, say LIHTC, for example, or subsidy to the actual individual living in that unit. You could think of like a Section 8 voucher as an example of that. And so what that means is for 30% of these households that need to be produced in 20 years, roughly, they will require some form of public support. And an additional 17% at that kind of workforce housing level, that 50 to 80%, are likely to require some form of public subsidy, because these also tend to not pencil without some kind of public assistance. Are there any questions about that? That's a pretty big finding of this methodology.
I think at some point, was it last time we talked about, could that be translated into subsidy per unit to get an order of magnitude of the overall cost that will need to go into subsidizing these?
Yeah, and I think the trickiness of that methodology is that these units cost different amounts based on contextual factors. So at the 0 to 30, even at the different income levels, there are different costs associated with each one, because there's less revenue that you can get from, say, the lower income housing pieces. But there's also a lot of contextual factors that go into it. I think one of the most salient that I've read recently was with the Turnkey project that acquired old hotels and motels to essentially use them for affordable housing. Those came in at roughly $60,000 a unit, but that was also kind of a bargain in comparison to a lot of other low income housing funding opportunities.
Yeah, I think that OHCS has averages, the average subsidy per unit to create 0 to 30%, and the average, it would just be nice. I keep on wanting it to be nice to be like, this is going to be this much in public subsidy, and this is how it might break out per year, because I feel like all of these things have to eventually lead to policy making, and to understand the magnitude of the housing. We're starting to understand the magnitude of the housing problem in terms of units, but not in terms of dollars.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, any other questions? Okay. So let's pivot into thinking about this kind of relationship between the regional housing needs analysis and Goal 10. And Nick, you brought up a really great point that I don't want to say jump the gun, but really got to the heart of this conversation, because there's this question: how exactly does a regional housing needs analysis fit into our existing land use framework? Specifically, the kind of housing needs analysis in our land use and comprehensive planning system, and this new requirement, the housing production strategy, as you folks are already familiar with. And there's this question, is the regional housing needs analysis something that takes the place of the housing needs analysis that cities currently do, or is it something different? And really the answer is that it's something that is focused on very different questions than what an HNA is focused on. So if we were to take a look at kind of the different requirements, and I apologize, this is a very busy graph, but if we were to take a look at the different requirements behind each of the methodologies, in blue we have the HNA, in green we have the new housing production strategy, and in this kind of yellow we have the regional housing needs analysis. The questions that they're trying to answer are different. For the regional housing needs analysis, it's really focused on getting a number at a regional level of the housing units we need to essentially provide housing for everybody in that region. It gets us an estimate of underproduction, which is something that doesn't exist in today's system, and an estimate of people who are living with currently experiencing homelessness. It also gets us some information at a few equity concerns that we have, say people with limited English proficiency, people who are over 65, people who are living with a disability, things like that. But fundamentally, it's looking at kind of a different question than what an HNA is. An HNA is looking at much more this kind of capacity issue. What is the sufficiency inside of our urban growth boundary to build the number of housing units that we need to provide for our kind of estimated population? that we're going to have in the future. And then the housing production strategy is really much more about contextualizing that and thinking through what are some of the gaps that we tend to have in our H&A system that we still need to address. And so in thinking about where the RHNA fits into this, I think one place that's really helpful to go is thinking about the H&A and the HPS both as two types of policy documents. So there is this kind of descriptive or data-driven process that happens at the beginning of a H&A and HPS that relate to, say, projecting your housing need over a 20-year forecast. But once you do that, you start moving into much more of a policy conversation. You're thinking, where are our buildable lands? How are we going to serve infrastructure to these different buildable areas? Where are we going to, build new housing? Where are we going to expand our UGB? Are we going to do any upzoning? What policies are we going to put into place to accommodate needed housing? And then the housing production strategy really builds on that too. After doing this kind of data-driven contextualization, you really move into thinking through, how are we engaging with our residents to choose strategies that promote and ultimately address the kind of need that we've identified in the housing needs analysis. So really, if you're thinking about the role of a regional housing needs analysis, it can't really speak a lot to these kind of policy questions that happen at the local level. So a good way to think about it is an analysis that provides a kind of consistent, transparent estimate that can be applied statewide at these descriptive or data-driven levels at the kind of housing need projection and contextualized housing need. And they can really help inform local production targets. But ultimately, they leave those kind of policy decisions, the thinking through the what, where, when, how, to local jurisdictions to sort through their housing needs analysis and housing production strategy processes. Are there any questions about that framework?
Well, I understand the framework. I guess I'm a little bit still hazy on how a jurisdiction, if they're updating their urban growth boundary, they're doing a housing needs analysis. And urban growth boundary expansion is only one tool to create more land supply for housing in that case. But so I'm hazy on how connected the housing production strategies and that whole conversation actually is really critical, because if we do the regional housing needs analysis and it says there's 100 units needed in, let's say on the city of Bend, then Bend looks at that information. It should be informed by not just numbers of units, but where the unit should be and what kind of income levels it should try to serve. The same kind of considerations we have with House Bill 2001. So I guess I'm not clear on what the connection or requirement is for a jurisdiction to do more than just a process to get to an urban growth boundary expansion.
Yeah. So really what this starts with, what the regional housing needs analysis starts with, is saying, if we were to accommodate everybody's housing need in this region, this would look like this number, then we can allocate that to cities. And once the city has that, say it's 100 units, for example, then they start going through the process thinking, all right, if we have this many units that we need to accommodate over 20 years, where exactly are we going to build that? Is that going to require a UGB expansion? Do we want to do upzoning in different areas? Do we want to accommodate different housing unit types? All of these conversations start happening at the local level with local policy and stakeholders. And then they get implemented functionally through that framework, that existing kind of H&A, HPS framework that we have today.
Chair, if I could just ask one follow-up question then, and Sean, that was really helpful. So then let's get to the next needs question from the city of Madras, but this could be any two cities that are in different regions. How might another city that is just across a boundary help meet a city or a region address that housing need? If for example, we're not able to meet certain, or well, I shouldn't say it's always a choice, but how might, for example, the city of Madras help Deschutes County, but this could be any other region, address that regional housing need? Thank you.
Yeah. And so what the kind of functional purpose of a regional housing needs analysis and what it's getting at, and this is actually one of the biggest equity implications of the regional housing needs analysis, is that not only have we been underestimating the number of housing units that we need for, say, people who are at lower incomes, because we don't consider housing for people who are experiencing homelessness or underproduction, things like that. we also have a problem within regions of cities functionally planning within their own boundaries, which has a tendency to extrapolate current conditions out into the future. So you can imagine, say, right now in our current HNA facility or framework, the way cities currently operate is they take what their existing population looks like, they functionally project that out another 20 years based on the PSU population projections, and they say, well, it looks like we're going to have these folks who are living in our areas. And what that has a tendency to do is it has a tendency to really entrench patterns or disparities that exist between cities, and often results in the under meeting or under accommodating of housing units, especially housing units that are affordable to people with lower incomes. So one of the key underpinnings of the regional housing needs analysis is to say, we have this very substantial need, especially for folks at the low incomes, and we all in this city or in this region have a responsibility to address that need. So that's kind of the functional underpinning of it. Now, in terms of two cities that are trying to address housing need that are between borders, one of the limitations of any regional housing needs analysis is that there are borders, right? And that there are going to be slight nuances that might be inconsistent with what a housing region is. And there might be periods where there are kind of overlapping housing regions, and that's kind of some complexity that gets lost when you draw a line.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Should we keep moving?
Yes, please do.
Yes. All right. And so in terms of some of the opportunities, and I've talked about some of these before, but there are some really clear things that this regional housing needs analysis that doesn't really happen in today's planning system. One of the most notable is really kind of getting at publicly supported housing need. And the way OHCS has operationalized this is to really center it around income of households, and then to think through, you know, the strategies that get operationalized to meet that need are much more contingent on local and state policies. So they don't try to provide an estimate saying you need to build these housing units that are affordable to these folks, or you need to provide subsidies to these households. It's really going to be a blend of those policies that meet that need for that particular household. It also considers a lot of elements of disproportionate housing need that aren't considered at all in HNAs really today, some of which we've incorporated into the housing production strategy. Most notably, say, people who are over 65, people who are aging, people who live with a disability. This is actually a pretty substantial one. People with limited English proficiency, as well as kind of future potentials to incorporate estimates that are disaggregated by race and ethnicity, which is a pretty important consideration for racial equity. Additionally, this is kind of a regular statewide assessment. If you were to ask before this process what statewide housing need looked like, there was actually not really a very good comprehensive estimate, with the exception of Echo Northwest's Up for Growth report. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that, you know, with our existing regulatory framework, we have all of these different cities that are kind of planning for their own housing need, and they all use different methodologies to estimate the number of housing units that they need over 20 years. So you actually can't even realistically compare the results between two cities, much less add them up and get any kind of meaningful number of need. And then another piece that we've seen that is really beneficial about this is that, you know, we recognize that data sources are imperfect, and we always have increasing capacity and data sources that are building over time. But one limitation that we noticed in rulemaking for housing production strategies is we have this need to identify a baseline methodology for, say, estimating homelessness, for example, and that is enshrined in rule. And to change that requires a rulemaking process. What is nice about a regional housing needs analysis methodology is it can incorporate improvements to the methodology that don't require that kind of rulemaking substantial progress in order to change over time. It can change based on kind of best practices and feedback from stakeholders as new priorities emerge. With that said, there are still a lot of kind of challenges and considerations, and I'm going to dive into more detail on a lot of specifics of this. One of the biggest ones that I think we run into is this use of ACS PUMS data. OHCS decided to use the kind of 1-year estimate of PUMS data, which is good at getting us a picture of housing need at the regional level. But as they started doing kind of cross tabulations, say, of, you know, race, income, disability, you know, all of these different cross tabulations on housing need, the error bars start getting a lot bigger. And as a result, the data that exists at different levels is not as granular, say, when you're looking at specific equity considerations. there is this question, and probably one of the biggest questions of this process is how do we appropriately allocate need? Because there's this tension between ensuring that we, avoid reinforcing patterns of exclusion while also recognizing that there are kind of local contextual production factors that can really limit the development of new housing. Additionally, we ran, as I kind of mentioned before, this housing type issue of how do you project out what housing types should look like in 20 years. There's this question of how we handle data-rich regions like the Metro and RVCOG, and the Metro having a different kind of regulatory structure for housing planning. And then finally, how do we think about, any kind of system of transparency and feedback to evolve the methodology over time as new priorities emerge. And then finally, this is just kind of an important point that I think we need to touch on. This estimate, even though it's a pilot, is very substantial and points a very big picture or paints a very big picture of the work that we have to do to actually meet this need over 20 years. It's 580,000 units statewide over the next 20 years. Most of these, roughly half of these are going to require some form of public assistance. And we recognize in our current framework that local jurisdictions, they're going to play a key role in ensuring that this housing gets built, but they're just one player. In order to meaningfully meet this need over time, it's going to require concerted effort from local, state, regional, federal governments and market rate and subsidized affordable developers. It's really going to take a concerted effort, and policy recommendations need to reflect that. All right, so to move into how we're approaching outreach, I'll be very brief on this. We, as I kind of mentioned, we have these two categories of outreach. One kind of honing in on very specific focus topics, say housing need for people with disabilities, where we kind of have more of a focus group style interview. Then we have these broader regional meetings where we talk to a large swath of stakeholders and get a lot of feedback. I'm actually happy to report that even this image is outdated as of now, because even more of these conversations are starting to move forward and we're starting to hear back from more people. And I'm going to talk a little bit just about some of the themes that we've been hearing just in these conversations so far. So I want to start with some of the kind of smaller policy options that we're starting to identify. What I like to think of these kind of themes as is kind of estimating need, addressing need, and then ultimately, estimating need, allocating need, and then ultimately addressing need. And with this estimating need, what we found is that there's some gaps in our ability to meaningfully estimate need, especially in instances when we're trying to identify racial equity goals. And these are problems that exist for anybody who's doing an HNA, anybody who's doing an HPS. These problems exist, but we have an ability, we've identified ways to better address this in the framework that we have now. Specifically with unit affordability, we are identifying kind of these policy options to better estimate unit affordability over time, both in terms of market rate and subsidized affordable. The biggest one being subsidized affordable in terms of OHCS developing kind of a comprehensive data source of subsidized affordable unit development over time. With people with disabilities, we've identified a way to incorporate them into population projections over time and get better information on who in different communities is currently living with a disability and how can we better address their needs. With racial equity, this is a topic similar to kind of people with disabilities. This is another category where we can start to think about incorporating these types of demographics into our population projections so we can more meaningfully address it in a regional housing needs analysis or in any HNA and HPS. With the various tribal nations, what we found is that there were a lot of, there are 9 federally recognized tribal nations, and a key kind of challenge of the RHNA that we found is that we weren't actually able to estimate need for these areas because we didn't have population projections for them. So what we did is we identified a way to incorporate population projections into this analysis and move forward with that. And then finally, for people experiencing homelessness, as we've kind of talked about, there's that tension there between making recommendations that cost resources or using those resources to address homelessness. So those are kind of the key things that we're starting to hear about estimating need. I'm going to keep moving, but please let me know if you have any questions.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Sean. All I was going to say is there's almost like one other just big other category because we now have people displaced by the wildfires in Oregon. We have climate refugees from around the country that are coming here. Bend is now a Zoom town, and I would actually argue that Oregon could very well become a Zoom state. So there are all these other factors. And anyway, it's just maybe just one other category that just says other on there because there's so many other unknowns.
Yeah. I mean, and realistically, you're right. I think one of the big challenges of the regional housing needs analysis is all of this information comes from as kind of late as 2018, and most of this doesn't capture the changes that have happened as a result of the wildfires that happened just this year. And in fact, I mean, that's just a limitation of almost any data source that you use, is that it's really difficult to take what happened with the wildfires this year and say, how's that going to affect housing need 20 years from now? Because we don't actually know what that trend looks like. So it's a challenge, but it's an important one to consider. All right. So let's move to allocating need, because this is probably where one of the biggest equity implications resides. One place where we have kind of a model of a regional housing needs analysis that we can look to see how it's working and how it's not working is the California Regional Housing Needs Analysis Allocation Model. What California does is they functionally do a similar thing. They estimate housing need at the regional level, and they provide it to those regions. And then what they tell those regions is they can develop their own allocation methodology to allocate that need down to individual cities. And the intent behind this is to kind of take into account some of those local contextual factors. But one of the biggest criticisms of the Californian system is that when that happens, when that's allocated or when that's delegated down to these regional entities, what ends up happening is the largest powers in those regions come to play in determining what the allocation methodology should look like. And it ends up reinforcing patterns of exclusion pretty significantly. Often what some of the biggest criticisms of the methodology kind of point to is that these exclusive communities tend to under-allocate housing to their communities, while these small, politically not very powerful players end up with this absurd amount of housing need that they have to meet over 20 years. And the functional result is that housing doesn't get built at all. And so there's been a lot of talk of what is the appropriate way to allocate housing such that you kind of overcome a lot of these entrenched patterns of kind of disparities and exclusion that exist in these kind of regional areas. So that's one of the big key topics or themes on our mind. And it's a similar kind of picture that we found here. There's this kind of tension, right? On the one hand, what the regional housing needs analysis does in terms of the results is it places a much greater onus on cities, all cities within a region, to plan for housing, especially housing at the lowest income levels. So if you were to think about some of the exclusive exurban communities, say in the metro region, for example, their traditional H&A processes don't really account that much for low-income housing. And under this model, they are held to a much, much higher standard in terms of providing publicly supported housing than they otherwise would be. On the other hand, there is this kind of consideration of local context. One kind of side effect of the allocation methodology, including jobs, is that regional job centers tend to get a much higher allocation of housing units over time. The best example that was brought to my attention was the city of Tualatin, which is a kind of regional job center that in many ways is determined at the metro level. And as a result, they have a very substantial number of housing units that they can't reasonably meet without some level of kind of state support, especially related to kind of infrastructure, transportation planning, things like that. And so there's this tension that exists between those two categories. And then finally, and this was a point that was raised by Nick Sneed, and I actually think he might talk about this a little bit later on, and reinforced by Peggy Lynch, who also is testifying tonight, has to do with the contention of the H&A factual basis. And this was born kind of out of a conversation around incentivizing local jurisdictions to do the right thing, because the theme that I've heard from this conversation is that one of the biggest things that hold up housing progress is this kind of analysis paralysis we get into, where the H&A has this kind of factual determination that is functionally very political, the projection of housing need over 20 years. And then that ends up being the subject of challenge when H&As are trying to move forward, and ultimately results in kind of the hold up of the H&A process and lack of implementation on the ground. And so one of the kind of really strong parts of a regional housing needs analysis is it offers a platform that takes projection of housing need outside of that political arena, outside of that kind of contentious challenging that happens at the legal levels, and provides a set of numbers that has a process by which it is arrived at that gives cities more certainty that their projection of housing need over 20 years won't actually be challenged in a court of law. And that was a pretty big topic. I'll invite Nick to talk more about that concept. And then finally, there's this kind of concept of addressing need. I think one of the biggest themes that we've been hearing from everybody is that this is going to require resources in order to actually meet this. I think some of the biggest ones that folks are mentioning is this need to kind of build capacity at the local levels, not just for planning for housing, but planning for infrastructure. Financing infrastructure is a big concern, especially by local smaller communities. Ensuring that state agencies actually direct resources to places that need it the most. All of this is going to require a significant amount of resources to actually implement. And in fact, one of the biggest places is with housing or planning for housing in communities that are actually smaller than 10,000, because they fall outside of that HNA HPS process. And so even if they do have a need, they clearly need some kind of capacity building to develop plans to actually address housing over time. And then finally, there's this question of accountability. One big theme that has come up is that the greater state guidance that we can provide for folks in terms of how they approach and address a housing need provides greater certainty to cities to know that what they're doing is the right thing, and then also gives them the ability to essentially be held accountable to certain things. So even if you have these numbers showing households, like you need a lot of affordable housing, translating that into the right unit types of the right densities of all of these different factors is going to require some level of state guidance to ensure that we have this kind of clear path forward that doesn't get caught up again in this kind of contentious cycle. And so those are some of the big themes that we're thinking about. Before I move kind of to the report outline, I just want to ask, are there any kind of questions about some of those themes?
I don't see any.
Okay, great. And so one kind of piece that we wanted to get to you guys during this meeting, this is really just kind of an informational meeting for your benefit, but we also wanted to provide an outline for you folks to review that kind of gives a rough idea of what different components of the report would look like. The first piece is the executive summary, and this is kind of the required legislative report that we have to submit that's 2 pages long, has all these requirements associated with it. And then from there, it moves into kind of building understanding of how the regional housing needs analysis can operate. The first one is with setting up legislative context. The next one is describing what our current Goal 10 framework is and how ARENA fits into that. The next one is ARENA assessment, and there's this one's organized specifically by sections of the bill that are related to its cost, repeatability, accuracy, predictability, et cetera, those types of categories. But additionally, we felt it was also very important to assess the equitable implications of a regional housing needs analysis and other alternative systems as well. So that's going to be a pretty big component of our report, thinking through what are the equitable impacts of this analysis. And then finally, the last section is thinking through recommendations. What recommendations can we offer to the legislature for best achieving affordable, fair, and equitable housing outcomes? And that's both with a regional housing needs analysis and in lieu of ARENA as well. And so that is kind of the basic overview. Are there any kind of questions about that outline report?
Looks good to me.
Great.
Yeah. I would just say the outline of the report looks great. There's just so much information to digest and that was absolutely fantastic, Sean. It's just a ton for me, especially as a practicing planner, to even to think through it all. That was, thank you.
Yeah, I fully understand. It's been a lot for me, but I've just been steeped in it.
Yeah, I will echo those thoughts from Commissioner Lilac. My brain is sort of on fire, and you live and breathe this stuff. You really super presentation, a lot of information, a lot of things to figure out. It kind of feels like we're all trying to slay a bear, or maybe it's a whole cave of bears. But it's very exciting because we'll get far down the road, and certainly not far enough when we're done, because we don't have all the resources and information we need. But I think it's an incredible first step, or for several steps in the right direction. So I'm very excited about this work.
Excellent. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Alva.
I think for me, I'm very excited. It's a lot, even for people who are, you know, heavily involved in housing. I just want like one page in this document, just one page where you can footnote it. It can be asterisk, you know, it can say, this is based on the average and this particular, you know, it can be qualified as much as it wants, but I really want to see this quantified in terms of dollars. And I think it's actually easy. It sounds like it's hard, but I think it's actually easy because I know OHCS or even if it's just like one of the regions has average subsidies per unit that it gives to different price points. And like I said, it could have an asterisk, you know, qualify or a range, you know, here's the low and here's the high. That might be better actually, a chart that shows here's the low and here's the high. And then it takes those numbers and it gives each unit a cost. And it says the low range in the next 20 years is X million. And the next one is, you know, and then it says like how that might be distributed over the years. Because we have to move from you're still steeped in this. We have to move from this to implementation. And I think the only way for people who are not knowledgeable or understand what does units mean, distributed what, people understand the dollars part of it, especially the people that want to make this happen. And so I sort of just need one page for this report to have that.
Well, I like the idea of one page, and especially with the order of magnitude, but I'm also thinking, let's say we have a bajillion dollar, you know, price tag. What I also want to see though is, you know, it could very well be that it's not just in pure cash, so to speak. It's really, in some cases, in some communities, it might be forgiving SDCs. It might be fast track, you know, building permits. I mean, there's other ways to reduce the cost of housing than just handing out cash.
And one thing I'll note too is we're focused a lot on the production of housing, but there's also a lot of subsidies that go directly to people, which is also hard to capture, say Section 8 vouchers.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Chair. But that's where it goes down the complicated route. And I was hoping that we could just take a slice of it and say, we know that subsidy has to go to make a 30% AMI unit. We all know that. There's a low that has been historically given, and there's a high that's been historically given, and understanding that the value of a dollar changes over time, right? So it might be in today's dollars, you know, there might be a qualification for what the dollars mean. If we keep it simple like that and not throw too many variables at it, I think at least that gives for me, it's a rough order of magnitude. Then there's all the housing production strategy stuff that can reduce the cost, but I feel like if we go that route, it's too complicated and too many variables.
Right.
And I understand that subsidies can come either to the development end or to the buyer or the, you know, other side. But since we're doing a lot of housing production strategy work, it'd be great to see it from the development side on producing units.
Yeah. Great. And I think Nick has to sign off. So if you have any final comments you want to make, I think you're going to another meeting. And we also have a couple of folks that want to testify, but I wanted to make sure you have a chance to comment if you have to head out. And
thank you, Chair. No more comments for me. You're right. I'm headed to the Deschutes County Planning Commission meeting. I didn't see that Nick Sneed was on there, and he and I had a good conversation separately. So if he is testifying, great. And if not, and if Peggy's going to testify, I can connect with her later or come back and watch the video. So thank you very much. And I'm sorry I need to go.
Thank you very much for sticking with us this long. So I might, unless there's other comments from commissioners, I'd like to turn to Peggy and make sure she has a chance to testify. She's been very patient with us. So Ms. Lynch.
Pushing all my buttons to make sure that you can see and hear me. Thank you, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. I know that it has been a very long day. And I just want to make a couple of, I will shorten my comments. One is that with the adoption of the housing production strategy at 4 p.m. on November 12th, you have now moved Oregon into an incredible place regarding housing. And this is something that will help with all of the information that you just heard about And it will do so much more quickly than the House Bill 2001, which you will be considering soon, which will help in the future need. So those are a couple of things I just want to recognize. And then I'm going to go down to my other quick comments. We need to give local jurisdictions time to implement these new requirements successfully. So it's important to advocate for funding support for those efforts, as well as the need to address the wildfire disasters. We now have 4,026 new units that need to be replaced as a result of those disasters. We believe that the pilot should be applauded, and I have followed it, by the way, from the beginning, but set aside for a few years until we can find new and better data to implement it. Because in fact, the data that's there is just fine for the metro area. It's probably okay for the Rogue Valley COG. It's probably okay for Deschutes County. But as was discussed by Commissioner Lilac, the truth is that Jefferson and Crook County are also a part of their housing conversations. So that's one of the many problems. So in the meantime, the data from the House Bill 4001 reports can be really helpful. So it isn't like I don't want the data, but the data you have is a good beginning. I want to recognize the work by staff at OHCS and Sean Edgings. His webinars that he has provided has helped address the reality that up to 50% of the housing need throughout Oregon will require public subsidies. These outreach efforts have disseminated that data derived from the pilot, some more useful than others, but we recommend that we go back to the legislature in 2025 when we may have new sources of more complete data and reduce the regions to more useful divisions. You've heard the League of Oregon Cities say about all the need for funding that they have for the other issues that you've worked on today. It's not that I don't, this was a great pilot, wonderful data that we've helped see, but it's not enough, and it's not enough for the other regions in the state. So thanks for all your work, and thanks for today. It was an exhausting day for all of us, but good work. So thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Peggy. Questions for Ms. Lynch? Seeing none, thank you. And it looks like, according to Esther, that unfortunately, because we ran over, our apologies to Mr. Sneed, it doesn't look like he is still with us. So, but he did submit written testimony, so you can take a look at that in your packet. Wow, big day, really good presentation, Sean. Thank you so much for all your work on this and the presentation. Any final questions, thoughts from commissioners before we adjourn for today?
I just had one comment. The diagrams that were in the presentation were so awesome. And I was curious, was that who produced those? They were great for you know, for this heavy of information.
Yeah, the methodology diagrams were produced by Echo Northwest. They're the kind of contractor who's working on this with OHCS. Yeah. And then the process ones, the ones that are related to kind of, you know, Goal 10, H&As, HPSs, those are me.
Both were amazing.
Nice.
Thank you.
We're impressed. Okay, thank you everyone for sticking with us. Thanks especially for the housing staff. You have a much deserved break tonight because you've been here the whole day with us. So we will see everybody tomorrow morning at 8:30.